Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us. Now, before we get into our trial coverage for Jamell Demons, which we've been covering quite extensively, I do want to let our viewers know that we are in verdict watch for former school officer Scott Peterson. This is the 60-year-old who faces child neglect and culpable negligence charges for not intervening in the 2018 Parkland school shooting. The jury deliberated for about an hour and 25 minutes yesterday. They're slated to start up again, and we're going to keep a very careful eye on that courtroom feed, let you know if we get any updates on a verdict in that case. But right now, we want to go back to the trial of the Murder on My Mind rapper out of Broward County, Florida. The 24-year-old stands trial for 2 counts of first-degree murder for the 2018 shooting deaths of his friends, victims Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. They were with the defendant and his co-defendant, Cortlen Henry, on their way back from a recording session when this shooting occurred. Now, Demons and Henry claim that it was a drive-by shooting that took the lives of their friends, but authorities later found evidence to suggest that the shooting took place from inside the vehicle and that this was a staged drive-by shooting. Yesterday was an interesting day. We heard the continuing testimony of undercover detective Danny Polo. Polo, who originally took the stand, as you might remember, in a ski mask, was instructed to take it off for the remainder of his testimony. Yesterday, this came after the defense proved that he wasn't adequately protecting his identity on all other platforms, citing a picture of Polo's face on his wife's Cash App. He was taken by surprise. I'm sure that was an uncomfortable conversation with him and his wife last night. Now, as for the substance of his testimony, well, he pointed to gang signs used in the defendant's social media posts and music videos, and he read through many text messages believed to be sent from the defendant. So here with me to tell us a little bit more about what happened yesterday, and inside that courtroom is Law and Crime's very own Terry Austin, who is our boots on the ground. She is live in that Broward County courthouse. Good morning, Terry. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Jesse.
So let's talk about what happened with Danny Polo's testimony. What were some of the other big moments? What did we learn from him?
Well, I think the biggest moment was the cross-examination. As you mentioned, Christine Bradley, the prosecutor, she actually went through the text messages, and it did seem like to me, and I think the rest of that audience and the jury, that some of those texts and most of those texts came from Melly. But on cross-examination, David Howard, who is one of the defense counsel, made it very clear that most of those texts, over 80%, and Polo had to admit, most of those texts were coming to Melly and not from Melly, and most of the time Melly was not even answering the text. And he also made it clear that the substance of those texts was this: the mafia, that's what they're claiming, the gang, was trying to get Melly, and Melly basically was ignoring it. So, for instance, the Godfather, that's who is one of the top leaders in the gang, in the Bloods, was trying to reach out and get Melly to join, but Melly just ignored it, even after threats of death. And others in the gang, Herc was one of them, who we know is Jaquan Burton. He also was trying to reach out to Melly, but most of the time Melly ignored those. So I think it was really pivotal that the defense clarified where those text messages were coming from and how Melly was responding. It wasn't Melly going after the gang. It was the other way around.
Okay, let's clarify this a little bit, because did the defense accept the fact that Melly was using that phone? Did they at all say, hey, was it not possible that it wasn't him communicating? That maybe, you remember, one of their big themes is that this phone or series of phones were used by a lot of different people. They didn't highlight that yesterday?
Well, I think the defense avoided who owned the phone. The point was, so many people, like you said, Jesse, were using that phone. There were some times, according to the dates that the prosecution was using, that Melly was behind bars. So that phone is registered, I believe, to Melly's mom. He used the phone. Many other people used the phone. And the defense is not focusing on, okay, whose name is the phone in. The defense is focusing on all of these messages that are coming through that phone clearly are not from Melly. So the focus is not ownership. The focus is who it was using that phone.
Now, you mentioned what the defense did on their cross-examination. Were there any points in the direct examination of Detective Polo where he cited a communication from, let's just assume it was YNW Melly, any specific comments that were made allegedly by the defendant that really show he might have been a part of this gang, or that he was a part of gang culture or engaged in violence? Was there anything that really helped the prosecution's case from yesterday?
Well, Jesse, if there was, it went over my head. And if it went over my head because I'm paying close attention and I'm taking copious notes, it went over the jury's head. I will say it took me by surprise when the prosecutor asked Danny Polo whether or not Melly ever admitted that he's a gang member. And Polo said, yes, he did. And she basically said, how did he admit that? And he said, the fact that Melly is in all of these pictures, he's using these signs, he uses it in his music, that is an admission. You would not be doing that. You would not be false flagging, is what he called it, if you were not really in that gang, if you weren't part of the Bloods or part of that subset, which is the G-Shine. So he's basically saying the admission comes in the fact that you see Melly using all these signs, but there was nothing in writing that I saw. Maybe they'll highlight it on closing. Nothing in writing that I saw from Melly saying, yes, I'm a gang member. Nothing like that. No smoking guns.
Well, where did we leave off yesterday, and what are we going to see at the start of today?
Well, interestingly enough, at the very end of the day, there was a discussion between counsel about this video that David Howard found on YouTube, essentially trying to refute what Polo was saying. And the video was giving signals and a tutorial on hand signs. And basically, the defense is trying to say, look, anybody can learn hand signs, and people do it for a variety of reasons. And he searched and found a tutorial on hand signs. So the judge said that can get in, and prosecution was trying to argue that there was a Richardson violation, meaning it was prejudicial because he's just now coming up with it. But the judge said, look, Polo opened the door. He said he couldn't find any tutorials. Howard went back, did his homework, stayed up late, found a tutorial, and the judge said it can come in. So I'm expecting to see that today.
Okay, now let's talk about what we also, haven't seen from the defense, right? I mean, they're going to be calling their own witnesses, we assume. Do you have any idea about what the defense's case is going to look like?
Well, first of all, they've done an excellent job, in my opinion, cross-examining the witnesses who have been up there, each and every one, on the DNA, on the guns, on obviously what Polo was saying. But I think for their own case, they're going to get their own experts. And I expect them to go from the beginning to the end. So if you recall, we got that very long lesson on ballistics. I'm positive we're going to get an expert from the defense on ballistics. And I think we're also going to see an expert on DNA. None of Melly's DNA was in that car except for the backseat passenger driver side on the door handle. So I think we're going to get an expert to say, okay, yeah, you saw him getting in the car. So obviously multiple experts, and we might actually see some individuals who will come in to support Melly as far as that gang membership is concerned.
Do you think he's going to take the stand at all? I don't think it's particularly necessary, but do you think he's going to take the stand? I mean, the defendant, YNW Melly.
You just hit it on the head, Jesse. I don't think it's necessary, not based on what I've seen so far. Looking at the evidence that's come in so far, I don't think they've proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. If it continues this way, Melly does not need to get on that stand. It's too much of a risk, as we all know, during cross-examination, opening the door, having him being judged by the jury. So I definitely think if it continues this way, he should not get on that stand.
Now, talk to me about the atmosphere. You're in that courtroom every day. You're watching the defendant. Walk me through what you're observing from him, and also if you're noticing any interesting characters in the courtroom as well.
Well, the moms are in the courtroom. So Melly's mom is in the courtroom, and we have at least one other mom from one of the victims in the courtroom. Yesterday was interesting because we had high school students. There were about 20 high school students coming in to look, and I think that was interesting. Melly did notice that they walked in. He gave a little smile. He's being very serious, Jesse. I don't know if he read comments from the very beginning, that first week where he was more, jovial, but he's extremely serious right now, paying very close attention, having conversations with his attorneys about, I suppose, strategy. I will say, Judge Murphy is getting a little frustrated. In my opinion, I believe he wants this trial to move on. He's allowing the defense to do his objections. Many of the objections are sustained. I think he's getting a little bit impatient as far as the prosecution is concerned. You may recall she was sanctioned for not producing some evidence, and last night she said she wasn't clear on the judge's ruling as far as that video is concerned. And at the end, he said, I hope that was clear enough for you. And so I think he's ready to get this trial at the conclusion stage, and certainly at the stage where the defense is putting on their case. But the courtroom in general, I think people are very, attentive to what's going on. They want to listen to every word. so far, that jury is really paying close attention.
All right. Our eyes and our ears. Terry Austin, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse. See you soon.
See you soon. So Terry's going to jump back into the courtroom. She'll be back on later today. We are going to take a break. We're waiting to jump live in this next day of the YNW Melly murder trial. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, and thanks for coming back to our coverage of the YNW Melly double murder trial here on Law and Crime. Today is day 9 of this trial against Jamell Demons, who faces 2 counts of first-degree murder in the shooting deaths of his 2 friends. And proceedings should be starting up any minute. I'm keeping a very careful eye on that feed. And this is all going to happen in the Broward County Courthouse. But as we wait, I want to go back to yesterday's cross-examination of undercover detective Danny Polo. We talked a little bit about it with a reporter on the ground, Terry Austin. Let's see it unfold for ourselves.
Detective Polo.
Mr. Howard.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Don't know where to begin.
I'm sure it'll be a pleasure.
We'll try and make it. So, we talked earlier when you and I spoke during this trial a bit earlier. We spoke about your expertise.
Yes.
And I think, I'm not sure if you agreed, but I had posited to you that your expertise, at least as far as the court has recognized it, is a relatively recent phenomenon.
Being declared an expert in court, being allowed to be testified as an expert in court, yes.
Okay. And that has, you've done it 6 times.
I believe so.
This would be the 7th or the 6th?
I think it's the 7th.
This is 7th, okay. And that all came about ever since February of last year, or maybe even later?
No. The first time I recall during our depositions, I told you the first time I testified, I believe was in 2015.
Okay. I think you had told us back in February 17, 2022 that you had not yet been recognized as an expert.
Not recognized. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood the question. That was my fault. I testified in a gang sentencing hearing. It wasn't, there was no need to tender me as an expert.
Okay. So it wasn't in an officially recognized expert capacity.
Correct.
You were offering information in the course of the sentencing based upon your involvement in an investigation, right?
I was testifying to the facts that a person being sentenced was a gang member, and basically the same thing we've done today.
Okay. And your first gang investigation was in 2016?
I started my first gang investigation, I believe, in 2016, yes.
Okay. And you've been doing a lot of gang investigations in this area. When I'm saying area, I mean geographical area, South Florida. I've done personally, South Florida, some out of New York, Chicago, and California. And Arizona. What about South Florida?
South Florida as well.
Okay. And you told us just a little while ago you listen to rap music.
Yes, sir.
Because you're hip, right?
I just grew up listening to it.
Okay.
I've only recently started listening to other stuff.
and so you were familiar with the name YNW Melly as he became famous in the rap world.
How to answer that without being rude? I knew of the YNW Melly. I don't follow a lot of when he started off SoundCloud rappers. So I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying I didn't know him until he started becoming more famous.
Right. So as he became famous, you became familiar with the name YNW Melly.
Yes, sir.
In the context of a rapper.
Yes, sir.
And you, throughout all of your investigations, until you were asked to get involved in this case, you had not encountered the name YNW Melly or Jamell Demons in any of your gang investigations in South Florida.
I believe there was a gang investigation that was started, but I wasn't involved in it. And
okay.
I know of it because it was run out of my building.
Okay, but when we deposed you on February 17th of 2022, you indicated that you had never encountered the name YNW Melly or Jamell Demons in the context of a gang investigation before you were asked to be involved in this case.
Correct. I'm just saying, since then, now I've been made aware that there was a previous investigation that I was not aware of.
Okay, now you're saying that somebody told you something, but you weren't involved.
Correct.
Okay, so in act.
Excuse me, can we approach?
All right, let's talk about this. I'm joined this morning by trial attorneys Janine Atamian and Bob Hilla. It's great to have you both here. Janine, I'm going to start with you. We heard a little bit about this from Terry Austin. I mean, this is the defense starting off with their cross-examination. What did you make of where they were going?
So at first, he's kind of poking holes in his status as an expert. Is he in fact an expert or not? He, just recently started giving expert testimony, and he's saying, well, back in 2015, I actually testified, but it wasn't as an expert. So they're kind of poking holes in him with that, because remember, he's the witness that gets up there and says that just making those symbols is what was the admission that he was a gang member. And now he's talking about, well, you've been a gang investigator this whole time. Did you ever have any investigation that had Melly in it? And he's got to say no. Now he's saying that he heard from somebody that there was one. But remember, he also had the deposition, and during that deposition, he said that there was not.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And then, Bob, we're listening to this and we're thinking about exactly what the relevance is here. How important is this testimony from Detective Polo for the prosecution's overall case against YNW Melly?
Well, I think it's real important because, without the gang connection here, you don't have motive. And then also, because this is a death penalty case, you don't have aggravating circumstance. So the problem is they got to create some real strong evidence. And if that gets undermined by the defense on this case, you could have some real problems for the state.
And you had mentioned to me that it's not just about the motive, but it's also about the aggravating factor for the death penalty.
Right, and that's not an issue technically that the jury's going to be charged with reviewing here. But the basis for that testimony, would be the same because it would coincide, obviously, with the motive testimony. So they want to get both in.
Janine, how confident are you in the prosecution's case? I've been hearing from a lot of experts. And look, myself, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm 100% convinced that this is beyond a reasonable doubt that YNW Melly committed these murders.
So I'm with you, Jesse. I don't think that they've proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I also think that, the defense attorneys are really astute at poking holes. Their cross-examinations have been thorough. And again, like when they brought up all of the text messages and got the detective to say, well, he's not the one sending them. And when they get out there that other people use this phone, at one point, he's behind bars when these messages are coming up. So I think that they're doing a great job. I'd love to see, what else the defense does when they start to tell their story and start to put their case on. But so far, they're doing excellent.
Okay, so I have my two top experts with me as we wait to jump live in this courtroom. I'm very curious to see the continuation of the testimony today and where this case goes next. So stay with us here on Law and Crime. We're going to be focusing entirely on the YNW Melly murder trial. But of course, as I mentioned, if we have an update in the Scott Peterson case, we'll make sure to let you know. Stay with us.
last night we had discussion regarding the photographs for the medical examiner. Did you go over those, Mr. Adelstein?
No, I did not. I apologize, Judge. I'm sorry. Can I see him?
Why is this thing crooked on there?
I'll look at him. I'll come in the same order. But I'll look at him. Just a minute.
That one for me too? She asked me if she had one for me. Brandon, thank you.
I have the contact sheet on that. I don't have an extra set of color copies.
You want me to hand this to this court?
No, so you can, the circle ones are in there.
Oh, the circle one.
Yeah, so the ones that went.
Where's Detective Polo?
I am not in contact with him, Your Honor, because he is still on the stand. I can see if Gary has him somewhere.
Just a few of them are used.
Where's Detective Polo?
Yeah, I'm over. Your Honor, may we get on the record briefly?
Yes, sir.
So yesterday, during its presentation, the state mentioned the lyrics to a song and did not put in any evidence of texting to the lyrics. I have here the lyrics, and the state has reviewed it and has verified its accuracy. And we intend to mark it for identification and show this witness. Just want to make sure.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Don't read that. Thank you. Don't read that.
He's not ready for it, but I just want to make sure.
You want to switch it?
I'll wait for him to come.
Should find it. So it comes up, you just choose what you want to view. Okay, and then it's the public. You want to use that. The ones I'm objecting to. Okay, well, you use a few more. Show them from the beginning. Just double click it and it comes up. I did it on the first switch at 600. I believe. Correct? Is that correct?
That's right.
Well, thank you for the time.
So how many photographs being objected to?
Having counted the
I
judges. Again, I'm sure if there's a one sheet which has all of the photos that were taken, so that your owner can.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also mean for the niggas out. Yeah, 4:30 a.m. Never say when. No regrets for the shit I did.
Your volume on this is at 100. We can raise that if you need it. Okay, yeah, exactly. How high do you want it? That's 63 already. Got it to 75. That was a great year, by the way.
Good vintage.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Judge, go ahead.
You see if they're ready, but we're not ready to go yet. You can check on it.
You know, is he the cold or hot? Good Lord. Good Lord.
You missing something? Never. All right, stay ready to proceed. That's ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and bring the jury in. Gary entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury, our witness, Detective Danny Cole remains on the stand. I think when we broke, the defense was still on its cross-examination of the witness, so if you're ready, you may proceed, sir. Thank you. I hope you had a good night, and we're happy to see you back. All right, so we'll start shortly.
Thank you, sir. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Howard.
So I wanted to start off by discussing videos.
Yes, sir.
You reviewed a lot of videos in preparation or as part of your assessment.
Yes.
Of whether or not Melly is in a gang, right?
Yes.
You viewed videos that he posted online?
Yes.
Videos that were posted of him?
Yes.
And his music videos?
Yes.
And you would agree that in a lot of his music videos there are a lot of firearms, right?
Yeah, some.
And that's not unique to Melly.
No.
A lot of artists in their videos have a lot of firearms, right?
Yeah.
And we saw yesterday in some of the exchanges where Melly is asking, seems to be like inquiring about the availability of certain firearms.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about that long thread, it was I think that was specific to magazines, not the actual firearms.
Okay, it was magazines.
Gun-related things.
Okay, and some of them were, he asked for clear magazines.
Sure.
And you said that makes some kind of an aesthetic difference, a difference in appearance, not difference in function.
Right.
Right? So if you wanted to use a firearm in a way that it is manufactured to be used, it doesn't matter whether or not you have a clear drum or an opaque drum. Right?
No, I think I explained that it's just a preference thing.
It's a preference, a visual thing.
Yeah, since you can see the bullets, it's just some people want to see that.
Right. And so it wouldn't make a difference in its function, it'll make a difference in how it appears on a video, for example.
Correct.
Okay. You were telling us that you were retained to render an opinion in a case regarding the rapper Drake.
Yeah.
And your opinion was that he was not a gang member.
Correct.
And you listen to Drake songs.
Yeah.
And you hear references to violence in those songs.
Some of them.
Okay. All right. So the reference to violence in songs by rappers is not unique to Melly.
No.
Right? And it doesn't necessarily mean you're a gang member. Right?
No, anyone can commit an act of violence.
Okay. We also saw among the several videos, you said you reviewed videos of Melly that were his music videos?
Yes.
Videos posted of him?
Correct.
And videos he posted?
Right.
Doing all manner of things, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we saw one yesterday, and before putting it on before playing it for the jury, Ms. Bradley asked whether or not you were familiar with a rapper named Kevin Gates.
Right.
Are you?
Yeah.
And the lyrics, and then Ms. Bradley played a video, right?
Right.
And in that video, there were Kevin Gates lyrics being recited.
Believe so.
And did you help Ms. Bradley decipher what was being said?
I don't recall. It's been, when was it that we got the post? Or that I got the post, sorry?
I don't know when you got it. I know that it was played for you yesterday.
Right.
Right. And during your testimony, you reviewed it, right?
Correct.
And Ms. Bradley made some mention of the fact that at the end it says both of them, right?
I'm glad she said that, yeah.
You agree with that?
I would have to listen to it again. I don't recall now.
Okay. You don't recall what it said?
No, sir, I don't have the song memorized.
Okay, so you're not saying that it says both of them at the end. That was just Ms. Bradley saying that.
I'd like to listen to it so I can answer it correctly.
Okay.
Thanks.
Before we do that, I want to present you. May I approach you on it?
What, Counsel?
I would like to present him with what has been marked as a copy of for identification, marked for identification, of Defendant's Exhibit C.
Yes.
Thank you.
Without
And
objection, Your Honor.
Without objection. Okay. Thank you. Would you take a look at that?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that those are the lyrics to Kevin Gates' song 438?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to focus your attention on a part of that.
Okay.
Glasses. Can you read this? It's a little tiny.
It's tiny, but
You think you can?
I might be able to pull it off.
Okay. I'm gonna wanna. Where's Gary? I lost Gary. Oh my gosh. Adversary though I may be.
You're going to display this Exhibit 3 to the, or C to the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Without objection.
Do you want to admit it first?
Ladies and gentlemen, just remember the admonition, this is not something that's in evidence. It's being used as some type of demonstrative exhibit to assist in explaining or illustrating the witness's testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence, and how this demonstrative will not be with you back in the jury room during your deliberations unless it's later received in evidence. The evidence is the testimony of the witness. All right? Proceed.
Thank you. Okay. How do I flip from this to that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. You see the part that I've highlighted there
Yes, sir.
on Defendant's Exhibit C for identification.
Yes.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the ends I killed. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Right.
Okay. I want to play this now for you.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Is that identical to you?
Can I?
Okay. Well, actually,
Can I read along as he says it?
He doesn't say the word kill. He uses a gesture for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't play it again.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also mean for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Okay.
Split screen, Mr. Howard?
Okay, you heard that?
Yeah, I'm hearing it. Like I said, I can't memorize the lyrics.
No, that's fine.
I just want to see it side by side.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
Split screen. No, I know you're not. It's my fault.
Say the wrong thing, I'll get impeached.
I wouldn't want you to do that.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also mean for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Yeah, except for leaving out killed and
The word killed.
getting something.
Okay. Yesterday, Ms. Bradley said, did you hear them say both of them? Yesterday, when she played that.
Yeah,
You
no. Now that I'm listening to it, no.
You don't hear that?
No.
Okay. So you didn't help her decipher that before, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. It's identical, except for the gesture in place of the word kill.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. The defense would like to move in defendant's Exhibit C for identification.
Without objection.
Thank you. Ms. Evans-Moore. Defendant's C, is that right? Identification will be admitted as a 3, or is it something else in evidence by the defense? Marked for exhibits or for in evidence?
What will be defense one?
Right, defense one. There's nothing else. in evidence.
Get me back to this.
So
Exclusive.
defense one.
To the, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so you're telling us you didn't assist the state in coming up with the conclusion that it says both of them at the end?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, we were also speaking yesterday about the fact that Melly was largely unresponsive to many of the overtures that were being made, the attempts to recruit him, right?
I think he was already recruited, but what you're saying is he wasn't responding to the people that were messaging him
Okay,
within the organizations.
okay. And I had gone through a list of, or a demonstration of several messages that were not being responded to, right?
Correct.
And I think I had asked you later on in my examination whether that was Gino, and you were like, no, that's not Gino.
Yeah, there was. We went through 2 different, I think, text threads. One was Gino and one was Herc.
Okay. Well, let's go through Gino's.
Sure.
Okay. Start with page 30 of Government's Exhibit number 70. Is 70 the 140 pages?
Yes.
Okay. Pan out there. Visually, as much as it can. What do you want to do? Pan it out to 4 pages, but it's not that further. That's it.
Like
Higher.
There's a light on here if you want.
Okay. Visually, we can look at the messages reflected in page 30 of State's Exhibit 70, and we can see, first of all, that the person communicating with the 9807 number is Gino. Okay.
Yes.
And at least we can see that there are no responses to any of these messages, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, let's try and go through some of them. And the time, 10/4/2018. Just talked to him. He said that wasn't towards nobody. Okay, he's continuing a conversation from or post that he made before, right?
Right.
And that's at 9:14. Then 2 days later, without a response, at 12:05, it says, I'm on the line with Tall GF. Who's Tall GF in lingo?
Gino's, like the Godfather in that lineup, his name is Stretch. So
Okay.
I assume that's a reference to him being tall.
Tall, right, okay. I'm on the line with Tall Godfather. He wants to sit down with you and Jay Green. Me, you, Jay Green, and him. See that?
Yes, sir.
And that's on 10/6.
Yeah.
So that would be a pretty important meeting because the Godfather wants to sit down with you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's on 10/6 at 12:05. 10/6 at 12:05, he reiterates, me, you, him, and Jay Green.
Yes.
No response?
No.
So the next day, 10/7, 4:40. Last, when you free?
No response.
No response. That whole day goes by. Next day, 10/8, 12:40, 3:40. To stay in tune is to communicate, bro. If you feel like it's too much, I think is what it's meant to say, for you can line up, let me go from the top. To stay in tune is to communicate, bro. If you feel like it's too much, you can line up elsewhere, but you won't get the perks and respect you get now. The choice apparently is yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's implied, I guess.
And that was on 10/8. Any
Yes.
response?
No.
Okay.
Wasn't read for several
So we,
weeks.
all right.
I'm so sorry.
So we fast forwarded now to 10/13. So now the Godfather wants to sit down with you, no response. Hey man, you got to communicate, or if it's too much for you, line up elsewhere, right? No response.
Correct.
And then 10/13. That would be 5 days later.
Right.
Just cut a fool off that.
Yes.
Whatever that means. Okay. That's 30. $31. It's Boole. I wish you nothing but the best, and if you need me, I'm here. 10/13, 9/27. See it?
Yes.
Okay. 4 days later, 10/17. Speak your mind like a man. Don't have a fool guessing. So Gino is now getting frustrated with this lack of response. You agree with that?
I agree. It also, like that first message you read, it kind of seems like we're missing some context of conversations that might not be in these threads. Because some of the stuff doesn't make sense the way
Right.
it's almost like a continuation of a conversation that already happened.
It might seem that way, but
There's no way to tell.
Right. So the word you're looking for is you're speculating.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So finally gets a response after all of that on 10/23/2018. Now, it appears that none of these messages were even opened until that day. You agree with that?
Yeah, I think most of them have the same time stamp, 10/30/51.
And the response is, beloved.
Right.
Not, hold up, man, I missed the Godfather. Right, wasn't that?
That's why I think we're missing some conversations that were had, not via text message. Because,
And you can speculate all day long.
yeah, I think it's common sense.
Okay.
But, okay. You're right.
Do you have any proof of any of the things that you were speculating to have occurred, sir?
We have the phone extraction. If I go through call logs, there might be something there.
And it might be a Martian that made a call. Okay, all right. So, in response to that 10/23/2018, at 10:38, Gina responds on the same day. Hit me when you're free, got to get another one. Right?
Right?
And then he sends the oath.
Correct.
On 10/24, that's not opened until letter 18.
Yeah, I can't see the date, but I believe you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So no urgency with that either.
Correct.
And it says, that same day, he texts him again. There's no response to the oath, right?
Not to these messages, no.
And he texts him, that's the oath, me and you need to come up with a handle.
Yes.
So he's a gang member, and he's in, he doesn't have a handle yet, and he's just now seeing the oath, right?
Not according to the email chain.
Okay.
Received earlier the month before.
Okay.
This would just be a second time for sending him the oath.
And now we're on to page 32. If we pan out, you'll agree with me. There's no response to anything going on page 32.
Correct.
Okay. First message. 10/24, 12/38. Handles a name for the books.
Yes.
So he's not in the books yet.
We don't know that.
Okay. We know he doesn't have a handle for the books. We know that.
We don't know that according to these text messages.
He just said we need to come up with one.
Right at this point in time.
What are you saying?
Saying at 10/24, when he's asking for the handle, they hadn't come up with one yet. We don't know if he has one.
Okay. And then at 10/24, at 9:36, so 8 hours goes by, bust at me when you're free, I need to skyline with you. Right?
Correct.
Call me, I need to talk to you about something.
Yes.
Because eight hours have gone by, right?
Yes.
10/25, 9:08. Next day, 24 hours later, just about. I don't know what happened. Let me know what the move is. Right?
Right.
10/26 at 12:34. Bro, you good?
Right.
10/26 at 5:35:30. We here for you, bro. Just let us know what you need.
Right.
Yeah? Next day, 10/27, 11:49. Now, 10/26 is the day that Melly's friends, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, were killed.
Right.
Okay. You see a message, we here for you, bro. Just let us know what you need. See that?
Yes.
Sounds like some form of comforting and condolence to you.
You want me to speculate?
Okay. Don't. Next. I went through what you're going through. It hurts, but it's like when you go into the next level, the people you love die. It's so they can protect you better from the sky. See that?
I see that.
Okay. Now, prior to those communications, was there any communication at all where you saw where Melly was complaining to Gino or anybody else or Gino or Stretch? His name?
Stretch.
Stretch. Stretch. Where he's complaining to Gino or Stretch about Anthony Williams?
No, sir.
You see anywhere where he's complaining about Christopher Thomas?
To those two members?
Yes.
No.
Do you see anywhere where they're putting them on a plate for him or anyone else?
Not on those messages.
Okay. All right. On page 35, you said one of the words that was used, let's look at page 35. You see a message there, the last one from the 9807 number, whoever had it. Melly or not?
Yes, this one?
It says, on the homies.
Yes.
See that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that's another indication because homies is a term that Buzz used.
I also explained it's just also a term that just people use in general. But it's not just Bloods, it's all gang members.
Okay.
It's
all.
In reference to, that's my big homie. That's my little homie. Or that's the big homie.
Okay.
You know, but like I said, if you just say he's my homie and you're just talking to your friends, it doesn't mean anything.
Okay. So you have homies.
Sure.
Okay. I have homies.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope so.
All right. Let's go now to page 47. Now remember, these guys are trying to recruit, right? They're trying to recruit, or you say he has already been recruited.
It appears he was recruited because they sent him the documents for the next step up.
Okay. So, I think you used the term clout chasing. I didn't use that term. You used that term, right?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me if this would be the type of thing you would refer to as clout chasing. On page 47. Post me for my belated birthday, Herc. I'm only asking because I got hella hoes last time you posted me.
Yeah, I testified to that already.
I know you did.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm asking you, is that the type of stuff
Yes.
that you are referring to
Yes, sir.
as clout chasing?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 48. Well, let's start at the top of the page. And this comes in on January 6, 2019. 3 months to the day after the incident at issue in this case.
Yes.
Okay. On another note, one of them Pyru ends reached out to me saying something about some force shit. See that?
Yes, sir.
Response: I was so disrespectful, they probably won't be calling me back. See that?
Yes.
Response: got you, beloved. Well, what they hollering about? It was quite a lot, accusing you of something that are punishable by death, also stating that Shine family is nothing more than a chess game in the palm of little Ford's hand. Then he has another message. I myself found that amusing. The reach of the G-Shine hand is far-reaching, but being that you are really Shine, that's something you are not gonna have to witness, for mothers and kids are not off limits when disrespecting Shine. Right?
Yes.
Okay. We've already established that this failure to respond to Gino and Herc was disrespectful. We established that yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. And mothers and kids are not off limits when you disrespect them.
That's what they're saying.
Presumably your boys wouldn't be off limit either.
Correct.
Okay. And it wouldn't make sense to kill the golden goose.
No. You wouldn't kill your meat ticket.
Okay. Now we saw yesterday where Gino had suggested that it would be a good look for him to get some change for everybody. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. We're now looking at page 51. See that second to last message there?
Yes.
What happened to the chains?
Never got him, I guess.
No response.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's like, never mind. Right?
Right.
So he didn't get the chains that he was looking for. Let's go to 52. And it seems like Melly is trying to assure him that it'll come, but it hasn't. He says, all that's coming, big bro. Be patient. I'm fresh out. I'm going to have everything handled around March. I ain't seen my mama yet. I'm only one man. Right?
Right.
Answer. I believe you, bro. What about my post? I remember he asked for a post for his birthday.
I remember.
Okay. I believe you, bro. So he's not getting the chains. The post is free. I believe you, bro. What about my post, nigga? Bet me okay, what about my post? Seems like a period is supposed to be there. An N-word bet me 100. Should I just go ahead and pay him? In other words, somebody bet him $100 that he wasn't going to get a post. Should I just pay the guy, man? What about my post? Right?
Yes.
That's how you interpret it too?
So it seems like that, yeah.
Okay. I mean, while the state had you up here when you were interpreting messages, you seem to have a level of certainty in all your assessments. Now you're a little bit equivocating.
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. Next page, 53.
Yes, sir.
Here comes another ask. 150.45 at 128. This is all after the fact, right?
Correct.
By months, right?
Yes.
Hey, for real. Hey, for real though, I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15. Remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Remember he told Melly, line up onto me because we got all this money and we're well resourced and we got all of that, right?
Right.
I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15.
Right.
Okay. Did he get a response?
No.
Okay. And he says, and you went over this on direct, if I don't pay you back, you can have my stain and my life. Right?
Yes, sir.
Lend me 10 grand and you can kill me if I don't pay you back.
Right.
Okay. No response. For sure.
Yes.
And then 128, 219 at 1027. It's my job to bother you, little bro. Next day, almost 24 hours later, I'm trying to show you something. Response. Yo. See that?
See.
Okay. Let's go to page 59. Thank you. Such an edge. Page 59. Top on 9/13/2018. Now we're back to her. Right?
Right.
Before the incident.
Yes.
Yo, bro. Do you fuck with Quando Rondo? He disrespecting the hood.
Okay.
Answer, when? And then Melly responds, nah, me and bruh fought. Well, I fought young boy. He fought my brother Sack.
Okay.
Right? So now Melly is talking just a month earlier that he fought Young Boy is another rapper,
Yes.
and that he fought Young Boy because Young Boy was fighting his brother, Sack.
He says he fought Young Boy and that Young Boy fought his brother Sack. He doesn't specifically say it's because he fought his brother Sack. So I don't know if he's defending his honor or if he was just involved in a 2-on-1 fight or a 2-on-2 fight. It doesn't, like, it's not there. You're asking me to speculate again. Anytime I do, you say I can't. So
Do you have to speculate on the fact that he's calling Sack his brother?
no, it says right there.
Okay. All right, let's just go to, this is her, and this is page 60. At the bottom, 9/15/2018 to 10:05. What time does show start tomorrow so I can know when to push up? No response. about half an hour later, just bark at me when you free her. See that?
I see that.
Okay. Page 61.
Excuse me, Mr. Howard.
Yes, please. Yes, yes, we may. Being reminded the mic's right behind you, stop mumbling.
I'm being reminded too.
All right. Where were we? I think we're at page 61. Page 61. First message. Yo, I don't mean to keep hitting you up, bro, but what time do you want me boom up there? I don't know the place or time it starts. Right?
Right.
So this is 9:15 at 12:30. And we had seen that 2:10 a.m. is when he starts asking. He asks him to bark at him at 2:47. Now at 12:30 p.m., he's saying, yo, I don't mean to keep hitting you up, bro, but what time do you want me boom up there? I don't know the place or the time it starts. Right?
Sure.
Melly responds to that one. I'm getting ready now, Herc. Most likely around 1 a.m. Right?
Right.
Response. Where is it located at again? Where is it located at again? No response. 7 minutes later. Venue. No response. And then about 3 hours later at 3:33 p.m. Yo, bro. Bro. I get down there around 8 or 9. Where you want to link at? See that?
I see it.
Okay. So he found out some kind of way where it is.
Exactly what I was saying before. They're communicating outside of text messages.
I'll give you that.
Thank you.
No. Well, there you are speculating that they're communicating. If somebody's having a show, would Melly be the only person on planet Earth that knows where the show is?
No.
Okay, so when you say that they're communicating, that's where the speculation is.
When there's a photograph of them together, that means they linked up. So they must have communicated.
I know, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about him finding out where the venue is. That's what we're talking about.
So, yeah, he could have found the venue out any which way, but at some point they had to have communicated for them to get together and take photographs.
Okay, I'll give you that. Page 62. It says, UFW the perks hurt. If so, I'll grade you some. What does it say? What does that mean?
FW? Fuck with? He's asking if he fucks with Perkies, Percocets.
Okay. So you fuck with Percocets hurt? If so, I'll grade you some. Bring some.
Yeah.
Answer. I don't do no drugs, Herc. What does he say right after that?
Bring some though. My Crips do.
His whose?
Crips.
Not his bloods?
Go ahead.
Okay. He can't, he's not even supposed to use a C there, right?
Right.
Okay. And not only does he use the C, he refers to his buddies as his Crips. Did that happen? Yes or no?
He did.
Okay. Okay, page 71, start. This is her. I'm going to be totally honest with you, bro. I had Gino, because everybody is professing to be of higher rank than the other. Herc is professing to be of higher rank than Gino, right? Or no?
No, he said he had Gino bend the rules.
Okay. So actually, he's not, strike that, I was wrong there. He actually petitioned Gino to bend the rules on behalf of Melly, right? I'm going to be totally honest with you, bro. I had Gino kind of bend the rules for you because I happen to be a huge fan of your music. But Gino's going to fall back for you, and I will deal with you until I feel like you're ready for Gino's presence. Right?
Yes.
So Herc is saying, look, I'm going to handle you and kind of bring you along because you're not ready to stand before Gino. Right?
Right.
Okay. This Gino the same guy that he was ignoring time and time and time again? That guy?
Yes.
Okay. And the Godfather who was waiting for him for a meeting is over Gino and her, right?
Yes.
Okay. When he feels like you're ready, then you will be granted total access and acceptance. Until then, the Godfather will never acknowledge you. So he's not even acknowledged by the Godfather yet.
Right.
Okay. We still don't know you. But we see that you love the hood. Okay, he's saying we see you love blood, but we don't even know you, bro. Right? Okay. So we accept you with open arms. You gotta always communicate, bro. You family now. It's one of the 23 rules. I'm responsible for you, so we gotta make sure everything is on point. And you gotta work on your lingo. We will talk more when we push up Saturday. Right?
Right.
Okay, did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 79. You went through this in your testimony as well yesterday with the state. There is a text at 10/26/2018 at 12:42:30. And the question is, yo, is this true? Right?
Right.
Day of the murders, sorry, right?
Yes.
And Kirk is asking Melly if it's true what he's seeing on social media. What we saw was a post about Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas being killed.
Right.
Unfortunately. Okay. And then he says, that's at 10:26, 12:42. Then at 10:26, 5:57:10. Damn, bro, I'm sorry for your loss. I know shit hard for you right now, but keep your head up. Yo, keep your head up, you. I wish I could have been there to guide you. If it's anything you need, bro, let me know. Don't hesitate to bark at me. Love you, bro. 110%. See that?
Yes, sir.
And you testified in your depo that you didn't see that as condolences. What you're saying is he was saying, I was hoping I would be there to guide you in killing people. That's how you interpret that.
Yeah, I'm going to speculate again. Or do you want me to just give you my professional opinion?
Well,
because based off the way gangs operate, I can tell you why this makes sense.
How are you distinguishing your speculation from your professional opinion?
You're the one distinguishing it, sir.
Pardon me?
You're the one distinguishing it. I'm trying to get it out.
So your professional opinion is your speculation?
It's my expert opinion about gang testimony, about gang knowledge, is what I can testify to.
And that's only as good as this expertise that you profess to have.
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Okay. But your interpretation of that communication was that he's saying, I wish I was there to guide you on how to do this, right?
Right.
Okay.
Because my grandfather died, and no one called me and said, I wish I could have guided you. He said, I send my condolences. I hope you're okay. This is, I wish I could guide you. Guide you how?
Hasn't Herc been trying to guide him the whole time in growing up, being a man, being a blood? Did you say that? Did we see that?
Yeah, we saw that.
Okay. And you are basing your professional opinion on the anecdotal example of what somebody said to you when your grandfather died?
Not just my grandfather, sir.
All right, let's look at page 83. We're panning out a whole bunch of texts from Herc that weren't responded to, right?
Right.
Okay, see they're from Herc. First one is 11/1/2018, 9:40:52. Vet, just checking up on you. And SL, what does SL mean?
Shine love.
Shine love. All I know, stay 100%. And then we have on 11/4. This again is now we're after the incident now, right? 11/4 is after the incident at issue in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good show, Herc. You had me turned. Be safe on the road to fool. I don't know what that means. Shine love. Then 4 days later, yo bro, hit me when you're free. Got to give you some food. Are you suggesting that is him saying I got to give you somebody to kill?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then at 11:37 same day, send me bro, IG, and I'm sending food now. Make sure you check it out. And 11/8, 12:58, more or less East Side banging blood. I be the true and living. Stand on ground with devotion outstanding and loyalty for cause. Ola repping the Shine family, cause real riders don't switch, therefore it's platinum, gold, gold, platinum, 001, G's up even when my mind, body, and soul depart, forever expanding the mind, height, line, black.
Yes, that would be the food he was referring to, the knowledge.
So the knowledge that he is sending him is this word salad right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it says, got a new scrap I want to show you. And then at page 84, it's bus at me when you free. At 11:11 at 12:33, and then 11:17. I'm sorry, 11:13 at 11:17. 2 days later, add me back, you ugly ass. What do you interpret that?
Are you going to allow me to?
I'm asking.
Yeah. That sounds like he didn't accept his friend request.
Sounds like what?
He didn't accept his friend request.
And he's saying, add me back.
Yes.
Okay. Let me move on to the next page, 85. He says at the top, hit me BSAP. That's ASAP, right?
Correct.
Okay, hit me ASAP. And he sends that at 8:20 on 11:18. And at 8:20, he gets a return. So he gave him an ASAP or BSAP response.
Yeah, so give him 2 minutes.
Already 2 minutes. Okay. And then Herc says, bet. And he says, hit me when you free. Nothing major. Then what does this Y001 mean again?
001 means blood love.
Okay.
So they're just using the language. Throw out blood love.
Okay.
You spelled your blood, you put 001 inside of it. It's just how they incorporate the signs and symbols into their writing.
Got it. I sent you a beat. Tell me what you think about it. I was hoping you can put a hook on it if you like. That one instead, let me know what you think. Right? And you discussed that yesterday.
Yes.
And a beat is a music track.
Yeah.
And a hook is a rap or some lyrics.
Yeah, verse.
A
Something
verse.
like that. Yeah.
And he's like sending him a beat, and he wants him to put a hook on it.
Sure.
Okay. This would be some self-serving effort to try and advance his own music career, let's say.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Page 93. That exchange starts on 10:25 at 12:04:09. What's it looking like? At 11:25 at 12:10, he responds, everything 05 day, they on the road now, right?
Right.
Okay. And then on 11:25 at 2013, bet it up, shine right, shine bright, shine love, bro. All right? According to what you say SL means, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then 3 days later at 10:03, boy, I see your ugly ass on TV representing, right?
Right.
Okay. And then 2 days later at 10:57, Y001, rise up, Herc. See that?
I see it.
And then on 12/5, this is now 5 days later, 12:02. Damn, what's up, blood? We beefing or something? I know you view me barking at you. I just be trying to check up on you. That's one of the 31 rules of an and rarely care about you, bro. Cause that fake rockin', we don't roll like that, bro. No, in this 5 we straight up with each other cause we gon' die about this GSF shit. You heard? Just let me know what's up. Right?
Yes, sir.
So he's just getting no responses. He's like, bro, beefing or something? What's up? Right?
Apparently. Yep.
Okay. So we don't know what calls were or were not made, but we know at least on this occasion, the communication was sufficiently lacking for him to be like, bro, are we beefing?
Agreed.
You are not barking back?
Right.
Okay. And now page 94, top of the page, he gets a response. Bro, did you really just we beefing? Looks like it's meant to say, bro, did you really just say we beefing? Right? Okay. And there's a status sent, whatever that is. And his response is from her, of course we not beefing, bro. But you got to do better on your communication with your 5 dub. That's part of getting your stain together. Oops, can't see that. What's this one? Right?
See it.
All right. His response, her, nigga dead busy. Then he says, flight to flight, don't even see my mama text on God, right?
Right.
So he's saying that my phone, I don't even see my mom's text come in, let alone yours.
Right.
Okay. And his response is, and I smell that, bro. I think you covered this yesterday. And I smell that, bro, but this GSF shit is a real, or are real?
Real right.
Real right. Well, hold up, don't the R come before the real? Real right is R real?
They're doing the double R because double R stands for real right. It's just more like when they put the 001 inside the blood. It's just
okay, so that means real right. Okay. And I smell that, bro, but this GSF shit is a real right mob, regardless of how busy you are, how busy we all get. We always got to make sure we find time to check up on the bros, even trouble. Do it, bro. And he's a big artist like you. It's nothing personal. We're not saying we want all your time. Just text and let us know you good. That's all, bro. You say your brothers. You say you brothers, but you be showing us different. And we really got real love for you, Herc, 110%. Right?
Right.
So he's saying, look, man, I hear you. You need.
I'm sorry? Sure. short recess. Don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or any research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain on as defendant. I think I've been told Ms. Demons needs a restroom break. Take care of that for him. All right, counsel, regarding the photographs, is the doctor here yet?
She is not in the court couch, and I understand that she was in the garage.
All right, so let me know. I don't know exactly when we're going to get to her to talk about the photographs, but keep me apprised.
I'm fine. See you guys.
Thank you. We're in recess.
Thanks for coming back to our coverage of the YNW Melly double murder trial here on Law and Crime. Today is day 9 of that trial against Jamell Demons. He faces 2 counts of first-degree murder and the shooting deaths of his 2 friends. We want to jump back into that Broward County courtroom. We're listening to the cross-examination of undercover detective Danny Polo about the connection between the defendant and a gang known as the G-Shine Bloods. Let's go back.
Next page, 53.
Yes, sir.
Here comes another ask. 150:45 at 128. This is all after the fact, right?
Correct.
By months, right?
Yes.
Hey, for real. Hey, for real though, I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15. Remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Remember he told Melly, line up onto me because we got all this money and we're well resourced and we got all of that, right?
Right.
I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15.
Right.
Okay. Did you get a response?
No.
Okay. And he says, and you went over this on direct, if I don't pay you back, you can have my stain and my life. Right?
Yes, sir.
Lend me 10 grand and you can kill me if I don't pay you back.
Right.
Okay. No response. For sure.
Yes.
Then 128, 219 at 1027. It's my job to bother you, little bro. Next day, almost 24 hours later, I'm trying to show you something. Response, yo. See that?
See.
Okay. Go to page 59. Thank you. Such an edge. Page 59. Top on 9/13/2018. Now we're back to her. Right?
Right.
Before the incident.
Yes.
Yo, bro. Do you fuck with Quando Rondo? He disrespecting the hood.
Okay.
Answer, when? And then Melly responds, nah, me and bruh fought. Well, I fought young boy. He fought my brother Sack.
Okay.
Right? So now Melly is talking just a month earlier that he fought Young Boy is another rapper?
Yes.
And that he fought Young Boy because Young Boy was fighting his brother, Sack.
He says he fought Young Boy and that Young Boy fought his brother Sack. He doesn't specifically say it's because he fought his brother Sack. So I don't know if he's defending his honor or if he was just involved in a 2-on-1 fight or a 2-on-2 fight. It's not there. You're asking me to speculate again. Anytime I do, you say I can't. So,
do you have to speculate on the fact that he's calling Sack his brother?
No, it says right there.
Okay.
Okay, so Janine, we kind of see the inroads that the defense is making here. What do you think the prosecution is going to do when they go on redirect? I feel like they have to rehabilitate this witness a little bit.
They have to rehabilitate him, and they also have to, really get in here that he's got a lot of experience with this, that he wasn't biased when he came up here, that he reviewed all of this, and it goes to show that this was gang related. He was part of a gang. I think it's going to be tough, though, because some of the text messages that we're seeing it's condolence. It's like, I heard about what you're going through. You're hurting. I've been through it. So it really is going to be a hard hurdle to overcome for the prosecution.
I can't help but think what the defense says, and I don't want this just to be in a show where we're attacking the prosecution, but I do want to think about what the defense said, is that this was a botched investigation. There was immediately targeting their client because he's famous. And now I'm listening and thinking about the prosecution's case, and I'm wondering, was it a mistake to call this witness? They could have, I'm imagine, called a different expert in gang culture. He was already controversial with the mask. Do you think that this was a bad road for them to go down? They making more losses here because it seems like this witness is now not doing so well under cross.
Well, I think you needed somebody that had some experience in dealing with these types of criminal enterprises to be able to explain to the jury what these words meant. I mean, the jury's still going to be able to look at these communications and reach their own conclusions. So in that sense, they didn't have someone on the inside that could actually link the defendant to the gang, to the criminal activity.
That's true.
And that's where you usually get in these kinds of cases, but they didn't have that. So now they had to sort of circumstantially create that link, and I think that that's what they did right now.
It's almost like they're taking this language, they're taking these messages, they're taking these videos and translating it like it's Rosetta Stone for everybody to understand what the significance of it is. Janina Tamian, I know we got to sign you off. Thank you so much for taking the time. Really do appreciate it. Bob Hill is going to stay with me. We have a lot more for you here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back right after this.
Almost there.
Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, the assistant attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury, our witness, Detective Danny Cole, remains on the stand. Counsel, if you're ready to proceed, you may, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, we're going to wrap it up. Been led to believe I should have provided pillows with my cross. Putting everybody to sleep.
I'm awake.
All right, appreciate it. 97. Start at the top where it says here, interview from the 9807 number, an event, and on the can you read that? Probably not.
Yeah, I can see it, sir.
DL, let me know. Well, have it when you finish. Just bark at me. It's mandatory. That's at 12:15, 3:36. No apparent response. At 5:10 on 12:15, we back in the meeting waiting on you. At 12:20, 5 days later, I'm Melvin. How long you gonna be in Atlanta? And then at 12:21, 5:28, hit me when you get time, bro. And then there's this one. 12:23 at 2:01. Me and Gino came up with an agreement. We trying to be in YNW Melly now. How you feel about that? See that?
Yep.
Okay. So they're trying to be in the music group YNW Melly, and they're trying to recruit him to their, or they've recruited him, as you say.
Yeah, they're two separate entities.
Okay. Did I? I tried to get him straight. Now I messed it right back up. You're good. Okay, there's a few more things I want to show you. Here at 103, this message here from Goon. It starts with, yo twin, right?
Yes.
And the response was, bet twin, feed me, right?
Right.
And what were you telling us twin means?
Just slang used between Keyshawn members. It's like saying bro or dude or any term of endearment.
Okay. And you're aware that Anthony Williams is saved as twin in the 9807 phone?
I don't recall, but
Okay.
you can show it to me or just take your word for it.
Okay. All right. Just jumping, we're almost done, at 108 and 109. at 9/7/2018 at 4:36:37, Goon says, "Damn, niggas had you out here all types of laws. The history of the hood important to know. I'ma send it. Make sure you get right on that shit, blood." Right?
Right.
Answer: I know who the founder is, blood. I'm saying you ain't send it. Julius B. Sonny. See that?
See it?
And then we go over, he's saying the founder is Julius B. Sonny, right?
Correct.
And we go over to now page 109. What is it?
You want me to read it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but you know Julius B. Sonny is not a person, right?
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's saying the founder is somebody who's not even a person. Right? Okay. Okay. Looking at 114 and 115 for just a couple references here. Right at the top, the 9807
Right.
person says, just ran into Boobon Herc.
I think there should be a comma there, like that period we missed on the other one. I just ran into Boobon, and he was referring to the other person's Herc. Boobon's the name of a Broward County nitrate gangster blood member.
Okay.
Ahmad Robinson.
But he's not saying he's Boobon Herc?
No, he's
You
a
don't
nitrate
think so?
gangster blood.
Okay. Because the person he's talking to on page 115 says, "Oh, I thought you said he was Herc." Right? So at least whoever Goon is thought he was saying Boobon is Herc.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He explains these.
Almost there. You know what? We are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You want me to leave this up here?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor, is there any redirect?
Yes, sir.
If you're ready, you may proceed. Thank you.
Detective Fuller, do you make your determination as to whether or not someone is a gang member based on just one factor?
No.
What do you base it on?
Multitude of factors, and I like to get more corroboration than just, like I said, in the case of Mr. Williams, where I had limited information. I don't want to come to court and make that determination.
And in terms of, is Mr. Williams on trial today?
He's in contact.
Okay. And when a person becomes a member of a gang, is it a lifetime membership?
Depends on the gang.
Okay.
Depends on circumstances, depends on the person. Sometimes they're allowed to be put on the shelf and, stay out or not be an active member.
Okay, so you mentioned put on the shelf. That's a term we haven't used before. What does that mean?
It's just a term to state that the person's not actively involved in the criminal in the gang's activities, not necessarily just the criminal portion of it, but the gang activities. They might not be going meetings and stuff like that.
Okay. You also used the term meal ticket. Is that something that has a particular connotation in regards to gangs?
Yeah, so mean, I think it's been going on for as long as I can think. Gangs have always used rappers, and rappers have always used gangs to promote each other. Gangs use rappers because rappers bring in money, fame, things of that sort. Women, as we saw in the text messages, and the rappers use the gang for support so they can get into certain venues because they might not be allowed to certain venues, as we saw in some of the texts, unless they have that support.
So you mentioned that they use each other.
Yes.
How is that reflected in the messages, and in your opinion, based on what you've seen?
Well, it appears that maybe Melly wasn't reciprocating as much as they were asking him to, but they were asking him to, right? Give me chains, get me to the show, post me on social media, minor asks, some minor asks. So asking for $10,000 maybe might not be a minor ask for Melly, but some people think that's a lot of money.
Okay. And is there a certain amount of latitude or give when the gang wants something?
Yeah, so I mean, especially if you have fame and they're trying to use that fame, and they're going to give you a little more space, a little more wiggle room because they don't want to lose you. This is evidenced with other rappers who claim gang affiliations and who've been on trial for gang.
Okay, and
events.
State 70, counsel made a big deal about the lack of responses that he perceives in this.
Yes.
In terms of on page 47, there is no response from January 3rd to January 25th. Are there circumstances in which a person's not allowed to have possession of a cell phone without going into what those circumstances are?
Yeah, I didn't want to mention them.
Okay. So you mentioned as well that the messages don't show phone calls.
No. Phone calls, FaceTimes, Instagram FaceTime, Facebook FaceTime.
And so in terms of the state would like to publish at this point part of State 64, showing defense counsel. Ms. Lily, did you want to come take your computer?
Thank you. Thank you for asking.
So Detective Polo, publishing from what has been admitted into evidence is State 64, the extraction of the phone from the 9807 phone number. And this is one of the 10,963 images that are contained on this phone. What is this showing?
Missed FaceTime calls, messages received, more FaceTime calls.
Specifically, is there a missed FaceTime call from Gino?
Gino's there.
And is that one of the numbers in the contacts that we just went over?
That is, yeah, that's one of the text threads that we went over.
And there are messages from Gino. Are there messages from Gino on January 2nd?
I believe so. I would have to double check, but there's plenty of messages.
For example, page 47, Gino, January 2nd, 2019. Okay. So Detective Polo, is there evidence to support that there was other types of communication other than what's reflected in just those messages?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the extraction report and things like that, is it able to recover all deleted messages?
Not all of it.
In any of those messages that we went through, or in any of the other messages you reviewed on this phone, does the defendant ever say, stop?
No, does the complete opposite. Sends his email and says, feed me, send me more knowledge. I want these documents, basically. So.
Does the individual with the 9807 phone ever say, leave me alone?
No, I believe the only altercation of that sort was with Goon when he decided to not fall under that lineup.
So counsel asked you if the phone tells you when messages and things are received and who they're from.
Right.
Approximately how many emails are unread on this phone?
2072.
And how many text messages or iMessages are unread on this phone at this point?
195.
The phone has and shows that the defendant, or whoever was using the phone, I should say, went and sought out the email from Jaquan Burton and opened it up.
Yes.
You mentioned as well, and there was a lot of things about that, the majority of the messages aren't from October 26th of 2018. You would agree with that?
Right.
Did you notice any change in spelling or word choice before, during, and after?
No, the language was consistent throughout.
Counsel asked you and brought up to your attention a message where Mr. Demons, or the 9807 phone number, says that he has friends that are Crips. Could you explain a little bit of that, spelling, Jim, on the jury?
So I went into this during my direct, I believe, where we were talking about the gang history, blood gang history, where Bloods were created in the west coast of California to fight the Crips. That's why there's derogatory terms between the two sides. But there's been multiple rappers, multiple reformed gang members who have come out and have squashed these beefs, right? They've come out and they've united the community. And although they still use these terms towards each other, like anyone would if they're upset with someone else and they know that person's affiliation with something. Right now, there is no ongoing gang war between Crips and Bloods. There might be specific ones in certain cities where maybe one city is occupied by both Crips and Bloods and they're fighting for territory, but that could also be with blood on blood violence. There's plenty of cities in Broward County where there's 6 or 7 different blood sets all fighting for the same territory, and there's no allegiance toward each other because you belong to your set, and your set's going to fight the other set because it's about you, your collective, your group making money, not everyone else's. So the whole Crip versus Blood thing, historically, yes, that was a thing. Crips versus Bloods, Crips versus Latin Kings, Crips versus Bloods versus Latin Kings. UBN was created for protection against Latin Kings. The UBN now falls under People Nation. People Nation has the Latin Kings under it. So Latin Kings and the Bloods are now allies. So gangs evolve, allegiances evolve, wars happen. Same way countries are sometimes at peace and then sometimes countries are at war. It's the same thing. It's no different. These are just organizations motivated by money, and they're going to do what they can to make this money.
And you said in one of the statements defense asked you about that was read, you are family now.
Right.
What does that mean to you as an expert in gangs?
They're calling him family. It means he's been accepted as a member. And on top of that, the emails show that not only was he brought in as a member, as a foot soldier, at the low level, he was then bumped up to the next step in the G-Shine lineup. The G-Shine ranking system to the Ascari level. So that's one step above. That means he must have, or he did, not must have, he did, because they're not just going to promote him to Ascari, because that would have taken approval from the top, right? Some guy at the bottom is not going to be like, hey, you're an Ascari now. You can just start giving out ranks. You can't give someone stain unless you're the guy that's handing out that stain. So he obviously was given the thumbs up to at least one step.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Counselor, your next witness is?
Dr. McDougall.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I need a minute with the attorneys. Please do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence of the researcher. Please remove hands on your chairs. Stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Can you bring Dr. McDougall in, please?
Before you turn around, there's been no legal ID, so I don't understand how she can testify other than identify by a case number. So the court knows. So I would be objecting to her referring to any of the individuals other than a case number. And that's something with no legal ID.
And so, Your Honor, this was the same issue that we talked about previously. The state would disagree with that the images have been shown of the victims that would identify them, and that that has been established by other evidence. In fact, Detective Polo just identified the victims during his testimony as Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. There was no objection to that, and he was able to make that identification.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Just bring the doctor in.
Sure. Do you have hand sanitizer around?
Doctor, come on up. How are you?
Thanks.
Doctor, we're putting under oath now.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is Rebecca McDougall, McDougal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, we're outside the presence of the jury, but the defendant is present along with his attorney and the assistant state attorneys. And what we're trying to find out is there's an objection to some photographs that the state intends to use at the time of trial. What I'm trying to find out is whether or not the photographs that are in question basically you need to illustrate or explain your testimony, and whether or not there are duplicates in there that you may not need, and basically if there's multiple photographs suggesting the same thing to delete the multiple photographs. What I understand the defendant wants, defense counsel wants, and also use the least gruesome type photographs. And also, I understand there's some of the pictures are external and some are internal, and whether or not you need all the photographs, and to explain or illustrate your testimony. That's really what I'm trying to find out. So,
yes,
you showed the doctor the photographs that are in question?
Yes, and Dr. McDougall, these are the photographs we know were prior to your deposition that were circled at that time. And in terms of Ms. Smith, be so kind, the number on this, there were 136 photos in total in this taken at the time of autopsy, and so we're just seeking to use 28 of them.
And those 28 photographs have been identified, and that's what the doctor is looking at now?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the circles first, Your Honor, then I'll look at the photos.
So if they have a tab on them, those are ones in which defense is objecting. If they have a sticky note on them. Your Honor, while the doctor's reviewing those, I have case law already provided to defense. I have a copy for Your Honor. It's Henderson v. State, 463, 7nd, 196.
You gave me Williams v. State yesterday.
Yes, so I provided Henderson to Mr. Howard, you had left earlier. And so specifically on there it says, those whose work products are murdered human beings should expect to be confronted by photographs of their accomplishments.
And in the other case that the state cited, which is Williams v. State, found at 70 Southern 3rd 726, the court said, where photographs are relevant, the trial court must determine whether the gruesomeness of the portrayal is so inflammatory as to create an undue prejudice in the minds of the jurors and distract them from a fair and impassioned consideration of evidence. When less graphic photos are available to illustrate the same point, the relevancy standard by no means constitutes a carte blanche for the admission of the gruesome photos. Judge, there's no question that the victims in this case died of gunshot wounds. Primarily one gunshot wound was fatal on each one of the alleged victims in this case. In fact, this doctor will testify, I believe, that this is a rather unusual case in that she could determine which shot occurred first in both of the victims, and they were the fatal shot in both of the victims. Therefore, the introduction of all these other photographs are irrelevant, prejudicial, and we would object to them.
Thank you. So Doctor, my question, I guess, is the photographs were presented to you. They've been marked. How they've been marked, ma'am?
So defense counsel has placed a sticky note on any that he is objecting to of the 28 that have been selected. Triple C for identification. Yes.
All right, so if
Do you want to do them one at a time?
that's what I'd like to do, is if you could show the photograph and...
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Which photo?
Doctor, you're not concerned or intimidated if the attorney
Of course
come
not.
up to you?
No, I'd rather than see it here so I don't
Come on
have
up.
to show it. Just stay 6 feet away.
That's fine.
So this first picture with the sticky note actually is the face shot with heat number the MD case number that is unique to this case. So what this does is it shows that this number will be in every single photo. Therefore, I think it's needed.
Thank you. And is there any duplicates of that photo showing the case number?
Every photo will have this case number,
Understood.
but this is the face of the decedent. That's how we identify him, and that's what this photo is for.
Thank you.
So this next series of photographs are the clean hand photographs. We take these photographs to document whether there are any injuries to the hands. You know, were they in a scuffle? Is there any hemorrhaging, contusions? If that's a line of questioning, then I need these photos to show that.
And so Dr. McDougall, you said clean hand. If you could explain to His Honor.
I can. So, in the course of a suspicious case, when we take photographs, we do what's called overall photographs initially. So those are usually bloody hands, right? Bloody defects, bloody body. When we clean them up, we take a second round of photographs that are clean photographs. So these photographs are the clean photographs. I don't see any blood on any of these photographs.
May I inquire as to how many photographs?
Once the doctor's finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so these are the clean photographs of the hands. So,
Are you done, Doctor?
I am.
Yes, you have a
How
question.
many photographs of the two hands are in that file?
So there's a front and back. So there's one front, one palm, and a side to show every piece of each hand to show that there's no injuries.
My question is how many photos in total of the hands are?
So there are 6 photographs, one of the palmar surface of each hand, one of the other surface of each hand, and one of the side of each hand.
And there's no injuries on the hands?
That's correct.
We would object that it's duplicitous and it has no relevance.
Thank you. That objection is noticed overruled. The photographs are, when you say are clean photographs, there's no blood, there's no gruesomeness or anything like that associated with those photographs, counsel. So the objection noted is overruled.
Did Your Honor rule as to the face establishing shot?
Overruled.
Okay.
I understand the purpose of it. It's not a gruesome photograph.
So these next 2 photographs are of the same wound. The difference is one is an orientation shot, which is this one, and then one is a close-up. If you show just the close-up so I can talk about the characteristics of that wound, there's no way for me to show where it is on the body. I can say where it is, but I can't show it. So if you want an orientation shot so you can show where it is, and then a closer shot so I can explain the characteristics of the wound, then I would say both pictures are needed.
And is that what you're suggesting, doctor, that you to show the orientation as well as to a close-up of the injury, that you need those pictures to illustrate that?
I do.
Thank you. What's next?
So, there's 3. You can take one out.
Sure.
I don't need all 3.
And so, Doctor, which would be the best one to remove from that set? Thank you.
Is that okay with you?
I haven't said a word.
I know, I'm just asking. So,
My understanding, those aren't objected to. There's no sticker on it, correct? Am I correct, counsel?
There's a sticker on one in her left hand, I believe.
so I would argue you can take one of these out because both of them I can see. We see the ear on the left-hand side, so
You're telling me you don't need both?
I don't need, no sir,
So just eliminate one.
And in terms of, is it better to have the one with the scale or without?
with. No sticker.
Yeah, no sticker, so I don't know there's an objection to it.
Same argument on the 2 pictures of D. One is an orientation shot, so it shows you where on the body this exit wound is. The second is a close-up, so you can describe the characteristics of the wound.
And are you telling me, doctor, that you need both photographs to illustrate or explain your testimony?
I would prefer both, because you can tell in the close-up that this looks like a laceration, which is consistent with an exit wound. I can explain it from this one, but you can't really see it.
Thank you.
Is the court allowing both of those photographs in?
She's saying she needs to explain the testimony. Yes, that's the way I understand it.
I believe she said she could explain it on either one of the photographs.
I can explain that it's a laceration on each one in order for everyone involved to be able to see why it's a laceration instead of, yeah, that's a laceration over there. I think they're needed.
Thank you. Objection notes overruled. Again, these photographs show depict an injury externally. It's not an internal. I don't know that they're so gruesome as to inflame the jury, something along these lines.
I did, so the court knows, put a sticker on all of the internal injuries, I believe, you're looking at right now. Correct, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
And I'm standing at a distance from you because you are not in that 10-day grace period.
I'm not.
So I'm going to move a little further away.
That's fine. So normally, Judge, I would say that internal photographs are not needed. The reason that these photographs are important in this particular case is that the first shot, which was to the back of the neck, when you look at the undersurface of the skin around that injury, there's hemorrhage, which means I can tell you that he was alive when that shot was fired. The second shot, third shot went to the shoulder. The second shot that went through the heart and the left lung. The organs prove that there was no heartbeat when those shots were inflicted. So if anybody is trying to say that one shot came, he was alive when that shot was shot, and the other two were after he passed away sometime later, the only way to show that with the photos is to show you that in the lung, in the heart, where the projectile from the shoulder was retrieved, that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those organs or wounds. Can you do it with just the lung picture? Do you need every single one of them? I mean, the heart, absolutely no hemorrhage. Your heart's got all the blood's right there. If you're alive and it's beating, it's going to bleed. So,
I'm sorry, may I, Your Honor?
Sure, I'm trying to understand, Doctor, whether or not you need these pictures to illustrate the testimony and whether you need all of them.
If I want to show you that there's hemorrhage here, and he was alive and that's why there's hemorrhage, and there's nothing on this lung, so he's dead when that shot's fired, then I need these photographs. Can we parse it down to half of them? I mean, you want to show that there's no hemorrhage in the heart, the pathway of that bullet is the same projectile, you could show one.
So would be removing perhaps the lung photo?
I think the lung is probably the best photo of all of them because there's no hemorrhage there. I think you need the one that shows that there was a beating heart when the bullet went through the head, and at least one, I don't argue, right? I would suggest, whatever the right word is, this photograph is the projectile from the right back. No hemorrhage around it where we get it out. So that's the third shot. So one of these and one of the second shot and one of the first shot to show the difference in this is a beating heart, these are not. If that's something that needs to be shown with photographs. And how I came to that conclusion. I'm done.
We are not contesting that the first shot was the fatal shot. The other two shots, which she is referring to, are from the internal examination to verify that. We're not contesting that at all. Those are very gruesome photographs, have nothing to do with, because the victim in this group is dead already. So unless we're contesting that, there's no reason other than to prejudice this jury of the gruesomeness of this autopsy.
So, Doctor, going back to those photographs, to illustrate or explain your testimony, my question is, all of these photographs. These are some of them. These are the photographs that I look at that are somewhat gruesome.
I agree.
And so my thought is, if there's a way you can pare down those photographs, show the what you're trying to get across, which shot was a fatal shot, and how to establish that. I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I'd appreciate that. But my thought is, really, you're the witness. You know what you need to explain your testimony, and so I need to know that.
So, Your Honor, it's not about which shot is the fatal shot. I mean, we have people shot 20 times, whatever, all the time. If it is, all at the same time, around the same time, within, a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, every single one of those gunshot wounds is going to have hemorrhage. Okay? So it's not that he shot in the head, his heart stops immediately, and the other 2 shots come within seconds, and those have no hemorrhage. I can't tell you what the time frame is between the head shot and the other shots, but it's a significant amount of time so that he's passed away, there's no circulation, then these shots come. So it's not 10 shots, the first shot was to the head, so it killed him, and the other 9 were a minute later, and none of those have hemorrhage. So that's why this is unique, in that we can say which the first shot is. So I think you can take some of these out, but if the line of questioning is going to be, and I don't know what it is, right? But if it's going to be, was it, seconds later that the second, third shot came, or was it minutes later? You have to be able to show that there's no hemorrhage.
Can I ask a question, Doctor, regarding those photographs, the internal photographs? Correct, they're all internal?
Yes, sir.
And any of those are duplications?
They're not duplications in pictures, but I can show it with less photographs because it's the same wound path.
That's fine. So if you can show it with and explain it with less photographs, that's what I would appreciate.
May I inquire one other question, Your Honor?
Sure.
You can't tell if it was seconds or minutes later, correct?
It's not seconds.
How do you know that?
Because I've done hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot multiple times and they all have hemorrhage.
In those cases, you have not been able to determine which is the first shot, second shot, and third shot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in other words, this is an unusual case wherein you can tell what the first shot is, and in fact, I think you testified this is like 1 in a million.
Let's say 3. I think I've had 3 in 12, 13 years, where I can tell which shot came first because the dramatic difference in the characteristics of the first gunshot wound and the second and third. It's not seconds. Okay, it's some time, but I can't tell you what that time is.
It could be 10 seconds. It
It's
could
not
be
seconds.
5 minutes.
Could be 5 minutes, could be 30 minutes.
And it also could be less than a minute.
I don't know that I say less than a minute.
And what are you basing that on?
Excuse me, counsel. I assume you deposed her a long time ago. You deposed this witness, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're talking about photographs, not about the other issue. My job here is to determine whether the photographs are too gruesome, and my thought is that these photographs, the internal ones, are and do have some qualities that one would say is gruesome. However, we're trying to limit those, but I don't think it's so prejudicial or so gruesome as to create any type of prejudice in the mind of the jury. They're autopsy photographs trying to explain the motive death. So in any event, Doctor, if you could, are you satisfied which ones you need for your testimony and which ones you can eliminate?
The attorneys can jump up here as well. These are 3 different, well, these are all the same shot. So this is probably it's a lung.
That's the one you want?
And so to show and so it's clear for the record that as a photo of the lung has been removed from the body, it's not encased in any sort of You don't see ribs, you don't see blood, you don't see other fatty tissue that's
Correct.
internal. And so in terms of the lung shot and the heart shot, are those from the same wound path?
Correct. So all of these 4 photographs are from the same wound path. So this is gunshot wound 3, this is gunshot wound 1, and this is gunshot wound 2.
Okay, so you would be fine with taking out these 3. The photo of the heart with the trajectory rod through it, the photo of the ribs, post-removal of the sternum, and the photo of the lungs still in place in the
That's
body.
the heart. Yep.
That's why you're the doctor.
It might be all, actually it's the heart and lung.
So those 3 would take out. Okay. And you would just need the other 3 to explain the differences.
Correct.
All right, so those photographs that the doctor's handing to you that have been excluded, how many in number are there?
They've been excluded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that brings down to 23 photos.
Thank you. Doctor, of the 23 photos that are remaining, you're indicating you need those photographs to explain and illustrate your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, so you ready to start again?
Yes, and we just need to update the digital version of them.
And so the record is clear, Your Honor. May I have a standing objection to those photographs that we've gone over that I objected to?
Sure. Can you identify for the record, let's just be clear, which ones they are? Does the state have any objection to a standing objection?
No, Your Honor.
So there's no objection to a standing objection, but I just like somehow those ones with the yellow tab that the defense was objecting to be noted.
Sure. I'm happy. Yes. That's Ms. Smith had a good idea of numbering them, and I can refer to them by the number so that there's no question on that.
Your Honor, on a side note, can I suggest we let the jury start their lunch while we're doing this, 10 to 12.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam State, your witness. What do you want to do?
I have no.
I've already been here 2.5 hours. What's another?
You want to start, Doctor? Is that the
No,
end?
it's fine. Jury's more important.
Can I do this? Let me just find out if the jury wants to, there'll be another few minutes. Can I just have my bailiff go in and see if, take a poll with them, see if they want to have lunch or break for lunch or want to continue? Any objection to that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you
All right.
tell them what the next witness is?
I'm not going to tell them anything, just find out what they want to do.
Okay.
How long do you think your direct examination is going to be?
Hour and a half.
We'll just break for lunch. All right, we'll just break for lunch. All right, so any objection if Gary just lets the jury break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, so Gary, just tell him not to, we'll see him back at, say, it's now 12, end of 12, say 1:15, all right? See everybody back at 1:15. Anything else to discuss, counsel? Mr. Adelstein, if you could just confirm with counsel which ones you're objecting to, which photographs you're objecting to, as well as those marked.
Yes, sir. You have number?
Just the number.
What, working on that?
As soon as I finish numbering. Injuries on the hands.
That's correct.
We would object that it's duplicitous and it has no relevance.
Thank you. That objection, no, it's overruled. The photographs are, when you say are clean photographs, there's no blood, there's no gruesomeness or anything like that associated with those photographs, counsel. So the objection, no, it's overruled.
Did Your Honor rule as to the face establishing shot?
Overruled.
Okay.
I understand the purpose of it. It's not a gruesome photograph.
So these next two photographs are of the same wound. The difference is one is an orientation shot, which is this one, and then one is a close-up. If you show just the close-up so I can talk about the characteristics of that wound, there's no way for me to show where it is on the body. I can say where it is, but I can't show it. So if you want an orientation shot so you can show where it is, and then a closer shot so I can explain the characteristics of the wound, then I would say both pictures are needed.
And is that what you're suggesting, doctor, that you to show the orientation as well as to a close-up of the injury, that you need those pictures to illustrate that?
I do.
Thank you. What's next?
So, there's three. You can take one out.
Sure.
I don't need all three.
And so, doctor, which would be the best one to remove from that set? Okay. Thank you.
Is that okay with you?
I haven't said a word.
I know, I'm just asking. So,
I understand those aren't objected to. There's no sticker on it, correct? Am I correct, counsel?
There's a sticker on one in the left hand, I believe.
so I would argue you can take one of these out because both of them I can see. We see the ear on the left-hand side, so
You're telling me you don't need both?
I don't need, no sir.
So just eliminate one.
And in terms of the better have the one with the scale or without?
With. No sticker.
Yeah, no sticker, so I don't know there's an objection to it.
Same argument on the two pictures of D. One is an orientation shot, so it shows you where on the body this exit wound is. The second is a close-up, so you can describe the characteristics of the wound.
And are you telling me, doctor, that you need both photographs to illustrate it?
Okay, let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here. So, Bridget, let me go to you. Again, this is just proffering. What are we understanding about who this witness is and how she'd be able to testify?
To me, she is, like you stated before, Jesse, she is such a vital witness for the state because she is going to be the person that explains to the jury if the alleged victims or the victims were killed or were shot from inside the vehicle, or if they died from wounds that came from outside the vehicle. Right now, she is going over just pictures of which pictures should be allowed into evidence and which ones should not be, based off of the defense's objections. What we saw just now is the court overruling certain objections and allowing certain pictures in that the jurors will be able to see and that the prosecution will be able to use, and then the court not allowing certain pictures in. Seems like to me, from what I've heard, that were repetitive pictures. And so right now they're just going over which pictures the court is allowing for the medical examiner to be able to testify to.
And Bob, how important is this witness going to be?
Well, she's going to say that it was a murder, and she's going to say how the murder happened. And how it happened may ultimately be what's going to lay a foundation for the other link-up evidence connecting the defendants to that. So I think that's why she's going to be a critical witness in this regard.
And Bridget, we have about 30 seconds. If there's any determination that the shots came from inside the car, that's bad for the defendant.
Oh, it definitely is bad for the defendant. I can't even stress that enough. Yes, it is.
So let me just follow up with that, Bridget. If she comes back and says that the evidence looks like the shots came from that trajectory, from the back part of the car, how would the prosecution fight against that? Excuse me, how would the defense fight against that?
Yeah, if they did, I would say that the defense counsel would have to go and talk more about, if there were other shots that were fired from coming outside of the vehicle. And if they can also talk about the fact that Melly was sitting there, but we don't know how long he was
Right.
sitting in the vehicle in
Yep.
that position. And so we don't know when he left or,
Right.
at all.
So both sides muddying the waters a little bit. Bridget, Bob, really appreciate you both. Your perspective has been excellent. I'm going to be signing off. You're in great hands. And Jeanette Levy's up next with our live Q&A show. We'll be back.
Anjanette Levy, and thanks for being with us this noon on Law and Crime. And we are taking your questions this hour in the double murder trial of YNW Melly, the South Florida rapper accused of murdering two of his lifelong friends, Chris Thomas Jr. and Anthony Williams. They went by YNW Juvy and YNW Sakchaser. Melly, as we have been telling you over the last couple of weeks, faces the possibility of the death penalty if convicted of the October 26th, 2018 double homicides. And Melly faces the possibility of the death penalty under a lower threshold recently signed into law by Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida. So the jury say they convict him of double murder. For him to get a death sentence, they'd only have to be 8-4. That would have to be the minimum split rather than 12-0, the unanimous decision that was previously required under the law. As I mentioned, we're taking your questions this lunch hour, as we always do, so keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can during the lunch hour. We have a great panel here today. Terry Austin of Law and Crime is down at the Broward County Courthouse covering the trial for us. Bob Bianchi is a former prosecutor, currently a defense attorney, and a host here at Law and Crime. And Mina Lola is here with us. She is a host at SiriusXM and basically a Melly expert, if you will. But Terry, let's start off with you. What's been going on in the courtroom this morning that's really stood out to you?
So we started out this morning with Danny Polo back on that stand without his mask. And what the prosecution was trying to do actually is to show that at the end of the day, when she did a redirect, that he is basing his information, his conclusions on everything, not just one thing, not just a photo or a video that Melly might have been in. What defense is trying to do is to say, look, you're jumping to these conclusions, you're speculating, there's nothing here that says he was a gang member. Basically, you have gang members who are chasing him, he's not chasing them. So that was the end of, I think, that testimony, and I think that's what the jury came away with. We also know that that ended this morning, and we are about to see Rebecca McDougall. She is a doctor. She is going to come onto the stand. She's going to go through the autopsy photos. We started out with 138 photos. That was narrowed down to 28, and now there are 23. The judge wanted to make sure we kept out any photos that were too gruesome for that jury to take a look at. So after lunch, we're going to see the doctor.
And this is going to be a really important witness state, Terry, because we've brought this up really a couple of times recently, that the ME, according to the state, according to the prosecutor, is going to testify that the fatal shots to both Juvy and Sakchaser came from within that vehicle, from the back seat, not from the outside of the vehicle. And so that's some pretty critical testimony to the state's case.
Yes, and not only that, she says this is the rare case, and we did this outside of the presence of the jury, a little voir dire of what her testimony was going to be, basically, to go through those photos. But she said that it's the first time after, many, many years, only a few times has she ever been able to tell what is the first shot. And she said she could do that because of the way the bullet went in. And apparently, if it goes in, you have some coagulation and you can tell that the person is still alive. But if the bullet goes in and the person is not alive, it doesn't have that sort of gathering of the blood. And so she said she could tell where the first fatal shot came, and then sometime later the other bullets came into the bodies of Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas.
A very interesting testimony, but very difficult testimony, we know, for the families of Juvy and Sakchaser to hear. It's just absolutely awful, kind of listening to how they died. Let's get to your questions now. We've got a lot of great ones coming in, so keep them coming. This question will come to you first, Bob. I really think this is a great question for you. It comes from Radagas2887 on YouTube. Radagas asks, could this case be used as a RICO case into the larger gang network? And I think that's a pretty interesting question, given this whole thing about the Bloods and the G-Shine blood set that we've heard about in text messages and things like that.
Yeah, the answer to that is yes, and gang cases have been prosecuted under RICO. The reason why I don't think it's going to happen here is they're already going forward with the trial. Typically speaking, prosecutors are going to want to move up a ladder in a chain of command in order to get to the RICO case. Right now, these people are on trial, or he's on trial, so they're losing a main witness with respect to that, and that person no longer has the right to Fifth Amendment immunity, which typically prosecutors would give under those circumstances in order to build a RICO case. But we had prosecuted cases as RICO cases. Not that it can't happen in the future, but it wouldn't be surprising to me that they made that offer prior to this trial and he refused to cooperate. So the quality of the RICO case is only as good as the witnesses you can put on.
But what about information gleaned maybe from the cell phones and stuff like that? Would you pass that on to maybe the feds or somebody like that?
Yeah, I mean, the state is capable of bringing its own RICO charges, and if the state doesn't feel it's got the qualitative nature of the evidence to go forward, I can tell you from having been a prosecutor working with the feds, they're not going to be interested in taking a case on that the state itself felt, if it's true, that there wasn't enough proof beyond the reasonable doubt. The feds typically like to be involved in cases that are absolutely airtight and when there can't be any possibility, at least in their minds, of a not guilty verdict. So when I've had really good cases and I brought RICO and I had all the evidence, we would get a phone call from the feds to say, hey, maybe you want to consider giving it to us so that we could try it with a more draconian penalties, and of course you could try your case afterwards. That not happening here makes me suspect, because every witness that goes on and everything that happens in this trial could affect the outcome of a federal RICO charge. So I don't see it.
Interesting. Let's go on to some other questions. Excuse_my_beauty_TT from Instagram. Mina, why does Melly have to get the death penalty instead of prison? So the death penalty is just an option if he's convicted. It doesn't mean he has to get it.
Right. Well, the change in the laws in the state is why this is even on the table. Now, obviously, there has to be certain criteria to make this a death penalty case. And it seems like the people involved feel like there is enough criteria to make this a death penalty case. What I will say is with death penalty, it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. So the evidence has to be there. So, and then it's scary now with the death penalty, because before, as we've talked about, it used to have to be unanimous in the state of Florida. Now the threshold has been lowered, and it's now 8 people that have to decide if Melly does in fact get the death penalty if he gets found guilty. So it's definitely scary to think about that, and I'm hoping that the evidence that is presented is airtight, so that if this is even on the table, they are 1,000% sure, and the evidence shows that he did in fact commit this murder, and then they will evaluate if the death penalty will be applied here in the penalty phase. But I'm worried about this, and I'm hoping that the evidence shows if we do get to that point.
Our next question is going to you, Terry. At Joe Mama asks from YouTube, did Melly open up or respond to any other texts during that 20-day period? If he didn't, could it cast doubt that it's his phone?
Well, there's a lot of doubt, Anjanette, that is his phone, or rather, that he's using the phone. We know the phone is registered in his mother's name. We know that he has not been in possession of the phone the entire time. We know that other members of the gang, actually, we talked about Kirk, we talked about, Goon, we talked about various other members who are trying to attract Melly into the gang, and Melly's not responding. And we definitely know that there are times after the incident occurred where he didn't have possession of the phone. So the question is really whether or not you can attribute some of those messages to Melly when he was not holding the phone. I do think that the defense established fairly well which of those messages came from Melly, and most of the messages he was not responding, and it actually came out on the stand through Polo, who said, Danny Polo obviously is the undercover agent, that he didn't want to mention it, but some of the time we know that he didn't have access to his phone because the phone was taken away from him, and you can make the implication from that. But absolutely, some of those messages came from other people.
Interesting. Okay, this is a good one for you, Bob. Put your prosecutor and your defense attorney hat on, since you've been both. At Don Prasa from YouTube asks, what happens if Cortland and Melly both say it was the other one. And they've kind of pointed the finger a little bit at Cortlen, Bortlen throughout this case.
Yeah, no, I've prosecuted these cases, and you know, it's funny. Some people say, how do you choose between one or the other? Well, the prosecution is going to have to make a choice. Hopefully they're going to do that based on evidence that's solid and will convince a jury. But this kind of gets back to the question you asked about the death penalty. I've tried death penalty cases as a prosecutor, and the one axiom is that I don't want there to be any confusion about exactly who the shooter was, the circumstances of the shooting, so as not to make, when you're asking the jury to give the ultimate penalty, even though the numbers have been reduced in the state of Florida, if there's a question about who the shooter was, that is a massive problem that would lead me as a prosecutor to say, I'm not comfortable in even filing this as a death penalty case.
Interesting. Very interesting. Let's go over to you, Mina, again. Jamie Smith asks the question, and this is from YouTube. So sorry about that. I'm scrolling here. It seemed the defense inadvertently correlated Melly directly to the text messages during cross. Will that make a bigger impact on the jury?
I think it all makes an impact on the jury, right? Right now, we're trying to figure out if Melly actually committed this murder. I think the text messages show it's a strong evidence that he is a gang affiliated, but I don't know how the gang affiliation part plays into who committed this murder. So it all kind of goes together. I am interested to see in how the doctor and showing the pictures and then also talking about who fired the first shot. I'm interested to see how that plays out, because for me, the text message evidence was a little weak in that we don't know who was sending the text messages, but then we also don't know how, say Melly was gang affiliated, how that's related to the murder. As far as we know, this doesn't seem like a gang murder. This seems like a murder between friends. So I think it all goes into play, and it's not singular. It's not one thing,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are kind of asking this question about the possible gang affiliation and the motive for the murders. And, I think that the prosecution, just looking at this, I've been going through a lot of those text messages. We did an episode of Sidebar on this today. I think they're kind of trying to say, like, this may have been part of it, this loyalty oath to the gang. So it's a pretty interesting thing that they're kind of bringing into all of this. So let's take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can when we come back. So stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for being with us here on Law and Crime. It is the lunch hour in the double murder trial of YNW Melly. So that means we are taking your questions here on the lunch break. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. And we'll get to as many of them as we can throughout the lunch hour. When they took that lunch break, the ME, the medical examiner, was on the stand. So that should be some interesting testimony that we hear once the lunch break resumes. Our next question, at Queen of 4 PF from Twitter asks, are the prosecutors going to come up with or have anything interesting to say? I think we are all feeling that they have no interesting evidence or points thus far. I think the prosecution would disagree with that, Terry. So what is your response to at Queen of 4 PF's question? She's thinking they don't have anything interesting to say, the prosecution.
Well, I do think the prosecution has tried to make some points here. Obviously, they put on a gun expert, they put on a DNA expert, they put on, the detective who basically is the gang expert. And what they are trying to do at this point is establish that Melly was in a gang, and they think they've done that. They said that Polo, who is the witness, essentially makes his determinations not just based on one piece of evidence, but based on corroborating evidence. So not just the pictures that you see where Melly is doing the gang signs, but also these emails, these text messages, the conversations where people are reaching out to him. And although he doesn't respond immediately, he has responded. So they're trying to say that he is doing this, implying that the motive is because it was gang related. So they've made a couple of points. I think the ME actually is going to be a witness who is very good for them, because she has stated prior to the jury coming in that she can tell where that first bullet killed each of those individuals, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. So I think that'll be a very good point for the prosecution.
It'll be a very interesting point, I think. And the ME is also going to testify about the stippling found on the victims' faces. And you only get stippling, that's the marks left from a firearm being fired, if it's at close range. It has to be within a certain number of feet. Our next question is also about the ME, Bob Bianchi, and that goes to you. It's referencing the testimony of the medical examiner. It comes from Jessica Ann on Facebook. What does showing these photos have to do with proving Melly did the shooting? Anyone could have shot them with the same results.
That's a great question. Well, first of all, the prosecutors always argue and they want to admit these pictures. Let's face it, it has a visceral effect on the jury, but they're only allowed to be in if it's relevant to proving a point necessary to establish an element of the state's case. And the state has to prove not only that the cause and manner of death was homicide, they also can try to use that to show who is the person who did it. But to the point, will this medical examiner be able to do that? Right now, what I'm listening to on our show with our awesome guests and with you, Anjanette, is maybe it was him, maybe it wasn't, maybe he was in a gang, maybe he wasn't. But does this prove who did it? And moreover, keep in mind that defense attorneys in death penalty cases, their mantra is keep them alive another hour, another minute, another day. And if they can't prove what the motive is, you just can't say he's in a gang, therefore he did it. If they can't prove the motive, could have been anything. Could have been over a girlfriend, assuming he even did it. Could have been over money, assuming that he even did it. If you can't prove it was as a result of a gang order, which to me, from my knowledge of the gang things, sounds very unusual unless a higher up ordered it for a gang-related reason. The government doesn't have that proof, and that goes to one of their aggravating factors that they're trying to prove for the imposition of the death penalty. So these are all weaknesses and why I wouldn't have brought it as a death penalty case. But good question. We'll have to wait to see if the medical examiner, in all my years, I've never seen a medical examiner be able to pinpoint things with that exactitude. Maybe this will be the first case.
Mm-hmm. This is a really good question, and I think it's coming to us from Canada. It's from Teresa Coakley, and I believe she's got a little Canadian flag there. So thank you for watching. If it was a drive-by, Teresa asks Mina, why not just call the police, emergency services? Why drive to the hospital? Did they ditch the weapons and come up with a plan? That's a good question. I mean, if you think you've been shot at a drive-by, you go to safety and maybe like call 911. Instead, they drove to the ER.
I will say this, there's a celebrity involved here. And a lot of the times, from what I've seen, when there are celebrities involved in any kind of drama, a lot of the times the people around them try to protect the celebrity. So in this case, there's clear evidence that shows Melly getting into this car. There's clear camera footage and camera evidence that shows the cell phones being there together and traveling down the highway, right? But in this case, say something did happen, whether it was the shooting that happened within the car or a drive-by shooting. Melly, as a celebrity, would want to distance himself from this. And a lot of the times we see that. I've seen it in other cases where celebrities are protected because this is what happens, right? When celebrities become involved in something, it becomes big, it becomes news. If this wasn't a celebrity, would we be talking about this to the extent that we're talking about it? So that is an excellent question. You know, if you have no guilt, why not just call the police at that moment? But I think what we have to factor in is the fact that Melly is a celebrity. He is an up and coming artist, and I would not put it past for the people in Melly's life to try to protect him and say, hey, we don't want us to associate you with this. Let's remove you from the car. I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, but I've seen it happen many a times with, especially if you're in a group. They're all in that YNW group. They're all friends. Right. So I've seen it many times where the friends try to protect the celebrity.
But I guess just the shock of it, Mina, you know, these are your two lifelong friends, Juvy and Sakchaser. They came up together making all of this music, and your friends have been like just slaughtered in front of you, you know, and wouldn't you be like trying to do whatever you could to help them then?
Right. And we don't know what happened in that car. I mean, there is footage. There is evidence that states that he was pacing. I think they said something around the lines of like 1,000 steps. We don't know what that timeline was. We don't know where this shooting happened. And we don't know what the reaction to the shooting was, right? At this point, all we have is all these different sets of this different set of evidence that they're trying to pinpoint everything, but we're not quite seeing the full picture here. So I don't know where the shooting happened. I don't know how it happened. You know, that's a mystery in itself. So I don't know what is an appropriate response to that because I don't know the full details of what happened with this shooting.
Yeah. Well, we know the state's saying it happened inside the car, that the drive-by was staged after. Obviously, Bortlen said we were the victims of a drive-by. Mentions nothing about, you know, these are all things the jury's going to have to determine. They determine what the truth is here. Tammy Trigg from YouTube, Terry Austin, is the jury sequestered?
No, the jury is not sequestered. They're coming in and out every day. I know for a fact this morning one of them had trouble getting here on time, but generally speaking, they have been here on time. They leave in the evening around 5 o'clock every day. They take a lunch break. The judge is very attentive to their needs. Usually it's around noon. This is why we're doing the noon break here. But yes, they have the freedom to come and go. The judge does admonish them each and every time they enter and leave that courtroom, asking them whether or not, you know, anyone has listened to anything and telling them before they leave to make sure that they do not listen to social media, that only the evidence that they see inside the trial is evidence that they need to be considering. So they're not sequestered. We're trusting them the way we trust our system to work. Maybe when they're deliberating, they will be, but not at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and maybe during the actual penalty phase, if we get to that point, they possibly might be sequestered at that point too. Different states do things differently, depending on, you know, when you get to the penalty phase or not. Here's one for you, Bob, from YouTube. Daj, D-A-G, I think that's Daj, is asking, if it's required for the jurors to be impartial, which it is, why does it seem as if it's not required for the witnesses?
Well, Listen, we don't live in a perfect world. The witnesses are supposed to be impartial, i.e. the witnesses are supposed to tell the truth. But I can tell you from many years of doing this that you can literally have witnesses that watch the same exact event and they come up with two completely different conclusions. And I've come to the belief when I was younger, I say, well, one of them's lying and one of them's not. I've come to the belief that people have the capacity to have tunnel logic and confirmation bias, and they genuinely believe what it is they're saying. But the witnesses are supposed to be impartial, and that is why we have the greatest engine to get to the truth for people who are that are not being truthful, and that is the art of cross-examination. So you can't mandate that a witness is going to be impartial. And let's be honest, when I'm a prosecutor and I've got police officers and detectives who investigated a case, they believe the person is guilty. So I guess you could say they have partiality, but they say they're basing that upon a given set of facts. That and lying are two different things. I don't know if that answers the question, but that's the closest I can get to it.
Yeah, and there are different witnesses for different functions, right? Expert witnesses versus lay witnesses, things of that nature. So good question, though. So keep those questions coming on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. But for now, we got to take a quick break. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are in the lunch break for the YNW Melly double murder trial. That means we're taking your questions for the rest of the hour, so keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. We'll get to as many of them as we can. We've had a lot of great questions coming in, and just to recap really quickly, we want to let you know that YNW Melly, whose legal name is Jamell Demons, faces 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of his lifelong friends, Chris Thomas Jr. and Anthony Williams. They went by YNW Juvy and YNW Sakchaser. They were these up-and-coming rappers back in October of 2018 when Juvy and Sakchaser were shot to death while they were riding in an SUV. YNW Melly has a co-conspirator in this case, but he'll be tried separately. His name is YNW Bortlen, his legal name Cortlen Henry. He'll be tried at a later date because their cases were severed, which means they were separated. So let's get to another question here. Spotlight Exotic U from YouTube asks, think that the defense should have fought harder on this being a parasitic relationship, Mina, versus Danny saying both the gang and Melly benefits, gang gets clout, seems like Melly doesn't get much in return. So what do you say to that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, sorry, it was a little confusing. Think that the defense should have fought harder on this being a parasitic relationship versus Danny saying both the gang and Melly benefit. Gang gets clout, seems like Melly doesn't get much in return.
Yeah, I think they would have benefited because when you don't establish that it is a parasitic relationship, it's easy to point the fingers. You know, we've been talking about the gang tie. I don't see how the gang affiliation tells us who did this murder because we still don't have a motive. There's nothing clear that really ties the gang affiliation to the murder. And I think the bigger thing for me is in the pictures that they've shown of the gangs, there were members. You know, I believe Sack was in one of the pictures of the gangs, and they were in these pictures. They were all there together, wearing red. So it's like I understand why the prosecution would want to introduce this, but I don't know how Melly being gang related tells us who committed this murder. And I think separating this trial from, Cortlen and Melly, I think the separation of this trial allows them to point fingers at each other.
It certainly does. Our next question comes from Martin on YouTube. This is for you, Terry. How do you feel about the cross-examination skills of Melly's lawyer so far? That's David Howard. And do you think he'll do a good job against the medical examiner?
Well, we'll see who crosses the medical examiner. Sometimes they switch it up, but so far I definitely think David Howard has been doing an excellent job. He's developed a rapport, certainly with Danny Polo, who is the undercover agent, and they go back and forth, and clearly they know what each is doing. I think the undercover agent is definitely, he's off the stand now, but he was definitely trying to make some points. He knew when to follow up, even though the question wasn't being asked. But Howard, on the other hand, made sure he said, okay, so that's speculation then, right? Okay, so that could have been from a Martian. So he's making it very clear when they are talking about issues like what's in the text, what's not in the text. You can't speculate, oh, okay, there was a phone call. So I think he's doing an excellent job telling that jury what is on black and white in those emails and texts and what's not, and not to speculate. If you don't see that Melly is saying, oh, I want to be part of this gang, then perhaps that's the case. He hasn't asked for that. And by the way, what the prosecution was trying to say Melly would get is some clout. Obviously, that's one thing that each side will get, but also opening venues for Melly, which to me, as you know, thinking about it from the defense perspective, Melly brings most of that clout. So the defense, I think, really established the fact that it was more one-sided than the other.
One thing that I thought was interesting, Terry, you mentioned that David Howard and Danny Polo seemed to know what the other was doing, where the other was going. They also know each other. That kind of came out yesterday in testimony that David Howard has been in contact with Danny Polo to testify apparently on another case. So the judge wanted that kind of stricken from the record when the defense objected. That happened. But it came up that they know each other. So I thought that was an interesting little tidbit that he's actually called on him to possibly consult on and testify in one of his cases.
I think it was Stuart Adelson, but I think the whole team probably knows.
You're right. It was
Danny,
Stuart
for
Adelson.
sure.
Yeah, but Howard, I think, was crossing him, but I think Stuart Adelson's the one that did you're right about that, objected.
That's right.
Okay, so let's go on our next question. Charles Sweet from YouTube, with him jumping from one blood set to another, doesn't that give motive for the gang to come after for Melly and could have done the drive-by shooting? So I guess, Bob, the question is, he was jumping, Melly may have been jumping from one blood set to another. Does that give him motive for the gang to come after for Melly and could have done the drive-by shooting? Like, I guess somebody else in the gang is what they're saying.
I don't know. I mean, this is the problem. There are so many questions of what it could be. And that is, as a prosecutor, as a homicide prosecutor, the last place I want to be is maybe it's this the motive, maybe that's the motive. I can't refute the defense motive. Look, and when we talk about the expert witness, I've never seen it. He was good. He was a good witness. He's a skilled guy. But it was always done in generalities. The testimony that detective gave, and at least in my state, wouldn't even qualify to make somebody a gang-validated member. There's a criteria that you have to use in order to do that. There are lots of people that hang around gangs. There's lots of Frank Sinatra hung around the mob. Doesn't mean that he was committing murders for them. Lots of people mob people want to, or gang people want to be involved with fancy people and famous people. And sometimes they portray themselves. I grew up in an area where people portrayed themselves to be something and they weren't anything like that. So if the prosecution cannot pin down a specific motive, they're going to lose the jury. Now, maybe they'll get the conviction on the murder, maybe, but they're going to lose the jury on the aggravating factors for the death penalty. So I just think this testimony has been way too general to not have at least any sliver of reasonable doubt. And Angie, to go back to the same story, if there's any sliver of reasonable doubt in the guilt phase, any sliver, even though they may find him guilty, they're not going to impose the death penalty on a case like that.
Yeah, you could be right on that, Bob, most certainly. Sam Sella from YouTube, Mina, asks, do you think a culture of silence will hurt the prosecution?
I do think so. I do think that will hurt the prosecution because the culture of silence is the reason why you might not have certain witnesses come forward. I mean, we've seen it with Danny Polo. He wanted to cover himself. You're talking about gangs in open court, that obviously don't want to be mentioned, don't want to be in the limelight, and that might open you up to some violence. I mean, Danny made it very clear that he was worried about his family in this testimony, and that's why he wanted to be covered. I do want to kind of hop on what Bob said in terms of affiliations with gang members. I know that a lot of celebrities a lot of times do converse with gang members because you have to think about the music that they're making and the areas that they're going to, right? Some of these areas are not safe. And some of these areas are actually guarded by certain groups, right? So you have to have the protection of those groups when you go to that area. So a lot of the times you will see celebrities have a relationship with gang members because they're wearing a lot of jewelry, they're doing club appearances, they're doing shows, and they're walking around with a lot of money. They're celebrities, they're known. That might be a target for other gangs. So a lot of the time celebrities do have these relationships, and it's almost necessary to operate in these different areas and to keep yourself safe. That might not mean that you're part of that gang, but you need the protection of that gang to operate in some of these areas. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that this is the case with Melly, but what I am saying is it's not an anomaly for certain celebrities to know certain gang members so that they can be safe when they're traveling in these different areas.
That's some good perspective there from you, Mina. Thanks for adding that. Bloop.Sammy from TikTok asks, Terry, if Melly didn't have any gun residue on him, then why is he getting the charge?
Well, that's an excellent question. He did not have any gun residue on him, and that's why they cannot put that gun in his hand. He's being charged because they believe he's the one, but he hasn't really been connected to, you know, being in that car, taking those shots, the gun residue, the DNA. None of that is so far on Melly. The only thing that the prosecution, in my opinion, has firmly established is that, and actually this is not even that firmly established, is that Melly's DNA is in the back seat, where behind the driver on that door handle. And even that, I think, is questionable, because at first Melly's DNA didn't come back on anything, and they did a second look on that door handle and they saw his DNA there, and that was just very recent, in June of this year, frankly. So no gun residue, DNA not much to speak of. You know, they really have not connected those dots, I think, enough for that jury. So it's, you know, a good question why they decided to bring the charges against him, and not only that, the death penalty.
Well, let's keep in mind too, you know, we had the surveillance video of Melly in the vehicle, so we definitely know he was there. The question is, was he there when the shooting happened? And that's the question the jury is going to have to answer. Let's take a quick break. Keep the questions coming on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. We'll get to as many of them as we can when we come back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We are taking your questions this lunch hour, so keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. This next question, Terry Austin, is for you. Ronnie Allen from YouTube asks, if Melly is found innocent, will it be harder to prosecute Bortlen?
Oh, that's an excellent question. I do think if he's found innocent, it could actually, I don't know if it's going to hurt or help, but it could hurt, I think, Henry, because someone did the shooting and they point the finger to someone else. So, if in fact we find that this is an acquittal, that the jury believes that it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, that they didn't prove their case, then the prosecution is obviously going to go much harder against Henry. That's the only person that they have left. He can't be tried again if he's acquitted, and so they'll go after Henry. And frankly, I think, that will be a much harder case for Henry. He's not going to be able to point the finger at Melly because he's been acquitted if this hypothetical plays through. So, excellent question. I do think, I'll add, that the prosecution is probably taking copious notes, making sure that they see the strengths and weaknesses in their case before they actually pursue their case. They've already obviously begun the case against Henry, but I think they'll be much careful next time because they will make sure they do these discovery. They had sanctions for failing to provide discovery. So definitely this case, no matter what happens at the end of the day with Melly, will help the prosecution pursue their case against Henry.
All right. Our next question is from Dariha from YouTube. Bob, how is the medical examiner able to determine who fired the shot and where it came from?
Well, that's exactly the $1 million question. And to get back to the question that Terry was just answering, if this jury comes back that it wasn't convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Melly that did it, when the prosecution goes to prosecute the co-defendant in the case, what are they going to do? Change the theory of their case? Then their witnesses are all going to change the theory of their case, including the medical examiner at that point in time. It puts the prosecution in a box. And don't forget, at that point in time, if Melly is acquitted, he no longer has the Fifth Amendment right not to remain silent, and in fact can get on a witness stand at that point in time because double jeopardy attaches, and he no longer faces any exposure for speaking in court. Will he cover his friend? Will he explain a different story, which is probably likely in that scenario? So yes, let's wait to see. I've done a lot of murder cases, and I have to be honest with you, I've never seen a medical examiner be able to give with great accuracy and scientific reliability that which the prosecution is hoping for right now. So we'll see. But I think the bigger question is, if there's an acquittal, respectfully, I think that guts the prosecution's case. It guts their witnesses. It guts their expert. It guts their medical examiner.
All right. Interesting. We'll have to wait and see, right? We can't answer that question just yet. We'll have to wait and see how this case ends up. Kimberly M. from YouTube asks, is there any CCTV footage, Mina, from the location where the shooting allegedly happened? So they're talking about CCTV footage, security cameras, things of that nature.
They don't even know accurately where the shooting happened. They have a location, there's evidence of cell phone data following them to a specific location, but that's the problem with this case, right? We don't know where the shooting happened. We don't know how it happened. There's no gun here. There's no DNA of Melly inside of the car. And there's not much that we do know. So that's really the burden on the prosecution in order to clear up these questions. And at this point, I haven't seen anything that clearly states where this shooting happened, how it happened, and what was used, what gun was used in this shooting.
Yeah, we know they recovered a .40 caliber round, so we do know that. And there was an area that they discussed and showed pictures of where there was some, broken glass on the ground and things like that, where they are claiming that this happened. So I'm sure the prosecution will tie this all together in their closing, but that's something we're still waiting see how they bring this all together in closing. Our next question, two YouTube questions. One is from Tainaja Jania asking, why is this case being sentenced to death if they barely have evidence upon him? And then there's a Trinice Wheeler question. In your experience, does having the death penalty on the table and no smoking gun evidence to prove guilt typically lead to a not guilty verdict? So it's kind of a two-part question there for you, Terry. First up, why are they seeking the death penalty in this case? And then, does not having a smoking gun typically lead to a not guilty verdict?
I think we're all trying to wonder, Anjanette, why they sought the death penalty in this case. And to answer the second part, I do believe that it will help as far as getting a possible acquittal is concerned. Listen, when you have a case that is a death penalty case, obviously you have these aggravating factors. The three aggravating factors we have here is that it is especially heinous and atrocious. We have cold, calculated, and premeditated, and obviously we have the gang affiliation. But generally speaking, you have multiple parties like mass shootings. You have cases where there is no question as to the guilt. For instance, in the Parkland shooting case, which is obviously a big case, they admitted to actually doing the shooting. So you do the death penalty when there's no question in your mind that you're going to be able to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. There's so many questions in this case that our viewers are having. So it is an interesting issue why they chose it. And I do think knowing, and the jury isn't really advised, but they do know that this is a death penalty case. So that factor alone, I think, in the back of their mind is going to say, look, we're not going to find him guilty. This possibility could exist because we don't want that death penalty in this case. So I do think it could, ironically, help Melly at the end of the day.
It's very possible. We should mention that the state sought the death penalty with the support of the victims' families. They wanted this. So, Terry, thank you. We'll let you get back into court. Mina, thank you for being with us. Bob's going to take it over from here. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching The Lunch Show. We'll be back.
Welcome to Law and Crime. My name is Bob Bianchi. I'll be taking it for the next 2 hours. As you know, we're covering the YNW Melly trial out of Broward County, Florida. The South Florida rapper who's accused of double murder for the deaths of Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sakchaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvy. Court is still at their lunch recess, but they're slated to begin pretty soon. So as soon as they come on, you know we're going to jump into it. But before they went to lunch, the state said that they plan to call the medical examiner, Rebecca McDougal, to the witness stand. However, the defense, which is kind of typical in cases like this, objected to the admission of autopsy photos that the state went into evidence. So let's take a listen to what it is that they had to say. Break it down with my great panel, because again, this is a very common argument made, and the judge has to kind of strike a balance between two competing legal interests. Let's go to it.
In the other case that the state cited, which is Williams v. State, found at 77 3rd 726, the court said, where photographs are relevant, the trial court must determine whether the gruesomeness of the portrayal is so inflammatory as to create an undue prejudice in the minds of the jurors and distract them from a fair and impassioned consideration of evidence. When less graphic photos are available to illustrate the same point, the relevancy standard by no means constitutes a carte blanche for the admission of the gruesome photos. Judge, there's no question that the victims in this case died of gunshot wounds. Primarily one gunshot wound was fatal on each one of the alleged victims in this case. In fact, this doctor will testify, I believe, that this is a rather unusual case in that she could determine which shot occurred first in both of the victims, and they were the fatal shot in both of the victims. Therefore, the introduction of all these other photographs are irrelevant, prejudicial, and we would object to them.
Thank you. So, Doctor, my question, I guess, is the photographs were presented to you. They've been marked. How they've been marked, ma'am?
So defense counsel has placed a sticky note on any that he is objecting to of the 28 that have been selected.
Triple C for identification.
All right, so if
you want to do them one at a time?
That's what I'd like to do, is if you can show the photograph and...
May I approach
yes, you may.
This photo?
Doctor, you're not concerned or intimidated if the attorney
of course not.
come up to you?
No, I'd rather than see it here so I don't have to show it. Just stay 6 feet away.
That's fine.
So this first picture with the sticky note actually is the face shot with heat number, the any case number that is unique to this case. So what this does is it shows that this number will be in every single photo. Therefore, I think it's needed.
Thank you. And is there any duplicates of that photo showing the case number?
Every photo will have this case number.
Understood.
But this is the face of the decedent. That's how we identify him, and that's what this photo is for.
Thank you.
So this next series of photographs are the clean hand photographs. We take these photographs to document whether there are any injuries to the hands. You know, were they in a scuffle? Is there any hemorrhaging, contusions? If that's a line of questioning, then I need these photos to show that.
And so Dr. McDougal, you said clean hands. If you could explain to His Honor.
I can. So, in the course of a suspicious case, when we take photographs, we do what's called overall photographs initially. So those are usually bloody hands, right? Bloody defects, bloody body. When we clean them up, we take a second round of photographs that are clean photographs. So these photographs are the clean photographs. I don't see any blood on any of these photographs.
May I inquire as to how many photographs?
Once the doctor's finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so these are the clean photographs. of the hands. So,
Are you done, Doctor?
I am.
Yes, you have a
How
question.
many photographs of the two hands are in that pile?
So there's a front and back. So there's one front, one palm, and a side to show every piece of each hand to show that there's no injuries.
My question is, how many photos in total of the hands are there?
So there are 6 photographs, one of the palmar surface of each hand, one of the other surface of each hand, and one of the side of each hand.
And there's no injuries on the hands?
That's correct.
We would object that it's duplicitous and has no relevance.
Thank you. That objection is noted. It's overruled. The photographs are, when you say are clean photographs, there's no blood, there's no gruesomeness or anything like that associated with those photographs, counsel. So the objection noted, it's overruled.
Did Your Honor rule as to the face establishing
It's
shot?
overruled.
Okay.
I understand the purpose of it. It's not a gruesome photograph.
So these next 2 photographs are of the same wound. The difference is one is an orientation shot, which is this one, and then one is a close-up. If you show just the close-up so I can talk about the characteristics of that wound, there's no way for me to show where it is on the body. I can say where it is, but I can't show it. So if you want an orientation shot so you can show where it is, and then a closer shot so I can explain the characteristics of the wound, then I would say both pictures are needed.
And is that what you're suggesting, doctor, that you to show the orientation as well as to a close-up of the injury, that you need those pictures to illustrate that?
I do.
Well, thank you. And are you telling me, doctor, that you need both photographs to illustrate or explain your testimony?
I would prefer both because you can tell in the close-up that this looks like a laceration, which is consistent with an exit wound. I can explain it from this one, but you can't really see it.
Thank you.
Is the court allowing both of those photographs in?
She's saying she needs to explain the testimony. Yes, that's the way I understand it.
I believe she said she could explain it on either one of the photographs.
I can explain that it's a laceration on each one in order for everyone involved to be able to see why it's a laceration instead of, yeah, that's a laceration over there. I think they're needed.
Thank you. The objection note's overruled. Again, these photographs show depict an injury externally. It's not an internal. I don't know that they're so gruesome as to inflame the jury, something along these lines.
I did, so the court knows, put a sticker on all of the internal injuries, I believe, you're looking at right now. Correct, doctor?
Yes, sir.
And I'm standing at a distance from you because you are not in that 10-day grace period.
I'm not.
So I'm going to move a little further away.
That's fine. So normally, Judge, I would say that internal photographs are not needed. The reason that these photographs are important in this particular case is that the first shot, which was to the back of the neck, when you look at the undersurface of the skin around that injury, there's hemorrhage, which means I can tell you that he was alive when that shot was fired. The second shot, third shot went to the shoulder, the second shot that went through the heart and the left lung. The organs prove that there was no heartbeat when those shots were inflicted. So if anybody is trying to say that one shot came, he was alive when that shot was shot, and the other 2 were after he passed away sometime later, the only way to show that with the photos is to show you that in the lung, in the heart, where the projectile from the shoulder was retrieved, that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those organs or wounds. Can you do it with just the lung picture? Do you need every single one of them? I mean, the heart, absolutely no hemorrhage. Your heart's got all the blood's right there. If you're alive and it's beating, it's going to bleed. So,
I'm sorry, may I, Your Honor?
Sure, I'm trying to understand, Doctor, whether or not you need these pictures to illustrate the testimony and whether you need all of them to see.
If I want to show you that there's hemorrhage here, and he was alive and that's why there's hemorrhage, and there's nothing on this lung, so he's dead when that shot's fired, then I need these photographs. Can we parse it down to half of them? I mean, if, you want to show that there's no hemorrhage in the heart, the pathway of that bullet is the same projectile, you could show one.
So would be removing perhaps the lung photo?
I think the lung is probably the best photo of all of them because there's no hemorrhage there. I think you need the one that shows that there was a beating heart when the bullet went through the head, and at least one, I would argue, I don't argue, right? I would suggest, whatever the right word is, this photograph is the projectile from the right back. No hemorrhage around it where we get it out. So that's the third shot. So one of these and one of the second shot and one of the first shot to show the difference in this is a beating heart, these are not. If that's something that needs to be shown with photographs. And how I came to that conclusion. I'm done.
Oh, interesting. Bob Mott is a criminal defense lawyer, host of Defense Diaries podcast. And Natalie Whittingham-Burrell is a criminal defense lawyer. Guys, let me go to you first, Natalie. I mean, this is literally the standard that's followed pretty much everywhere. The question becomes relevance. What is it relevant for? But by the same token, balancing not having gruesome photographs, as the judge put it, that would be inflammatory and create undue prejudice. This witness in what we call a 104 hearing, a testimony that's being done outside the presence of the jury, I thought was actually a very good witness at explaining why she needs the photographs, and even gave a little bit to say, do I need all of them? Maybe I don't need all of them, but I definitely need these. What were your thoughts?
Well, and I think the judge struck the perfect balance here because he does go on to exclude a small amount of the photographs and allow in a majority of them. It's really important not to prejudice the jury with extremely gruesome photos. Most people in the real world have no idea how gruesome and violent an autopsy can be, the way in which the body is broken down. And that can inflame the passions of the jury if they see that and they can just look at that and say, wow, that's really disgusting what happened to this person. Maybe this guy is guilty. And so the court has to strike that balance while also allowing the prosecution to make their case for why they think that this was a setup and not a drive-by shooting, but instead people that were shot from behind and then shot outside once they were already, already deceased. So the judge struck the balance of letting the state lay their burden while also protecting Mr. Demons from undue prejudice.
You know, Bob, I ever hear about autopsy photos, I go back to my experiences in EMT, and I worked in many gunshot case stabbings, whatever, crime scenes and homicides. And, you know, there was always something that was like strange to me. Maybe we get one of our psychologists on the show to explain it. I had never had a problem on a scene. But when like 2 days later, when the autopsy photos would come in, then the crime scene photos would come in, for some reason I had a much more visceral response to it, even though I was the one who was literally there. So that's just my own personal anecdote. You can either psychoanalyze me or tell me, what do you think of the judge's ruling?
I think it's the right ruling. Look, I mean, and I'm the same as you, Bob. I mean, I've had cases, where young children were killed violently, and like the photographs to me are almost impossible for me to look at. Like, granted, I'm not real good with blood. So going into cases where I know that there's been a lot of violence and there's a lot of bloodshed, it's always a tricky thing for me personally, just because of how I've always been growing up. But, our argument always as defense attorneys is more an issue of, is it more prejudicial than it is probative? Mm-hmm. I clearly think there's relevance to the pictures. I mean, an ME or, whoever performed the autopsy is going to have to be able to show some photographs to show where the wounds were, where the entry and exit wounds were, in order to give the jury the full picture of what happened and how this person came to be deceased. So, I mean, that is clearly relevant. The real question is always, how much do you show them? Is it so much that all the state is doing is wringing the pathos and drawing the emotion out of the jury by showing them these gruesome pictures, which will then be seared in the minds of the jurors throughout the course of the trial. That's that balance that you have to find in order to try to keep the, kind of an even playing field, because there's not going to be a way to avoid never showing any kind of gruesome pictures just because of the fact it's what they're dealing with the case. So, I think the judge went the right way on it.
Yeah, it's really cool. By definition, most murders, every murder that you're going to see are going to have gruesome photos. Got to balance relevance versus prejudicial impact. This judge seemed like he did a really good job. And by the way, I give credit to the ME, the state's witness, even though they work in an independent agency, for recognizing that this is what I need, but I don't need all this because it would be compounding that prejudice. And you know what, guys? I think you both agree. This protects things that we worry about on appeal should there be a conviction. With that, we're going to take a break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us. Welcome back to Law and Crime Network. Our eyes on Broward County, Florida for the double murder trial of YNW Melly. While we wait for the court to resume their lunch recess, let's take a listen to some of the testimony from earlier today from Detective Danny Polo. Polo spent nearly 3 days on the witness stand to testify as a gang expert for the state. He was under cross-examination earlier today, and keep in mind, it's a very important witness for the state. This is the guy who originally came in with a mask. Eventually, there was an argument by the defense lawyer, so he testified before the jury, masked at one point, unmasked at another point, but essentially very important in terms of giving his opinion. That's what an expert can do with regard to Melly and his involvement with gangs, and obviously prosecutors want to tie it to the murder. Let's take a listen.
You were telling us that you were retained to render an opinion in a case regarding the rapper Drake.
Yeah.
And your opinion was that he was not a gang member.
Correct.
And you listen to Drake songs.
Yes.
And you hear references to violence in those songs.
Some of them.
Oh, all right. So the reference to violence in songs by rappers is not unique to Melly.
No.
Right? And it doesn't necessarily mean you're a gang, right?
No, anyone can commit an act of violence.
Okay. We also saw among the several videos, you said you reviewed videos of of Melly that were his music videos?
Yes.
Videos posted of him?
Correct.
And videos he posted?
Right.
Doing all manner of things, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we saw one yesterday, and before putting it on,
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I trust you all had a nice lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope the state is still on its case in chief. I'm going to ask the assistant state attorney to call for the next witness, please.
Rebecca McDougall.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you raise your right hand and be sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is Rebecca McDougall, MacTougall.
Madam, you're all set? You ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Rebecca McDougall.
And where do you work?
I work at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
What is your title at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner?
Right at 2 years.
Okay, so June of 2021?
June of 21, I was interim. July of 2021, it was official.
Okay, with your permission, Doctor, if you can do the math, because I'm not good at it, so please don't make me do any more.
2 years.
Okay, thank you. Prior to being the Chief Medical Examiner, what other positions have you held at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office?
So in 2010, I was a fellow, which is your last year of training before you become a forensic pathologist. From July 1st of 2010 to June 30th of 2011. I stayed at Broward County from July 1st of 2011 until November of 2015 as an associate medical examiner. I went up to Palm Beach County and I was an associate medical examiner in Palm Beach County for 18 months. And I came back to Broward in 2017 and I've been an associate there until June of 2021. So 13 years as a forensic pathologist, 2 years as chief.
So have you worked at any other medical examiner's offices as well on a temporary basis?
Yes, so when I was an associate medical examiner, I did locum tenens, so you go for a long weekend and help in other districts in Florida that are short-staffed. So I did that in Volusia County, and I did it in Pinellas and Pasco County.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what does a forensic pathologist do?
I can. We are charged with determining cause and manner of death in cases that come under the jurisdiction of our office based on Florida statute and administrative code.
And what is the jurisdiction of the office that you currently work for as the chief medical examiner?
District 17, Broward County.
Okay. You mentioned that you determine cause and manner of death. What does that mean?
That's correct. So cause of death is the initiating event that leads to death. Okay, if someone has cystic fibrosis, diabetes mellitus, if somebody falls off a ladder and gets a brain bleed, if someone's in a motor vehicle accident and they pass away.
So that would be cause.
That's cause.
So what is a manner of death?
So manner of death, there are 5. Okay, there's natural, cystic fibrosis, diabetes, heart disease, accident, you fall off that ladder and you get a brain bleed, motor vehicle, collision, suicide, which is when a person takes their own life, so at their own hands, homicide, which to the forensic pathologist is death at the hands of another. And sometimes, no matter how many medical records we review, how many tests we do at the autopsy, we do not have a clear cause or manner of death. And in those cases, they're best classified as undetermined.
And in terms of how do you do that, determining cause and manner of death?
You do an autopsy.
And could you define that for the jury?
I can. So, means to look within. So it's an examination after somebody passes away to determine what caused their death. So you examine all the organs, any injuries they might have, medical records if they're available, if they're needed. We can do toxicology testing, we can do microbiology testing, so cultures, viral, bacterial. Sometimes we do genetics. Just depends on the circumstances surrounding the death, decides which path we take on what tests need to be done at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, so doctor, tell us a little bit about what training and education you had to become the chief medical examiner for Broward County.
So I did my undergraduate degree in biology at the University of Texas. I went to medical school, which is another 4 years, at the Health Science Center in Houston, Texas. That was also University of Texas. I did a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, and then finished it with my 1-year fellowship in Broward County.
And in terms of exposure to cadavers or dead bodies during your medical school years, how often do you deal with that?
So the first 18 weeks of medical school is gross anatomy. So back when I was there, we still worked with cadavers. So we had 4 people on one body that we, did all of our own dissections.
Okay, you also talked about your 4 years in anatomic and clinical residency.
Correct.
And what would you do during that?
Well, for that you do everything. right? In Lubbock, we were lucky that I actually got to do 6 months of forensics. So I got to spend 6 months at the medical examiner's office in Lubbock. But we also learned clinical pathology, which is how the labs work, blood banking, hematology, all of the clinical chemistry. And then anatomic pathology is basically the study of disease and in a hospital setting. So any appendix, any uterus, any prostate, any cancer, all come to you in the pathology lab at the hospital, and you then diagnose and stage the cancers or the appendicitis or fallopian tubes. Anything that comes out of an operating room travels through the pathology department at that hospital.
And did you work as a pathology assistant as well?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So during my residency, so it's called grossing in pathology specimens at the private hospital in Lubbock.
Do you teach in the areas of forensic pathology?
We do.
And what have you taught in?
So we have public defender attorneys, we have state attorneys, we have private attorneys, law enforcement, medical students, EMTs, nurses, nurse practitioners, all will come through our office. For COVID they didn't, but we're starting that up again. So they can learn about disease, the natural disease process, and also, autopsies.
Do you participate in any boards or panels such as the Child Death Review in Broward County?
I do. I do the Child Death Review, which meets once a month, and we talk about children that have died in Broward County. I do the Opioid Death Review once a month, where we talk about the drug overdoses that are occurring in Broward County. I do 3 separate trauma meetings. Broward County has 3 trauma hospitals. Once a month they have their separate hospital meeting, and then a 4th meeting once a month with everybody together to talk about trauma cases and people that have passed away in Broward County due to trauma.
So in terms of the amount of time that you spend in the morgue actually doing autopsies now, what percentage of your daily work is that?
So I work every holiday so that my docs can have long weekends on holidays, and then if we're especially busy in the morgue, I will pop in and do a case or 2.
Okay, so prior to becoming the chief medical examiner, what percentage of your work was actually performing autopsies?
We work 23 days a month. We're usually on service 6 days a month. Where we do probably 5 autopsies every time we're on service, plus whatever external examinations. We don't have to autopsy every person that comes to the medical examiner's office. Sometimes they come, especially in the fall and the winter, our snowbirds, usually have a very well documented medical history. But if they die in Broward County without a physician in Broward County as their primary care doctor, then they have to come to our office so somebody can sign their death certificate. If you die in Broward County, your death certificate has to be signed by someone that's licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida. So if they come from New York with 6 months worth of medicines and their primary care doc's in New York, because that's where they live half the year, then they have to come through our office. We make sure there's no trauma. And then we can review medical records and just do an external examination on those people.
So are you a medical doctor?
I am.
And in what states are you licensed?
I am licensed in Florida, Texas, Mississippi, and New Jersey.
Are you certified in anatomic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2013.
Okay. Are you certified in forensic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2014.
And what licensing or board issues that certification?
The American Board of Pathology.
And what do you have to do to show proficiency to obtain that certification?
Study really hard and take a really hard test. And then every year, actually now, so you used to have, if you got boarded after 2006, every 10 years you would have to take another board exam. Now a year ago, they decided that we could just answer 15 questions every 3 months. And as long as we maintained a certain percentage on those questions, then we would not have to take that horrible test again.
Okay, so Dr. McDougall, with regards to the number of autopsies that you have performed during your career, where are you at currently?
Over 3,000.
Have you had the opportunity to come to court before to testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
I have.
But how many times?
Over 100.
And what jurisdictions?
Palm Beach County and Broward County.
You're at this time I would tender to counsel for voir dire in the area of expertise.
I have no questions.
Proceed, counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you mentioned earlier that there's a definition as to homicide for a forensic pathologist.
That's correct.
Does that mean murder?
Death at the hands of another, to me. That's how it means.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in an investigation under the Broward Medical Examiner's Office, case number 2018-3118?
I did.
What was your involvement?
So I was the medical examiner on service that day. So this case came in at like 4:45 in the morning, I believe, 5 o'clock in the morning. So it becomes my case, because anything before 7 a.m. is mine. There was a double homicide. Broward County Medical Examiner's Office has a fellowship program. I was one of the fellows. And so I took one of the cases, and our fellow Dr. Sauter took the other case, the companion case in this case. So I did the autopsy on Mr. Williams.
Objection.
Suggestion.
Identity.
Thank you. Objection, no, go will proceed.
Okay, so you said you performed the autopsy on an individual who later became known to you as Anthony Williams.
That's correct.
So you talked about the fellowship, and that you said it was the last year of training?
That's correct.
In terms of what is your role in supervising the fellow?
So there are 5 associate medical examiners in my office and 1 deputy chief medical examiner. So when the fellow is on service with you, it is your responsibility to be there. July and August, you're real close, right? Because they're just starting. They've done probably 50 autopsies in their residency. So the first month or 2, you're right there by them. But as they graduate and show you that they're competent, that they know what they're doing, then they will do their autopsies and come to you if they have any questions. You're also responsible for reviewing their report before it's signed out.
Okay. So in this case, with regards to the autopsy of Anthony Williams, were there photographs that were taken?
There were.
Would those photographs help explain and illustrate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the process and how that is undertaken?
They would.
Okay. So you're showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel as marked as states ZZZ for identification purposes only. Dr. McDougall, did you have an opportunity to look through those photos?
I did.
Coming into court?
I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy of one Anthony Williams on October 26th of 2018?
They do.
Do they reflect the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office case number that was assigned?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state ZZZ in as state 73.
Any objection not previously raised?
Not previously raised, no.
Any objection voted, they'll be introduced. Go move.
Now here composite 23 photos and 1 USB.
States ZZZ marked state 73.
I'm sorry, what number?
73. Thank you.
So, Doctor, before we get into the actual photos, can you explain what a scene visit is?
I can. So the medical examiner by statute and administrative code has jurisdiction over a body. Okay, so when a decedent passes away on the scene, the medical examiner or the investigator will go to that scene. These individuals were transported to the hospital. They died at the hospital. So therefore, at the time of the examination, there was no scene to visit.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward, and how do you receive the body of Mr. Williams?
So when the body leaves the hospital, it actually, the two zippers on the bag get a seal put through them. It comes to our office, and this was actually the same morning, so this individual came straight into our office, and then probably within an hour or two was ready to be examined. So the bag is sealed at the hospital, comes to our office. The very first photograph we take is a photograph of that seal, so we can show that it's still intact, and it must be broken by the medical examiner on duty.
Oh. And did you receive it from the body of Mr. Williams in this way?
I did.
Okay. What in the picture that we're looking at, which is, I believe, photo number 2, is numbered for the purposes of the record. What does this picture show?
So this is one end of the body bag with the two zippers in place with the red seal between it, still intact. That case number 183118. So that is the 3,118th case for the medical examiner in the year 2018. That is a unique identifying number for this case and will be in every photograph that is taken for this examination.
For the purposes of orientation,
yes,
the letter, the top of the A, in almost each photograph, what direction does it point towards?
So the letter should point towards the head. Okay, so every photograph that we see, the case number, to look at it properly, the head should be above the number when you're looking at it the right way.
So prior to opening the bag, is there a scan or some sort of x-ray that's done?
So Broward County is lucky enough to have what's called a LODOX. Okay, it's low radiation full body x-ray. So every single case that comes into our office gets both an AP, which is a front to back, and a lateral, which is from the side, x-ray. So we have those.
Okay, so you said AP. I know you know what that means, but if you could describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
So anterior, posterior, so the beam of the radiation is going through. So when you look at the body, it's the way you would see a body. Then we do one that's a lateral, where the beam goes through the side of the body, so we get the side. That allows us, especially if we're looking for foreign objects in a body, if I only have a picture front to back, I can tell about where it is front to back, but where is it? Is it right up here, or is it closer to the back of the body? So we have a lateral x-ray that we take, so I can see where in space, in 2D, not as good as 3D, right? But I get a 2D orientation of where that foreign object might be.
Okay. In terms of when you're describing your findings, do you do them in anatomical position?
Yes.
And could you describe what that is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I can. Can I show you?
Please, if that would help.
May I stand up?
Yes.
So anatomic position, where's my water, is with your hands out like this, palmar surface forward, just like this.
When you are describing your findings in anatomical position, are you in any way suggesting that was the position the body was in when any injuries or defects were inflicted upon it?
I am not.
To go back, before we go into the photos of the autopsy itself, could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do during an autopsy?
Sure. So the first thing that the pathologist will do is break that seal. Okay, that seal is broken, the bag is opened, and we take what we call overall photographs. These are photographs that are taken before we do anything to the body, before we move the body, before we clean the body. We take photographs so we can see it as is. Once that is done, then we'll take the body out of the body bag. We will look for any identifying features, so scars, tattoos, defects. We take pictures of the hands as they are. Once we're satisfied with those photographs, then we will clean the body. And once the body is cleaned, then we will take overall photographs again with the body cleaned. Then we will take both an orientation shot and a close-up shot of any defects, scars, or identifying marks.
Okay, so after you've done, it sounds like an external examination, is there another part of the autopsy procedure?
So then we do the internal examination.
Okay, and when you're doing the internal examination, what are you doing?
So we're looking for any kind of injury, disease, anything that's abnormal, right? Also want to look at what is normal. So we look at all of the organs, weigh all the organs, and complete our exam.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to what was labeled in the photos labeled as photo 1. And so if we can describe what we are looking at here on photo 1.
So this is the AP, or anterior posterior, full body x-ray. That was taken before the bag was opened.
So in terms of the different colors and things that we are looking at in this, what do you see that is medically significant?
So I'm not a radiologist, but what I will tell you is that this is a projectile, and there are projectile fragments in the head. This is dental restorations.
In terms of any of the other things on this that are...
These are all buttons, I think, from a hospital gown.
Okay.
So it's just artifact from the clothing that he's wearing.
So going on to the next photo here. I'm just going to zoom in just a little bit. What is this picture showing?
So this is one of our overall photographs that we take once the body has been cleaned. What you can see in this photograph is what later becomes known as an entrance gunshot wound, a defect, a circular defect to the middle of the chest.
Okay. And that was for the purposes of what we were looking at in the photographs number 3. Okay. Going on to photo number 4. What is the purpose of this photograph?
So this is our, what we call our, it's called a headshot. It's our identification shot. It's a picture of the decedent's face, also with the number. So this 18-3118, this is the big number. You saw it, the smaller one in the picture of body bag. That's the unique identifying number for this case that came through our office.
In terms of the way that you label or determine gunshots or entrances or exits, is there a specific pattern you follow?
Every pathologist does it differently. I like to start at the top of the head and go down, and then we turn them over on their back, and then we start at the top of the head again and go down.
Okay.
So it's an arbitrary system dependent on the pathologist on how they want to organize the number of defects that they have in their case.
Are you assigning a specific order based on the labels that you use?
I'm not.
No.
Head to toe.
Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
So these are the pictures of the hands cleaned up. We take dirty pictures of the hands and then we take clean pictures of the hands. We document the hands to look to see if there's any evidence of any kind of injuries. Are there any bruises? Are there any scrapes? Are there any cuts?
And did you document any scrapes, injuries, or bruises on this left hand?
There are not.
And that is photo number 5. Going on to photo number 6. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left hand. It's the palmar surface. So we'll take 3 photographs of each hand, at least 3. And 3 if they're negative, right? So the back surface, the front surface, and the side.
Okay. And you mentioned the side photo. Moving on to photo number 7.
Correct.
And in terms of the left hand, were there any bruises, injuries, any defensive wounds of any sort on the left hand?
There were not.
Can you define what a defensive wound is for the jury?
I can. So defensive wounds are usually wounds that are on the extremities. They don't have to be on the hands. They're most commonly on the hands. They can be on the forearms. They can be on the shins. Any part of your extremities that can move to block your core from any kinds of injuries. Okay, so you want to, your feet or your legs, your arms or your hands will get in the way of something that's coming at you, if you're in a fight or something, to keep that part of your body, your core, from being injured.
Okay, moving on to photograph number 8. Have we moved on to the other hand now?
Now we're on the right hand. So this is the back surface of the right hand, documenting that there are no injuries.
Okay, so moving on to photograph number 9.
Side of the right hand, no injuries.
Okay. And photograph number 10.
So the inside of the right hand, no injuries.
So I'm going to move on to what's been labeled as entrance wound B. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where this wound on this gunshot wound B, entrance wound, is?
So it's in the middle of the chest.
Okay. In terms of, do you document in your report the distance from the top of the head?
I do. I don't memorize that. So if I can look at my report.
Do you need to refresh your recollection? Please.
So that wound is 19¼ inches. Oh no, that's, below the top of the head.
And in terms of the left to right distance, how far is that?
It's 1/2 inch right of the anterior midline.
And can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a perforating gunshot wound?
I can. So for gunshot wounds, for forensic pathologists, there's 2 kinds. There's a penetrating gunshot wound. Goes in, doesn't come out. Penetrates. I recover a projectile. Then there's a perforating gunshot wound. It perforates the body. I have an entrance, and I have an exit, and I don't collect a projectile.
And so, Dr. McDougall, so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have an idea. How many autopsies have you done in which gunshot wounds have been a cause of death?
Probably 600 or 700.
The gunshot wound that we're looking at right here, is there anything about soot, stippling, or muzzle imprint?
So this is, so in forensic pathology, we have 3 different ranges of fire. And for gunshot wounds, we are tasked with trying to determine the range of fire. There is what's called a contact gunshot wound, which means that the muzzle of the gun is up against the target when the gun goes off. In those cases, you have a nice round deposition of soot on the entrance wound. The next is called intermediate. With an intermediate gunshot wound, if you take your target and your gun and you move away from your target, okay, so you're far enough away now that you're not going to leave a nice ring of soot, you're going to get something that's called stipple. Okay, so the gunpowder coming out of the gun will tattoo the skin. You will get a nice pattern, a spray of stipple on the skin. Those are intermediate gunshot wounds. With indeterminate gunshot wounds, that either means that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the target that all the gunpowder falls off before the projectile hits the body, or there's something in the way of the skin, between the skin and the weapon, that any evidence of close range firing would be on that clothing. Okay? If you have someone that's shot in the chest, you'd want to look for evidence of close range firing on what they're wearing, because it has to go through that before it hits the body. And that gunpowder is not going to get to the skin because the clothes are in the way.
Okay, and so, Doctor, I want to make sure we understand, on intermediate, on that, do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing?
What about on skin or human body?
You have to do it, no. You have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing?
Yes.
No.
And on intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
in terms of without having a specific weapon? Can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun with the exact same ammunition with a white sheet of paper, right? Until you get far enough away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about the wound labeled B, how can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound labeled B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm going to go forward now to for B on the
note. Turn right now. So this is my rim of abrasion right here.
That's photo 12 for the record.
So the entrance is right here, and the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on the top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side.
And you're talking in anatomical position?
In anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next photo here, which is labeled as photo number 14 on this. What are we looking at in photo number 14?
So on the top of his right shoulder is the third entrance gunshot wound.
And the third entrance gunshot wound, was that given a label?
It was labeled.
Is that C?
It's a C, yes ma'am.
The victim's head is up there by 7. Does that mean he was 7 foot tall?
It depends on where his feet are.
Do you document the height and weight of the decedent when he's first brought in?
We do.
And what was for Mr. Williams?
So he's 76 inches in length and 172 pounds.
And can you convert that 76 inches to feet, please?
I can. It's 6 feet 4 inches in length.
Okay. In terms of the photo that we're looking at here, on this particular wound, which is later assigned the label of C, what type of wound is this? Penetrating or perforating?
So this is a penetrating, so it has an entrance wound, no exit. Okay. And so and it's also an entrance wound.
Going on to what's labeled as A. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where is this wound A?
I can. So A is an entrance gunshot wound on the left side of the back of his neck.
Would using that as a demonstrative help to illustrate that on a styrofoam head?
You can.
Okay. Showing counsel what's been labeled as 18 years ago. For demonstrative purposes. Okay. Dr. McDougall, I'm approaching with what has been labeled as Broward Medical Examiner's Office 18-3118.
Correct.
Is that consistent with the medical examiner's office number that was assigned for the autopsy of Anthony Williams?
It is.
Okay. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to place markings on this styrofoam head to approximate the locations of the wounds on Mr. Williams?
I did.
And would this help and assist in demonstrating to the jury where those wounds were in position on those photographs?
It will show the wound path as well.
Okay. So, Your Honor, at this point, the state would ask if the witness could use the demonstrative.
Yes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a demonstrative exhibit. It's not in evidence at this time. The testimony is what the witness says. The demonstrative is used basically to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating her testimony. As I said, the testimony of the witness is the evidence. This demonstrative is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless it's later received in evidence. Only items that are actually received in evidence would be going back with you to the jury room during deliberations.
Okay. And so, Dr. McDougall, if you'd be kind enough to show where on that head would be entrance wound A.
So the approximate position of that entrance wound is about right here.
And you said this was what type of gunshot wound?
This is a perforating gunshot wound, which means I have an entrance and an exit.
And where was that exit?
The exit is on the right temporal scalp.
And I'm going to skip ahead to that exit, which is E.
That's correct.
Okay. And so is E shown on there?
The approximate location of the exit wound on this demonstrative is about right there.
Okay. For the wounds A to E, as labeled on the photos, was that wound fatal?
It is a fatal wound, yes.
Okay. What injuries were associated with the wound track of A to E?
So that projectile goes through the scalp, the skull, the dura mater, the brain. There is subgaleal, subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhage and multiple fractures of the bones of the skull.
Okay, so a lot of medical terms. Let's slow down and define them. So what is a subgaleal hemorrhage?
So your scalp, right, your head, the skin that's on your head, when you reflect it back, okay, the underside of that is called the galea. Okay, so if you have hemorrhage in the underside of the skin on your head, that's a subgaleal hemorrhage. When you, inside your head is your brain. Okay, what you have a cover on your brain that is called dura mater. Okay, so you have your brain, you have this dura mater, and then your skull. All right, so if I have subdural hemorrhage, sub means underneath, I have blood between the brain and the dura. Subarachnoid hemorrhage, the arachnoid is a very fine membrane that covers the brain, and that is hemorrhage in that space. So there are different spaces within the cranial cavity where blood collects with injury.
And so you said hemorrhage. If you could just make sure that that word is defined in your context as a forensic pathologist.
So hemorrhage means there's bleeding. Okay, a bruise. If you ever had a bruise, that's hemorrhage underneath your skin after you bump into something or have some sort of trauma.
Okay. So I want to go back to wound A. So I'm going to go back to that photo. On A, is there an abrasion margin?
There's a very small abrasion margin around that wound.
And is it concentric?
It is.
And what does that mean?
It means it's all the way, it's around the whole thing as opposed to a marginal abrasion, which we saw before, which is just on one part of the entrance wound. This abrasion encompasses the whole entrance wound.
The wound track or pattern, were there fragments that were recovered along this wound track?
There were.
Showing counsel what's been previously marked as stage quadruple B. Dr. McDougall, prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the items inside State's quadruple B outside the presence of the jury?
I did.
Do you recognize what is in there?
I do.
What is it?
Those are the projectile fragments that were collected at the autopsy.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when they were collected?
They are.
They have your initial on the evidence tape on the outside?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move State's quadruple B in as State 74.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
State's quadruple B will be marked State's 74.
So, Dr. McDougall, in terms of this particular entrance wound, how can you tell this is the entrance versus Site E?
Because it has an abrasion margin, okay, abrasions are usually only associated with entrance wounds. Exit wounds are more commonly lacerated. And when we look at wound E, we'll see that it's a lacerated defect.
In terms of any sort of stippling, did you note that on this particular injury?
So I called the range of fire on this case indeterminate. Okay? There are, can you go out?
Sure.
I just want to show. So, you know, indeterminate does not mean distant. Indeterminate means I don't know. So, you know, you could say that might be stipple, that little defect right there. That might be stipple, but that's right around a hair follicle. And if you look over here, there are areas where you can tell there's scarring. So when you look at the nape of the neck, where gentlemen get shaved, you get ingrown hairs, and you can have folliculitis, it's called. I'm not going to say this is intermediate. With 3, maybe 4 ditzels, I call them, that might be soot. I actually took a microscopic section of one of these to try to see if I could see any evidence of gunshot residue, gunpowder, stipple, and the one section that I took was basically the epidermis, which is the top layer of your skin, was normal, and there was some blood underneath it. So I did not get to see what I wanted to see, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't there. It just wasn't in the section that I took.
Without a pattern, can you make any sort of medical opinion as to range of fire?
I will not, based on 1 or 2, I call them ditzels, say that that for sure is intermediate.
In terms of this particular injury, was the individual alive when it was inflicted?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
From the hemorrhage.
Is there any sort of other things that would help and assist you in demonstrating the difference between hemorrhage and not?
Well, if we look at the other injuries.
Okay. So let's move on then to gunshot wound C.
So this is gunshot wound C, which was on the back of the right shoulder. Okay, the abrasion collar around that wound is not hemorrhagic. What that tells me is that there is no circulation to that part of the body when that gunshot wound is inflicted. If you think about, you know, an abrasion is a blunt force injury, okay, from an object. It's a friction injury. If you think about riding your bike as a child, falling off your bike, skidding your knee, right? That will quickly turn red and bleed because you've taken off that that top layer of skin. Same scenario here, except I don't have any circulating, I don't have a heartbeat, I don't have any blood circulating to this part of the body, therefore that abrasion stays yellowy white.
So Dr. McDougall, can you give any opinion as to how long time frame elapsed between gunshot wound A to E in the head and gunshot wound C?
I cannot.
Why not?
Oh, because I don't know how long it would have taken him to pass away.
Is there any medical studies that can be recreated in?
We can't do that.
You said he is deceased at that point.
Correct.
Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an example of what you would see if they were inflicted within seconds of each other?
Well, I can tell you of the hundreds of gunshot wound cases, not even, I just had a stab wound case, but in the hundreds of cases that I've done, the thousands of cases that I've done, there are only 3 where I can tell you the order in which the shots occurred, because some were before the person passed away and some were after. You know, I've had hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot 15, 20, 25 times, and every single gunshot has hemorrhage. So, are they within seconds? No. But I can't tell you, is it, 5 minutes? Is it 30 minutes? There's no way for me to tell you what the time frame between gunshot wound A to E is from when B and C were inflicted.
Moving on to D. What about this particular mark tells you that this is an exit wound?
So D is an exit wound. It's lacerated, okay, because you have a blunt force object, the projectile, traveling at a very high, traveling at a rate of speed and with enough energy to perforate the skin, and it causes a laceration.
And so this is photo number 16 for the record. Can you explain, and I'm going to go forward on to photo number 17 so you can explain what a laceration is and what it looks like.
Yeah, so this skin is lacerated. There's no abrasion margin around it, and it's consistent with an exit wound.
And in terms of where on the body is D located?
So it's right almost underneath the armpit.
And
on the left-hand side of the back.
Going back to picture 16, which direction is the body facing when this photo is taken?
It's face down.
Okay. Going on to photograph number 20 for the record. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left lung. There's a trajectory rod through it showing the pathway of the projectile. What is interesting in this photograph is that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those wounds. Okay, your lungs are very vascular, right? Because your lungs are responsible for taking the oxygen out of the air you breathe and pushing it into your blood, right? In the really small sacs in your lung. So an injury to your lung is going to bleed a lot, okay, if your heart is beating. Okay, there's no hemorrhage in the upper or the lower lobe of the left lung.
And so when you say hemorrhage, what would it look like on the photo? What would you be looking for?
So there would be, blood would leak out into the area around that lung, and it would not look pink with black staining. It would look red because it's full of blood.
And so Dr. McDougall, if you could remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what entrance and exit wound does this correspond with?
So this is entrance wound B. That goes to exit wound D.
Moving on to what has been admitted as photograph number 18. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
I can. So this is the exit wound E. That went with entrance wound A. The back of the neck comes out the right side of the temporal scalp. This is with the scalp reflected forward. So we do an incision across the head behind the ears. We reflect the scalp forward and back. And what this is showing you is this is hemorrhage. Okay, this is blood. This is bleeding. There is a heartbeat.
And so with regards to now E, at this point the scalp is back on this photo, which we've already talked about here. Can you explain why this is a laceration?
So we shave it to show, because it's consistent with a laceration. There's no abraded margin. It's consistent with an exit wound.
In terms of what has been previously admitted as State 74, is this the projectile fragments, a photo of them that have been introduced into evidence?
That's correct.
Why do you recover these?
Because, we usually recover projectiles and fragments so that, turn them over so that crime scene can do whatever gun testing they want to do with the projectiles. These pieces are probably too small, but it's still evidence. So we collect all the evidence outside of and on the body to give to law enforcement in case they need it.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention for Mr. Williams?
No.
And what would that mean?
So sometimes people are transported to the hospital. They still have a heartbeat. And so the trauma team or the emergency room doctors are going to want to do whatever they can do to save that person's life. So sometimes with gunshot wounds, especially, you can have, they can put chest tubes in, they can do with thoracotomy, which is where they open up the side of your, they open up your rib cage to try to get your heart beating again. There's lots of things that they will do to try to save somebody's life.
Were there any, and you said there was none of those in this case?
There were none.
In terms of the rest of the internal examination, were there any other findings that led to the death of Mr. Williams other than the gunshot wound you talked about?
No.
The ADE?
There are none.
Do you collect samples for the purpose of processing for toxicology?
We do.
And do you do that testing?
We have a toxicology lab. I don't do it personally. We have a toxicologist that does it.
And did you do that for Mr. Williams?
We did.
And in terms of the results of that toxicology, what showed up?
So he has marijuana, THC, and marijuana metabolite.
And can you give any sort of time frame on the ingestion of those
I
substances? Based on your autopsy, did you come to an opinion as to the cause and manner of death for Anthony Williams?
I did.
And what was that?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death is homicide.
Going forward, were you also involved briefly with the case number 18-3119?
I was.
And what was your involvement in that in March of 2022?
In March
Yes.
of 2022? So prior to March 8th of 2022, it was brought to my attention that there was a gunshot wound on the lower extremity that we, Dr. Zotter and I, labeled as a penetrating gunshot wound. We labeled it as a ballistic injury, okay? Because we had a wound on the outside of the leg. There was no projectile in the leg, and there were just two little ditzels on the full body x-ray. So it was most consistent with a projectile usually hitting something else and then just coming up against the skin to make a rivet in it, but not a projectile that goes through the leg. One of the crime, Chris was at the...
Objection here, sir.
Motion second.
You were saying that Detective Christopher Williams brought some photographs to your attention?
That's correct.
And that is in regards to the other deceased in this case that's under 18-3119.
That's correct.
And did you perform the autopsy for 18-3119?
I did not.
Who did?
Dr. Slaughter?
So I want to go back to 18-3118. We talked about this projectile that was recovered. Did you recover an additional projectile from the body of Anthony Williams?
I did.
And where was that located at?
In the right scapula, or the bone, your shoulder blade, the wing of your back.
And in this next photo that we're looking at here, which is number 19, this number, is that where you retrieved that particular projectile?
That's correct. So to orient you,
sorry,
this is the neck, the back of the neck, the midline of the back. Okay, the entrance wound is right here, and it goes and it gets stopped by all that bone. And if you look at the muscles here, there's no hemorrhage either.
And so going on to this photo here, which is number 23, what are we looking at in that particular photo?
So that is the projectile that I recovered from the right side of the back.
Can I have a moment to consult?
Yes.
And so, Dr. McDougall, just to clear, we talked about B and D. Was the victim, Anthony Williams, dead when the B and D was inflicted to the body?
So when gunshot wound B was inflicted, yes, he was dead. And it exited D, so it's one gunshot wound.
Correct. So when wound C was inflicted, was Anthony Williams dead?
Yes.
Here, I don't have any other questions. Should we approach Sidebar for a moment?
Sit down your notepad, don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research. Thank you. All right, let the record reflect that your jury stepped out, counsel remain along with the defendant. So counsel, I did notice you're a fan yourself and things like that. That's why I was texting to try to see if they get the AC person down here again to lower the temperature. All right, anything to discuss at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from your end? No, sir. All right, we're in recess.
Do you want?
Is that right?
Excuse me.
You hear that? Can we arrange for a restroom break, Mr. Demons?
Got it.
Okay, and so, Doctor, I want to make sure we understand, on intermediate, on that, do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing?
What about on skin or human body?
You have to do it, no. You have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing?
Yes.
No.
And on intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
In terms of, without having a specific weapon, can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun with the exact same ammunition with a white sheet of paper, right? Until you get far enough away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about the lit wound labeled B, how can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound labeled B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm going to go forward now to for B on the next.
Turn right now. So this is my rim of abrasion right here.
And that's photo 12 for the record.
So the entrance is right here, and the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on the top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side.
And you're talking in anatomical position?
In anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next photo here, which is labeled as photo number 14 on this. What are we looking at in photo number 14?
Well, Bob, as we were talking before, I mean, I'm assessing this expert. I've had lots of MEs on the witness stand in my day, both as a prosecutor and defense lawyer. I know she knows what she's talking about, and she's given the prosecution maybe a little bit more than most would. She's literally describing not just cause and manner of death, but literally the mechanism of the death. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree, Bob. She definitely knows her stuff. She's clearly been up there a lot, and she's clearly done a ton of autopsies with respect to gunshot wounds and deaths caused by gunshot wounds. And she's going to be critical because of, she's going to be able to determine, at least in her estimation, the distance of some of the shots, and that's going to go straight to the state's case. If they're able to put it within 3 inches to 3 feet, that's going to kind of destroy the whole concept of all the wounds were part and parcel of a drive-by shooting. So she's got some pretty compelling testimony thus far. We'll obviously have to wait and see what they do on cross with her, but she's going to be a tough nut to crack, I can tell you that.
Yeah, and she's also getting into the angulation of the bullet based upon the wound on the body, which I think is probably going to be tied in or attempt to be tied in by the prosecution. All right, Bob, appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us. you're just joining us in the Melly case, medical examiner Rebecca McDougall is on the stand, direct examination, providing so far very important testimony for the prosecution. So let's get it back into court as quickly as possible.
On top of his right shoulder is the third entrance gunshot wound.
And the third entrance gunshot wound, was that given a label?
It was labeled.
Is that C?
It's a C, yes, ma'am.
The victim's head is up there by 7. Does that mean he was 7 foot tall?
It depends on where his feet are.
Do you document the height and weight of the decedent when he's first brought in?
We do.
And what was for Mr. Williams?
So he's 76 inches in length and 172 pounds.
And can you convert that 76 inches to feet, please?
I can. It's 6 feet 4 inches in length.
Okay. In terms of the photo that we're looking at here, on this particular wound, which is later assigned the label of C, what type of wound is this? Penetrating or perforating?
So this is a penetrating, so that has an entrance wound, no exit. Okay. And so it's also an entrance wound.
Going on to what's labeled as A, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where is this wound A?
I can. So A is an entrance gunshot wound on the left side of the back of his neck.
Would using that as a demonstrative help to illustrate that on a styrofoam head?
It can.
Council that's been labeled as 18
For you, March.
Okay. Dr. McDougall, I'm approaching with what has been labeled as Broward Medical Examiner's Office 18-3118.
Correct.
Is that consistent with the medical examiner's office number that was assigned for the autopsy of Anthony Williams?
It is.
Okay. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to place markings on this styrofoam head to approximate the locations of the wounds on Mr. Williams?
I did.
And would this help and assist in demonstrating to the jury where those wounds were in position on those photographs?
It will show the wound path as well.
Okay. So, Your Honor, this state would ask the witness to use the demonstrative.
Yes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a free jury.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record here reflect the presence of Demons and counsel, the state attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our witness, Dr. McDougall, remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, the AC has changed its temperature. We contacted them and supposedly going to come over and try to get it corrected. It just seems we can't have a happy meeting here. So we're trying, we're working on it. In any event, I think the state completed its direct examination of the doctor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Every cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may.
May I? Doctor, you weren't at mass following CDC rules because you just got over COVID, correct?
That's correct.
But you're not carrying that disease, are you?
Sir?
I'm going to keep my distance
That's
just in
okay.
case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're the reason I went to law school, because I can't spell half the words you use. But let me ask you a few questions if I could, Doctor.
Sure.
You indicated you did the autopsy and the person came into the morgue around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning?
No, it was pronounced at like 4:45 with the hospital.
Okay.
Don't know what time he came
Okay.
into the office, but the autopsy started at 11:30.
11:30. Okay. And you did an external and then an internal examination.
That's correct.
The external examination revealed that this person was 6'4".
Correct.
He weighed 172 pounds.
Yes, sir.
And his hair was 6 inches in length.
Correct.
Braided.
Correct.
The pictures I saw did not show the braids on his hair that were shown to you. Did you cut his hair?
We shaved the hair around the wounds.
Okay. Did you save the hair so that it could be tested to determine if there was any GSR or gunshot residue on it?
We shaved the hair so we can see the characteristics of the wound.
And what did you do with the hair? Did you bag it so that it could be sent to the lab to be examined to determine if there was any GSR or any projectile fragments on it?
I did not.
Detective Moretti was present, correct?
That's correct.
You've been advised he's the lead detective in this case, correct?
He's the detective that called in the case. That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the clothes are a rather important factor in determining the range of whoever fired the gun that caused the death.
If the entrance wounds are around where there is clothing, they are important to determine range of fire. That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that one of the wounds was in the chest area.
Correct.
Were you advised at any time that this person was wearing clothes?
Yes.
Okay. And Moretti didn't bring the clothes to you to look at? Okay.
So my job is cause and manner of death on the body. Right?
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because the height of the person, the weight of the person, the fact that he had 6 inches of braided hair, and the clothes that he was wearing would assist if anyone attempted to do what is known as a trajectory reconstruction, correct?
But you could do a modified gray stain on the clothing to look for gunshot residue.
Okay. And those items would be important, would it not, if someone wanted to attempt to reconstruct how the shooting occurred?
So my job is cause and manner of death. I'm no expert in reconstruction.
Fair enough. Now, you indicated that these injuries, the first injury to the head, what's it?
Back
of the head, was the fatal injury, right?
So in this case, that's the fatal injury because the other two, he was dead when they were inflicted.
So this person, when he received the other two injuries, was already deceased.
Correct.
Did not suffer any pain from those two injuries.
He's already dead.
Fair enough. Okay. And you indicated that these injuries were indeterminate.
Correct.
Which means, in layman terms, simple terms for me to understand, means that you cannot tell how far away or how close the shooter or shooters were when this occurred.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you don't know if it was one shooter, two shooters, or more, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I think you told me when I met you back in April of 2022, the day I took your deposition.
Yes, sir.
that the scientific way to determine the distance would be, and I think you said it today, take the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Take the same ammunition, correct?
Correct.
And then fire that gun with the same ammunition into a white paper or poster or whatever, wrapping paper, until you could get the same type of stippling pattern that you observed on the body, correct?
If you have an intermediate gunshot wound, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in this case?
All three of my gunshot wounds are indeterminate.
Determinate, which means you can't tell the number of shooters or the distance. Right?
Indeterminate means I don't know the range of fire from looking at the gunshot on the body of the victim.
Now, this was a rather unusual case because out of all of the examinations you have done over the years, since you've been a medical examiner and a chief medical examiner, you usually can't tell what shot or what injury occurred first, second, and third.
Correct.
In this case, you could on both the individual you did the autopsy of and the individual that your fellow medical examiner did, correct?
I can tell you the first shot. I don't know the order of the second and third.
Okay. And the first shot on both of them were the fatal shots.
Because they are already deceased when the other ones are inflicted.
Okay. Now, you signed off as the chief medical examiner or the supervisor of Dr. Saunders when she finished her report, correct?
I signed off on her report as the associate medical examiner that was overlooking her that day in the morgue. Yes.
Okay. I assume before you signed off, you looked at the report.
Correct.
Reviewed the report.
Correct.
And by signing off, you were basically saying it was correct.
So I reviewed not only the report, I reviewed all the pictures that we took of the autopsy.
Okay.
So you review everything.
Okay. And you said it was correct. And
That's correct.
You signed off as really her supervisor.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, that was in 18, correct? Go ahead and look.
It might be 18, it might be 19, because it was the end of October. So you can tell me.
Okay. It was either the end of 18 or the beginning of 19, to the best of your recollection?
Correct. I signed mine out on November 27th. I don't recall the date of her report.
Over 3 years later, you indicated you were asked to review the autopsy report of Dr. Saunders, correct?
I was asked to review photographs that were taken at the hospital of the decedent.
Okay. And the person, and that was about 3.5 years later, correct?
That was in February of 22, February or March.
Okay, and if your autopsy was in 18 and Saunders' report was sometime in 19, that would be part of 19, 20, 21, and 22.
That's correct.
The way I count.
That's
so
correct.
Approximately 3 years later.
That's correct.
And you realize that there's a mistake that not only Dr. Saunders made, but obviously, with all due respect, you made.
So there is an exit gunshot wound on the inner thigh that I don't have any picture of at the autopsy. That is photographed at the hospital.
Okay.
And if I could read what the...
Don't read, just tell us.
It won't be verbatim then. At the end of every autopsy report that we author, there is a statement that I haven't memorized, but it goes something like this. If any probative something information becomes available, we have the right to amend the report.
Of course.
And that's exactly what I did.
Okay. And in fact, an amended report was made, correct?
That's correct.
And the person who asked you to review that over approximately 3 years later was not the police department, but the state attorney's office. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And before you corrected that report, did you make any attempt to exhume the body to verify that injury?
I have a photograph of it. I don't have to exhume the body.
So the answer would be no.
That's correct.
Okay. Could I have one moment, John?
Yes.
My bosses say no further questions.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
Yes, briefly. Dr. McDougall, do you recall approximately how many defects were on the body of Christopher Thomas, the 18-3119 autopsy?
Yes, there are 21 that we documented, I think, and one that we missed.
Are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you can make a mistake, that you're human?
I'm human. She's human. We're all human.
So are there processes in place where you can review and go back and catch those mistakes?
There are.
Is that what happened in this case?
That's what happened.
In terms of exhuming a body 3 years later, would there be any benefit to doing that?
If I have a photo document of the injury, I would never put a family through that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you.
It's getting cooler.
And we are just going to brief break so we can sanitize the witness stand before our next witness.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just take a short recess. Don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, certainly no research. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. We're in recess.
And we go through the same process with the next doctor. Mr. Augustine had said he would wait until the first one was finished before he would start.
Bob?
Yeah, I found it befuddling. Can you hear me?
Yeah, well, okay, we got you now. We got about 40 seconds.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's kind of befuddling because you can't really have one without the other. You know what I mean? If it's at close range, if it's 3 inches to 3 feet, common sense dictates, and science, frankly, dictates that there's going to be gunshot residue in and around where the victim was shot and on the clothing. And she said that she didn't test the clothing. So yeah, I was right there with you. It was odd.
Right, we don't have stippling. We don't have on the clothing. It wasn't tested. I think she got ahead of the defense knowing that's going to come out. All right, Bob, listen, thanks very much. Always a great analysis. Appreciate it. That's it for me, but don't go anywhere. You're in the capable hands of Imran Ansari, who is next. And so please stay tuned. See you later.
Welcome to the Law and Crime Network. I am Imran Ansari, and we are covering the double murder trial of South Florida rapper YNW Melly, the 24-year-old whose real name is Jamell Demons, is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sakchaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvy. The trial is now on day 9, and we're going to go back into court where we're hearing the testimony from Broward County Medical Examiner Dr. Rebecca McDougall. Let's go into court.
But in the hundreds of cases that I've done, the thousands of cases that I've done, there are only 3 where I can tell you the order in which the shots occurred, because some were before the person passed away and some were after. You know, I've had hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot 15, 20, 25 times, and every single gunshot has hemorrhage. So, are they within seconds? No. But I can't tell you, is it, 5 minutes? Is it 30 minutes? There's no way for me to tell you what the time frame between gunshot wound A to E is from when B and C were inflicted.
Moving on to D. What about this particular mark tells you that this is an exit wound?
So D is an exit wound. It's lacerated, okay, because you have a blunt force object, the projectile, traveling at a very high, traveling at a rate of speed and with enough energy to perforate the skin, and it causes a laceration.
And so this is photo number 16 for the record. Can you explain, and I'm going to go forward on to photo number 17 so you can explain what a laceration is and what it looks like.
Yeah, so this skin is lacerated. There's no abrasion margin around it, and it's consistent with an exit wound.
And in terms of where on the body is D located?
So it's right almost underneath the armpit.
And
on the left-hand side of the back.
Going back to picture 16, which direction is the body facing?
President, defendant, his counsel, assistant attorney, jurors in the jury room. Mr. Adelstein, I understand you went over the photographs for the next witness, is that right?
Yes, I did, and I put a tab, not number. I put a tab on the ones that I object to. And I also would renew my attention on this witness, since there's been no legal ID on the other victim.
I haven't heard what the evidence is yet regarding that, and I understand your objection. Yes, sir. But the witness here will have witness testify. Regarding these pictures, I take it you are Dr. Saunders, is it?
Sauter.
Saunder. Well, I don't think I've mentioned before, but these are certain photographs that the state intends to use. Some of them are objected to by the defense. And I guess what I'm trying to ascertain from these photographs is which ones that you need to basically explain your testimony. And if there's photos that are duplicates in there, if you don't need both photos, we'd like to get rid of the duplicates if you can, and we'd like to use the least gruesome photographs and basically go from there. So the first tab on it, because I'd like to talk about the ones that are objected to.
So, Dr. Schreier, where it's neither ones that is different or ones that they are objecting to.
Okay. So what is that a photograph of?
It's a photo of the body bag that with a seal to make sure that it hasn't been tampered since the body was bagged at the hospital.
I didn't object to that.
That's got a tab on it.
Oh, I did? Okay. I withdraw that objection on that.
This one is a photo of his hand, and it shows the wound on the lateral aspect of his thumb.
I think there's another photograph of that.
Correct.
It's a duplicate?
It's a different angle.
But both those photographs reflect an injury to a single injury to a hand, correct?
Correct. I can use the one that's not objected to.
Which of these two, which one is that?
The one with the better lighting.
Okay. And is that then get rid of them being duplicitous?
Yes.
So we're trying to just make sure we're not duplicating it, but the photograph that I see that you're holding up shows an injury and a wound to the thumb. And, but it's not, I mean, there's a wound there, I don't know how you describe it, but it's not gruesome photograph or anything like that. It's not, this is an external photograph.
Correct.
I mean,
And so for the record, it's clear this is also post-cleaning of the body.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Do you want to come up here so you can see?
post-cleaning of the body is what she said.
Okay.
So the objection note is overruled. I'll allow one of the photographs in.
This is a photo, that's not it. This one is showing the abrasions, which are wounds to the lower lip.
And there's any duplicates of that?
No.
And what's the objection?
It has nothing to do with the homicide.
He's got abrasions.
He has abrasions.
That's why the abrasions are.
The point on it is to document all the injuries during the autopsy. So
Objection notice overruled. It's not a gruesome photograph. Not.
And then this is a photograph of the previous hand wound, but with the label that goes with the report.
Do you need both of them?
No.
So would it be better to use the one with the label on it?
Correct.
We're going to substitute one for the other, and previous picture is already deleted. Or removed from the package. There it is.
It's the same one. Yeah, it's the same one.
The next one in the series is objected to, and
Here's a duplicate. There's two that are marked injury L on the photograph.
And so Dr. Shea, before you go any further, on the first photo, what is this showing?
This is showing the location further away from the body, and this is just a close-up image.
And why do you need both?
This shows the skin tags. That gives you the idea of what direction that graze wound is from.
and the other one is for.
This one is just to show the relation of where it is, but you can't see the skin tags as close.
So it's orientation as to where it is on the body.
Correct.
And the objection is it's duplicate?
Yes.
All right, the objection notice overruled. It's not a gruesome photograph. It's
Those
the
are,
next one is objected to. And
they have photographs of injury labeled NOPQR in the other stacks. That
So this is a picture of all the injuries at the same place.
This is an orientation picture to show where they are in the back, and these are close-ups of the same injuries.
Thank you. The objection? Again, the photograph's not gruesome. I mean,
but it's a duplicate here.
It's a duplicate, but it doesn't shows where it is in relation to all the other injuries, and there's no duplicate of that picture, I take it. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
All right, so I'll allow it. Objection notice overruled.
This is a photo to show where in location on the body the projectile was recovered.
Is that to illustrate or explain your testimony?
Yes.
All right, is that the only one of the?
Of this gunshot wound? Yes.
It's with the skin pulled back.
Correct.
Correct.
It's gruesome, and I object to it.
I don't disagree that it has some might be labeled as gruesome and concerning, that it shows the injury. It's the only one of its kind, as I am told. Is that correct, Doctor? That's the only one you're displaying?
Yes.
Objection notice overruled.
This photograph is another depiction of a recovery of where the projectile was in location to the body.
Now, what is the difference between this picture and the one that was just last objected to?
This is a different projectile.
Different projectile, different injury.
Correct.
And how many photographs of this particular injury are in the packet?
This is the only one. I believe, yes.
So the objection is the same?
Yeah, gruesome, and it's the interior part of the body with the skin pulled back.
It is to both of those counts, but it's the only picture of that injury. And it's going to assist in explaining her testimony of what the doctor had indicated. Objection notice overruled.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for the close-up of that one. We'll take it. Yeah, that's the projectile.
This is projectile labeled in yellow. This is a different injury, different projectile, and where it's located in the body.
Same objection.
And I understand the objection. Objection's overruled. It's a different injury, different projectiles, what I'm being told, and that's the only picture of this injury. Is that correct?
Correct. This is a picture of when we opened the body after the projectiles have been removed.
And basically, it's the other injuries.
And what's the purpose of having this?
It's part of the standard procedure of autopsy. I can testify without this one.
You can testify without it, so it'll be deleted.
Thank you.
This one is showing a different projectile and where it's recovered in the body.
So it's a different injury, different projectile.
Correct.
Same objection. It's the interior part of the body with the skin pulled back, correct? Very
Yes.
gruesome.
It is.
And so the court knows. In this case, as in the other autopsy, the fatal wound was the first wound to the neck or head area, correct? Or no?
All gunshot wounds are fatal.
And you're going to testify that that is a fatal shot?
All gunshot wounds are fatal.
That's not my...
So we're not doing an examination now. The question is, this is a different injury,
This is a different injury, different projectile, in a different location.
The objection noted, and again, I understand what you state accurately depicts the picture. There is some gruesomeness to it. It's an internal picture, but I'll allow the only picture of this particular injury.
Sir.
This is a picture of where this particular projectile was located. It's inside the body cavity.
And why do you need this?
This is just to show where I recovered the projectile, that it wasn't moved or it wasn't handled. It's just where I found it during autopsy.
And this is from one of the previous wounds that you had, where it's located?
This is labeled in my autopsy report where I retrieved it from. And it's one that's labeled right lower chest.
And why, you're just, all you need this for is to show the jury where the projectile is located?
Correct.
And what's the significance of it?
Just to show, I have to document where I recover all my projectiles from.
It's a different projectile than we previously shown.
Correct.
But you can testify to that without the picture, that it was located at a certain location in the interior of the body, correct, Doctor?
Yes.
Same objection.
Yeah, so why don't we do that? This is a particularly gruesome photograph. I don't know if this has any independent significance to illustrate your testimony. It was just found in a different location. So if, I'm more than happy to revisit it. It becomes an issue, but at this time, let's just take it out.
Okay.
This is a picture showing where the projectile went through in the liver.
And this is one of the projectiles that you previously discussed?
Yes.
And so this is a...
This is to show the trajectory.
Thank you. And your objection is?
Same objection.
Objection notice overruled. How about this? So gruesome that would influence the jury.
And this is a picture showing two different trajectories of where two different projectiles went through the heart.
And these, again, for prior injuries that were inflicted in other pictures, this is where they went through parts of the body.
Internal, yes.
Same objection?
Yes, sir.
It's overruled.
This is a picture of the brain showing the injuries that the projectile from the face and what it did to the brain.
And why is that significant?
Because the trajectory of where it hit in the brain was incapacitating.
Dr. Sucker, did that also show hemorrhage on the brain and on that wound?
Correct.
Is that then to be compared and contrasted with the other wounds that do not show hemorrhage?
Yes.
And that's the first shot, correct?
Yes.
I would renew my objection. As the doctor said, that's the fatal shot. And all of this
I said
is...
it was the first shot.
Thank you. In any event, I understand your objection.
Yes, sir.
We have opportunity for cross-examination. This is just as introduction of pictures, but you're telling me you need this to explain or illustrate your testimony, correct?
Correct.
All right, your objection note is overruled.
So there's two photos here. If you pick one.
I can pick. This is just showing where the projectile is located, the one from the head. This is the base of the skull. This is showing where it's located. This is the same picture, except the dura mater has been removed, and then I put a probe in to show where I located it inside the base of the skull.
So regarding those two pictures and the previous one that I indicated I'd allow in of the, is that depict the same injury? If you go on a couple, the last one of the brain.
So in relation to this picture, it would have been located somewhere over here.
Okay, so why do you need all three of them?
I can testify without it.
So if you would pick one as to the best one to describe
Excuse me, she said she could testify without it.
Doctor, I didn't understand that. When you say you can testify without, is that without two of the three or with the...
I can testify with this one, but then I would like to show this one to show where I retrieved the projectile, just like in the other ones inside the body.
And why is that important to show where the projectile is located?
To show that it didn't exit.
All right. And anything else? Judge?
Same objection.
It's over. All right. Take that one out.
Okay.
Those all the photographs? So how many photographs are left now?
Once again, Your Honor. We started with 212, so then we were down to 57. So there should be 50 now.
How many?
50.
50?
50. Yep.
I voice my objection. I understand the court's ruling. I would also voice my objection to testifying since there's been no legal ID, and if the court allows me, to have a standing objection so I don't interrupt the witness, that's fine with me.
Standing objection with standing objection as to, I guess, the gruesomeness of the photos as well as the ID of the victim. And so you have a standing objection as to both of those. Regarding the gruesomeness of the pictures, there's some photographs in there, that are gruesome, and but I don't think it's so inflammatory as to prejudice the jury.
I understand, and I would cite to the court the case that the state gave me, which is a 4th DCA case of Williams v. State, 70 Southern 3rd 726. That says they might be prohibited, but the gruesomeness of the photographs are so prejudicial that they should not be admitted in evidence.
Thank you. Your objection comes. All right, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. We're just making sure that the digital versions complies with Your Honor's ruling. Any further, Your Honor?
Defense ready? Mr. Davidson, you're all set?
I need to ask them. Did you put in any other pictures?
What?
Did you put in any other pictures that were shown?
It's 50, we got 7.
Right.
Ready? See the jury's ready?
Are you going to number them on the like you did the other ones?
I can.
Well,
We don't know which one.
No, I understand that. But
All right, bring him in.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, when we broke, the state was going to call our next witness. I take it this is your next witness, correct?
Yes, Dr. Adrian Sauter.
Madam, could you please stand, raise your right hand and be sworn?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Adrian Sauter.
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
A-D-R-I-E-N-N-E. Sauter. S-A-U-D-E-R.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Doctor, that microphone in front of you will move up or down, right? But the judge does not adjust back and forth.
Okay.
You all set?
Yes.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Sauter. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them where you work?
I am an associate medical examiner at the Fort Pierce Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been an associate medical examiner there?
Since July 1st, 2019.
And in terms of prior to moving up to that office, where did you work?
I was a fellow at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of training and education you had to become an associate medical examiner?
So I had to do a 4 years bachelor's, and I did that in liberal arts, which is philosophy, literature, and theology. I then did my pre-medical requirements at Creighton University in Nebraska and at the Pontifical Catholic University of Puerto Rico. I did a 2 years master's at the Ponce School of Medicine in Ponce, Puerto Rico. I then went to Mexico to the Autonomous University of Guadalajara to do med school. I then accepted a 4-year residency at Rutgers in Newark, New Jersey, and then I came down to Florida to do my 1-year fellowship training.
So in terms of your 4-year fellowship at Rutgers, what did that entail?
The 4-year residency is for general pathology.
And in terms of, at what point did you decide you were going to become a medical examiner?
Before I went to med school.
When you are in medical school, do you obtain and become a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're as the pathology residency, what for those 4 years are you focusing on in most of your education and training at that point?
It's the study of disease and what's normal within the body.
And in terms of the number of autopsies that you do during your pathology 4-year residency, how many autopsies do you have performed?
In my residency, you have a requirement to do 50 autopsies.
Then would you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the fellowship part?
The fellowship part is a subspecialty in pathology, and it deals with forensics, which is the study of how trauma affects the body, and your main job is determining cause and manner of death.
Okay, and so Dr. Sauter, how long were you a fellow with the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started there on July 1st, 2018, and I finished June 30th, 2019.
From July 1st to 2018 through the end of June 2019, how many autopsies were you involved?
Approximately 200.
In your total careers as a forensic pathologist, approximately how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 1,200.
For coming into court, have you had the opportunity to come to court before and testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes.
And how many times is that?
This would be my 5th time.
The training and education that you have in terms of the medical school components, is that similar to any medical school in the United States?
Yes. So after I completed my years in Mexico, I did a pre-internship year at New York Medical College, which is in Valhalla, New York.
And what did you do during that pre-internship?
I rotated through the different specialties in medicine, including internal medicine, psychiatry, OBGYN, and family medicine, pediatrics.
And in terms of determining cause and manner of death, is that something you do on a daily basis?
Yes.
What percentage of your daily work tasks involve performing autopsies?
I would say every day I have an autopsy, I determine cause and manner.
Okay. Here at this time, state with tender to counsel, Dr. Paul Dyer, on her expertise in forensic pathology.
No question. Thank you. Proceed, counsel.
So we just heard from Dr. McDougall, so I'm not going to ask you to reiterate all the questions about the types of cause and manner on that. I'd like to go straight into the case that you are here on today. Doctor, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes.
And in terms of how did you get assigned to that particular case?
The pathologist who was assigned to do autopsies that day gave me the task of doing that autopsy.
And when that autopsy was presented to you, were there a series of photographs that were taken?
Yes.
Would those photographs assist in educating the jury and explaining your testimony?
Absolutely.
Here at this time, the state is approaching with what's been previously shown to defense counsel and labeled as state's AAAA for identification purposes. Dr. Sauter, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review them prior to coming into court today?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy that was done under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the state and condition of the body as you found it?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move the state's AAAA in as state 74-5.
Is there any objection?
Same objection as
Was
previously made.
Those are overruled. Will be admitted.
States quadruple A, landmark states 75. It's a composite of 50 photos.
50 photos and 1 USB. Okay, so Dr. Sauter, I'm going to start with the photos and go in order. The Broward County Medical Examiner's Office, do they have an X-ray machine?
They have a full-body X-ray machine called Lodos.
And what does that help you in this particular case with showing and illustrating?
It shows us if there's any retained projectiles in the body.
Showing you in photograph number 1, are there projectiles that were retained in the body of this individual?
Yes.
In terms of, can you point them out? And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, but it will not make any marks. And if you need me to move any of the image, please let me know.
So you see one in the head, right there. You see one in the chest here, 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 here. You see a fragment here, another projectile here. And if you move down, there's a, no, too far. There's a minute fragment right there.
Okay. So going on to the next photo, number 2, what view are we looking at in this image?
This is a lateral view, and it helps us pinpoint where exactly within the body cavities they are located.
Okay, and if you could show again to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the projectiles are found on the lateral view.
So the one in the back of the head, right here near the axilla, here, 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 and I believe there's one in, no, that's it.
Okay. Going on to the third photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo of the sealed body bag. So every autopsy bag gets sealed with a number. We then cut that seal and document the time it's cut so that it preserves the evidence within the body bag and makes sure there's been no tampering.
Was this body bag received with the seal intact to your office?
Yes. It also depicts the autopsy case number with the ruler.
And in terms of the autopsy case number, if you could read that for the record, please.
A18-3119.
Going on to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is a clean headshot of our Mr. Christopher Thomas.
Okay. When you say clean, what does that mean?
This means that after we have documented opening the body bag, we take a series of photos that depict how the body is received, and they may be covered in blood. So after we clean the decedent, then we start documenting the photograph, start documenting injuries after they've been cleaned.
Okay. Going on to the next photograph in this series, what are we looking at in this image?
You're looking at one of the hands.
And is that now the same view of the right hand?
Correct.
And what are you showing here on the right hand?
I'm showing that there is no injuries to this hand.
Okay. What are we looking at in this next photo?
The hand, okay. The palmar surface.
Okay. Moving on to the left hand in this next image. Could you show to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the injury on this particular photo?
So you see an injury to the lateral aspect of the thumb, right here.
When you say lateral, what does that mean then?
That means on the side.
Thank you. Okay, going on to the next image.
Here you see another injury on the palmar surface of the hand.
Okay. What are we looking at here in this photograph?
You're seeing a series of abrasions, which means scrapes to the upper and lower lips, right here.
In terms of the purpose of an autopsy, what are you trying to do?
We're trying to document the injuries we find on a body.
Are you able to place a time and date stamp to the second of when these injuries occurred?
No.
In terms of the images and the abrasions that are viewed here on the lower lip that you just pointed out, can you characterize if they are healing, if there are new, fresh, anything like that?
These look like they're new.
And what would you be able to say to base that opinion?
Because there's hemorrhage on them.
And hemorrhage is what?
Blood.
Going to the next photo here, what are we looking at?
This is a close-up image of the wound to the left cheek.
And the dark circle around it, what is that?
That's what we call an abrasion margin, and that abrasion margin has been dried, so it looks dark. You also see areas of little dots of abrasions right here, here, all over, and that's called stippling.
Okay, and I think we have another picture we'll get to in a moment on that one. Going to what you have labeled as wound B. What is wound B depicted?
This is a defect to the thumb.
Can you tell on wound B if it is an entrance or an exit?
No, I cannot.
Why not?
Because I was informed.
Objection. Hearsay.
Hey, can I see several?
Detective Satter, based on your education, training, and experience, why is it difficult to determine an entrance or exit wound on a hand?
Because it fractures bone, and when bone is fractured, it can cause an exit or entrance injury. So it can deform the defect, and it would be hard to tell which one is entrance and which one is exit.
So in terms of on this particular wound, B, can you say if it is an entrance or an exit?
No.
Okay, going on to wound A. What does wound A show in this photo?
It shows the stippling and the defect to the left cheek.
And in terms of what is the wound path of wound A?
Sorry?
What is the wound path that was caused as a result of this gunshot wound?
So it's going from left to right, front to back, and upwards.
Okay. And in turn, on this photo, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. Can you show some of the ladies and gentlemen, either with the red stick next to you or using the mouse, the different areas of stippling?
Stippling is all these little pinpoint abrasions you see around the wound, even up here, 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 and there.
And so, Dr. Sauter, in terms of the range on a wound with this type of stippling, do you have an opinion as to the distance or range that the firearm would have been?
I can give a range based on a textbook answer, because to get the specific range you need the type of gun and the same type of ammunition that was used to cause this wound.
So based on your...
Object on hearsay.
An expert can use a learned treatise.
Excuse me?
An expert can rely upon a learned treatise.
I don't want to discuss things in open court. Just come silent.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, in terms of the exact distance that a firearm was from a entrance wound, can you do that without having the actual firearm?
No.
What types of distance determination can you make based on the pattern of stippling that you see here?
That it's anywhere from 3 to 18 and up to 36 inches.
So 3 to 36 inches.
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the injuries that are associated with this wound track, what would they include?
So the injuries start with fractures to the zygomatic bone, which is your cheekbone. It then injures and perforates the dura, which is the covering of the brain. It then caused a subarachnoid hemorrhage, and it caused lacerations to the cerebellum, which is in charge of your posture and coordination. It also caused injuries to the midbrain, to the pons, and the medulla. And those parts of your brain are in charge of your circulation, your heart beating, and your breathing.
Okay. Did it also have an impact on the right occipital bone?
Yes.
Where is that?
The right occipital bone is the posterior part of the cranial fossa. So the latter part of when you open a brain, it has 3 different compartments, and it's on the back of the right side of that compartment.
Dr. Sauter, would a demonstrative help in illustrating the approximate locations of wound A and the wound track?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been labeled as YNW 18-3119. So.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is going to be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating her testimony. Remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. The demonstrative is not in evidence, and it's not to be considered as evidence. And unless it's later received in evidence, it does not go back to the jury room with you during deliberations.
So, Dr. Sauter, on the styrofoam replica head that you have in front of you, can you show the mark that you placed on that would be equivalent to the mark A on Christopher Thomas's face?
So the entrance wound would be approximately right here on the cheek.
And in terms of where the occipital bone, where you said that the impact or the terminal location of the bullet was, where would that be on that?
So in order to accurately depict that, you would have to open the brain, and if I don't do that, then approximately right here, but on the inside.
And so if you could just turn around and show that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and point down there. Okay. Moving on to the next photo, C. Does C line up with B? Is that the other side of the hand?
Yes.
Can you tell if this is an entrance or an exit wound?
No.
Same reasons as for B?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of wound D, what are we looking at here?
D is a defect to the D is the entrance wound to the medial lateral aspect. Medial dorsal aspect of the left foot.
And if you could explain what dorsal means.
Posterior.
Okay. And how can you tell that D is an entrance wound?
Because of the characteristics of the wound and because it has an abrasion margin.
In terms of the order in which you label from A to D, are you suggesting in any way that that's the order the wounds were inflicted?
No.
How do you pick what letter is assigned to which wound?
So I try to go from head to toe when the decedent is on their back, and then I try to continue labeling them when we turn them over and go head to toe.
Okay. So going on to wound E, what is that?
That is the exit wound on the foot and, yeah, the exit wound.
And that matches or coincides with the same wound track as in wound D?
Yes.
On to wound F. What does that show?
F is an exit wound.
And how can you tell that F is an exit wound?
Because of the laceration.
And what is a laceration?
It is a cut.
Moving on to G. What wound does this depict?
G shows the entrance wound of the right arm.
In terms of G, is there any hemorrhage associated with this wound?
No.
What does that tell you as a forensic pathologist when you're looking at wound G?
That the heart was not beating at the time that this wound was inflicted.
Okay. Going on to H. What does that wound show?
H is a exit wound, and it shows that there is very little hemorrhage associated with that wound.
And now looking at I. What is that showing?
That's showing an entrance wound, and if you look close, you can see an area with black fibers that I collected and submitted as evidence. And it also shows an abrasion ring or collar, an abrasion around the wound with very little hemorrhage.
And again, what does that tell you as a forensic pathologist?
That the heart was not beating at the time that it was inflicted.
Okay, and so we're clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, H and I are on the same wound track.
Correct.
Going on to J. What does that show in this next photo?
J shows the exit wound by the axilla.
And J corresponds with wound G?
Correct.
That's the same wound track.
G is the entrance and J is the exit.
Okay. And in terms of on wound J, do you see signs of hemorrhage?
No.
Moving on to wound K. What does that show?
That shows an entrance wound to the right axilla.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this penetrating or perforating?
This is penetrating.
And what does that mean?
That means that there is an entrance but not an exit.
Do J and K line up when the arm is in a downward position?
Yes, they could.
Moving on to wound L. What is depicted in this wound?
That shows a graze wound.
What is a graze wound?
That's a superficial wound that only injures the skin, and it's caused by a projectile.
And in terms of, can you tell any sort of directionality on this graze wound?
It goes from back to front based on the skin tags you see right here.
And what are the skin tags?
Those are just defects, and they point towards where the projectile went.
Okay. Would wound L have been fatal by itself?
No.
Going on to wound M. What are we looking at here?
This is a entrance wound to the thigh.
And were you able to determine if there is a corresponding exit wound?
Not at the time of the autopsy.
After the autopsy was completed, I'm showing you it's been already entered into evidence as states 8. Was this photo forwarded to your attention?
Yes.
And the unlabeled wound in States 8. What does that show?
That shows an exit wound.
And does that unlabeled exit wound, would that match up with the wound track of wound M?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's clear we're going to publish States 8. And for States 8, were you able to zoom in and read the name on the hospital band?
Yes, it says Christopher Thomas.
Were those hospital photos available to you at the time of autopsy?
No.
Okay, back to, so we discussed M. Going on to the photo that we are looking at here. What is this depicting?
That shows a series of entrance wounds to the back and to the right arm.
In terms of the height and weight of the decedent, do you document that?
Yes.
And what was the height and weight of Mr. Thomas?
His height was 69 inches and his weight was 145 pounds.
And can you translate that into feet and inches?
I believe that's 5'9".
5 times 12 is 60 plus 9? Is that the math you just did in your head?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not the best at math.
So going on to what's been labeled as wound N. Where is that located on the body?
N is located on the left side of the back.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go forward to and kind of work backwards on these.
Okay.
So starting with this overall shot, Dr. Sutter, if you could explain the orientation on this shot, where the head is, where the feet are.
So the ruler points towards where the head is. So, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The head is above the letters and the feet are below the letters.
So as it is currently situated on the screen, where would the decedent or victim's head be?
Above N, O, P, Q, and R.
Okay. So to work backwards as to wound R. Where is this wound?
That wound is on the right side of the back.
And is this a penetrating or perforating wound?
It's a penetrating wound.
And so to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if it is penetrating, are you able to recover a projectile?
Yes.
So as to wound R, do you see evidence of hemorrhage?
The abrasion margin has no hemorrhage.
Okay. There's blood inside the center of that defect. Why?
Because when the blood vessels get ruptured, they will release whatever blood is inside them.
Does gravity still apply?
Yes.
So going backwards to wound Q. Was there any sign of hemorrhage on this wound?
There is no hemorrhage on the abrasion.
What does that tell you from both R and Q?
That the heart was not beating at the time these wounds were inflicted.
Going to wound P. Where is that wound?
P is located on the right side of the back.
And can you make any comments about the abrasion and the hemorrhage on wound P?
There is also a lack of hemorrhage on this wound.
Going back to O. What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about O?
O is on the left side of the back, and there is very little hemorrhage around the abrasion margin.
Okay. And back to N. What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about N?
N is on the left side of the back, and I also recovered some black fibers from it, and I submitted it as evidence.
Okay. And could you point to the fibers you're talking about?
Here, here,
okay,
and here.
Okay, moving on to wound S. Where is wound S?
S is another graze wound, and that is located on the right buttock.
And can you determine a directionality from wound S?
No,
Why not?
because I could not see any skin tags left by the projectile.
Going on to the next photo here. What are we looking at this metal object there?
That is one of the recovered projectiles.
Did you collect that and label it?
Yes.
Was that submitted into evidence?
Yes.
Moving on to the next projectile, where did you recover it from?
The right upper quadrant of the abdomen.
Is that the picture that we're looking at here on this one?
No.
Okay. So that other, to go back to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen, where was that found?
That corresponds to wound R.
So in
Sure.
So Dr. Sauter, if you need to refresh your recollection at any point, let me know. Have you memorized every single projectile and every single wound track they go through?
No.
Okay. With regards to going back, I'm going to go back to just the photo of the projectile on the one that's from the right chest. What wound path did that equate with? And if you need to look at your report, please let me know.
Can I look at my report, please? The projectile that corresponds to the right chest is the projectile from wound P.
Objection. There's an objection pending. Counsel objects to reading from the report. So just read it to yourself, and then when you're done, you put your note down and you can indicate if your memory is refreshed, you can answer the question. All right?
Okay.
So Dr. Sauter, after reviewing the report, are you able to tell the right chest which wound P that came from, rather?
From the entry of wound P.
Okay. So now going on to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen that's labeled as projectile 2. Do you recall where that particular projectile was recovered from?
I need to look at my report.
Please, if you would, refresh your recollection, look up once you are done.
That corresponds to the entry of labeled R.
R. So moving on, so in this particular photo here, what are we looking at?
That is one of the other projectiles that I recovered.
Okay. Is that next photo that we were looking at, projectile 3 from the left chest?
Yes.
Do you recall which projectile 3, which wound track it came from?
I would have to look at my report.
Please refresh your recollection if you need to. And once you're done, look up.
That corresponds to the entrance wound O.
Okay. Going on to the picture, next photo that we are looking at, what does this depict?
That is another projectile that I recovered from the axilla.
And what is the axilla?
That is the area near your armpit.
Okay. And is that the next photo, projectile number 4?
Yes.
And do you recall which wound path letter that corresponds to?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
That corresponds to the entrance labeled N.
N is in Nancy?
Correct.
Okay. So moving on to the next projectile number 5. From that says left axilla?
Yes.
And so which wound tract was this particular projectile recovered from?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
That corresponds to the entrance wound labeled K.
Going on to the next projectile number 6. The right lower chest on that. So before we get to that, I noticed on the envelopes that we're looking at, it says pathologist Rebecca McDougall. That's not you.
Yes.
Why does it say her name on there?
Because she was supervising me during the autopsy.
Okay, so going on to projectile number 5, right lower chest. Where was this projectile recovered from?
May I look at my report, please?
Please, if it would refresh your recollection. Whenever you're ready.
The entrance letter corresponds to Q.
Okay. Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
You are looking at the liver with a rod to show that there are defects to the liver.
And the defects that are shown, what are they?
They correspond to the trajectory of one of the gunshot wounds.
And in terms of normal anatomical position, where is the liver found?
That is found on your right side of your abdomen.
Going on to the next photo here, let me turn that one. What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a photograph depicting the heart, and the rods are showing 2 defects to the heart.
And in terms of the hemorrhage on the heart, is that shown in this photo?
The hemorrhage is from the blood that was in the pericardium, which is the sac that contains the heart.
In terms of do you have an opinion as to whether or not the heart was beating when those projectiles made the defects to it?
No.
No, it wasn't beating, or no, you don't have an opinion?
No, it wasn't beating.
Okay. Going on to the foreign material. Are these the items you pointed out previously?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photo? Hold on, let me turn it for the... If you could explain what this is?
This is showing the brain and the extensive subarachnoid hemorrhage it has, and the lacerations that you can see to the right side of the cerebellum, which controls your balance, and also to the pons and the medulla and the midbrain.
So in terms of where we're looking right now, can you give me an orientation? Is this top, bottom?
This is the bottom side of the brain.
Okay. And for the head that you have in front of you, the styrofoam, could you show where on that how that would be oriented and put in the same position?
So you would have to, so it's upside down and turned around.
Okay.
So if you were to cut this open and hollow it out, you would just literally flip it back in like that.
Okay. So what are we looking at in this photo here?
That is the base of the skull.
And what has been done to get access to this part of the skull?
So I inserted a rod to show that the trajectory from the injury from the left cheek went all the way through and crossed into the right side of the cranial occipital bone.
And in terms of, is there evidence of hemorrhage along this wound track?
Yes.
Would you have an opinion as to if the individual was alive or the heart was beating when this wound was inflicted?
Yes.
And what would that be?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
What would your opinion be?
So my opinion is that at the time that this gunshot wound was inflicted, because of all the hemorrhage to the base of the brain, that this individual was alive.
Okay. Going on to projectile number 7. Where was this projectile recovered from?
On the right occipital bone.
Same from the picture we just looked at?
Correct.
Okay. Going on to these fragments here. Where were these recovered from?
Can I look at my report again, please?
If you need to, please.
These fragments were collected with wound that with the entrance wound from lettered R.
R. Okay. So I want to go back for just a moment to what is under image DSC_5507, and that particular set of wounds. Dr. Sauter, after you completed the autopsy in this case, did you go and see the vehicle in which the decedent was riding?
I went to see the vehicle after this autopsy was signed up, yes.
Why did you do that?
Because it was a teaching opportunity.
And when you say a teaching opportunity, did you view the trajectory rods that were placed in the back of the seat?
Yes.
I'm going to put them side by side so you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Were you able to correlate the wounds in through R with the trajectory rods in the back of the seat?
Objection. None.
Much come cycle.
Dr. Sauter, in terms of a scene visit, why is that important to do?
To see if we can gather more information regarding our lateral and independent investigation.
Is that important for positioning of a body?
Objection leading.
Why is that important?
Because we would like to see in what position the body was at the time of death.
And in terms of, based on your scene visit in this case, are you able to determine what position the body was in?
Same objection.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I need a few minutes with the attorneys. Please, down your notepads, please. Don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. All right? No research. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped down. Counselor Manuel with defendant. So I sustain the objection initially sidebar. I don't know what we've done to be able to establish her expertise. I don't know if this is something she's done in the past. Is it something that she's taught in school or something along those lines? But I need more of a background to show qualifications, Counselor.
Dr. Seller, in terms of your forensic pathology experience, is it important to go to a scene?
I went to many scenes during my fellowship, yes.
And can you explain to the court why you need to go to the scene and see the surroundings a body was in when it was deceased?
So that I can see the position, if I can see if the autopsy findings correspond to my findings or the information I was given from the investigation, and things to that nature.
Based on the scene visit in this case, were you able to further your autopsy in your opinion as to what happened?
I had already established the cause and manner of death at the end of this autopsy, and this scene visit occurred months after I had finalized the case.
And in terms of the positioning of the body at the time that wounds in through are you able to render an opinion based on the defects in the car and the defects in the body?
Yes.
And what is that?
That the decedent was slouched over slightly, and they would match to the defects on his back.
And in terms of the opinion as to whether or not the decedent was alive at the time that wounds in through are placed onto the body, does the scene visit help and assist you in an opinion on that?
Yes.
And how so?
So I can see that there was no hemorrhage on these wounds, and that I collected black foreign material from one of these wounds, and I submitted it as evidence.
Your Honor, that would be the proper testimony the state would be eliciting in front of the jury.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes.
Have you ever been declared an expert in the trajectory of bullets?
No.
I object.
So, Counselor, did you take this witness's deposition?
Yes.
And was she tendered as an expert in any type of trajectory analysis?
No, she was not. Nor did we get notice. I'm sorry. Nor did we get any notice that she was. They do have an expert on trajectory that they listed 3 or 4 years later.
In any of the reports that you received, did you get any, contain any opinions by the doctor as to this type of testimony?
No, sir.
So, I guess I don't understand if it's not something that's disclosed, it's done afterwards, after the autopsy was done, it doesn't concern the cause and manner of death, and there's no, I mean, I don't know how this is going to aid the jury, number one. And number two, it seems to me that if the expert's given an opinion, it should have been disclosed.
And Your Honor, this was disclosed. This was all provided to defense well in advance. All of this was done prior to the arrest of the defendant.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yes.
I thought Mr. Adelstein just told me it wasn't disclosed. He had no knowledge of it.
No, this is all predates the arrest of the defendant. They have the copies of all of these images and photographs.
Understood in the images and photographs they may have copies of, but was it disclosed to Mr. Adelstein or any of the defense counsel that the doctor was going to render an opinion on trajectory analysis, or how did?
She's not rendering an opinion on trajectory analysis. She's rendering an opinion on the defects in the body, that they are consistent with, and the material is consistent with the vehicle, which is why she went out and looked at the vehicle. She's not giving a trajectory on that.
That's not totally correct. Dr. McDougall took her out to the scene because this is one of 3 cases in her entire experience that she could determine which injury occurred first, which was a fatal injury of both. And it was a learning experience for her because she was merely a fellow under the supervision of Dr. McDougall, with all due respect.
So I guess there's an objection to it, the testimony. And I guess my concern is twofold. Number one is that there's an objection based upon her background and expertise. Does it allow her to render an opinion as to this? That's part of it. And the other part is, to me, is Mr. Adelstein's telling me he was, this is something new to him. He was not aware of it. So is there anything in the doctor's report, any of the reports that were tendered over to the defense counsel that suggests the doctor's going to render some type of opinion like this, that the location of the wounds on the victim's back are consistent with the way they went through the seat in the automobile?
Yes, Your Honor. This was disclosed to defense from day one. These particular images are actually listed right next to one another in the arrest warrant, indicating that the witnesses had testified and had provided this witness because she did the autopsy of Christopher Thomas, that was the individual who went out to the scene, and that she has testified and presented to this court that this helped in corroborating and explaining her testimony, and that the scene visit helped in explaining her testimony and showing that the individual was already deceased when those particular bullet wounds went in. If Your Honor will recall, the co-defendant's statement was played in which it was supposedly a drive-by gone bad. That's already been put before this jury. This is going to a matter that is at issue of showing that this drive-by was completely staged, that he was already dead at the point when those wounds were put in.
Then back to you, Mr. Adelstein. I'm sorry, I thought you indicated on multiple occasions you haven't received any notice of this, and counsel suggesting you have. So
we have not received any notice that she was going to testify to anything other than manner and cause of death, which she has done.
So show me where you notified them, defense, that she was testifying to something other than manner and cause of death.
In terms of her expertise in the cause and manner of death, Your Honor, with regards to that, the initial arrest warrant, like I said, has both of these pictures on it next to one another, showing that they line
Is it
up.
something that says the doctor's going to testify to that effect?
It's something that was told to law enforcement by the medical examiner staff.
Is that somewhere in your reports?
While they're looking for it, so the court knows, the trajectory expert was, we were put on notice approximately 3.5 to 4 years after this incident, after the autopsy, and after all of this.
So it's clear she is not testifying on trajectory. She is testifying on the defects to the body, on that, and that the defects to the body are consistent with the defects to the back of the seat.
What does that have to do with manner and cause of death?
Showing that...
Listen, ma'am, I don't need any hands, all right? Purple shirt, I don't need anything, all right? You, yes, ma'am. I don't need you making hand gestures or anything, all right?
showing that in terms of when these wounds were inflicted, the individual was already dead. That was slumped over, and there was no hemorrhage and things of that. It's the same that we've been talking about for the last hour and some at this point.
I guess it's coming down to me, is there anything in the autopsy report that suggests this testimony is forthcoming, or anything in her deposition that suggests this testimony is forthcoming?
I don't believe a copy of her deposition was ever ordered on that. And in terms of specifically in the deposition, counsel, in terms of, and I had notes to this effect, had discussions and asked questions about contact with Christopher Williams and his analysis that was done. He is the one that did the trajectory analysis on that, and they talked about the ballistic reports on that, and the date of her depo was February 24th of 2022. Also, talked about the scene visit and observing the vehicle with the rods inside the vehicle at that point. And then she testified in her depo that the pattern on the back matches the car.
So you're saying it's in the deposition?
It is.
Thank you. And your dispute that I take it, Mr. Edison?
I don't have any recollection of that. And even if it was there, she's not an expert. And it was Dr. McDougall who took her out there to show her. This is a rare situation which I can determine what was the first shot, which was the fatal shot on both of the victims. That was it.
You all done?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Objection notice overruled. I'll let her testify. All right, can we bring the jury back up?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, and our witness, Dr. Sauter, remains on the stand. Counsel, please continue.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, we were talking about the viewing of these two photographs. The image on the left is what?
The image on the left are the entrance wounds to the back.
And the picture on the right, what does that depict?
Those are trajectory rods in the back seat of a car.
Did you place the trajectory rods in that car?
No.
Did you go out and visit that car after rods had been placed in it at a later date?
Yes.
Based on your training and education, can you make any opinion as to the defects that are on the body and the images and the rods in the car?
Objection. Sustained.
So, Dr. Sauter, in terms of the defects on the body, are they consistent with the defects in the car?
Objection.
Yes.
So, in terms of the other evidence that you collected, you mentioned there was foreign material from the left side of the back and the torso.
Correct.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the items of evidence and what's been marked as states quadruple C for identification purposes?
Yes.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple C in as state 76.
Any objection?
States quadruple C,
Hold on.
C.
No. Didn't hear an objection.
No.
No objection. They'll be admitted.
States quadruple C, New York State 76.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, in terms of was toxicology done on Mr. Thomas?
Yes, there was.
And were you able to provide information as to what the results of that were?
Yes.
And what were the results of the toxicology for Mr. Thomas?
He had cannabinoids in his system, which is just another word for marijuana.
Can you tell in terms of time since ingestion?
No.
Can you tell the amount that was ingested?
No.
And did you come into an opinion as to the cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am? Very close. Three. Go ahead.
Thank you. Doctor, at the time you performed the autopsy, I believe you were a fellow at the Broward Medical Examiner's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
That means you were working under the supervision of either the medical examiner or an associate medical examiner was reviewing your work, correct?
I was under the supervision of the associate or the chief.
Okay, and in this case it was Dr. McDougall, correct?
Correct.
Now, all of these injuries that you've described were either intermediate or indeterminate.
Correct.
That means that, well, first of all, do you know how many shooters were involved in this case?
No.
Do you know the weapon that was used in this case?
No.
You can't place the shooter or shooters when these injuries occurred, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that you did an external examination, and you said the individual was 5'7"?
I believe I said 5'9".
Excuse me, 5'9". And he weighed 145 pounds.
Correct.
And he had dreadlocks, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you cut his hair before you did the complete autopsy?
I did not cut his hair.
Okay. Do you know if anyone examined those dreadlocks to determine if there was any stippling, gunpowder, or anything on it? Did you examine his clothes?
He came unclothed to our office.
I believe Detective Moretti was present. Wasn't he?
I don't remember if Detective Moretti was there. I know that Detective Tomlin was there because I handed him my chain of custody for the evidence.
Okay. And you know that Detective Moretti is the lead detective?
That's what I was told, yes.
You also know that it's important to examine the clothes of the decedent to determine possibly the range of the shooter or shooters, correct?
In the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office, our decedents are usually received unclothed.
Okay. But you know from your experience that the clothes are an important factor in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
You also know that especially someone who has long hair, unfortunately I have no hair, but you know that someone who has long hair could give evidence as to the location of the shooter or shooters, distance-wise, because that collects stippling, gunpowder, etc.
Sustain, rephrase, break it down.
I certainly will. You know that long hair can collect gunpowder residue.
Yes, that's possible.
And you know that this individual had long hair, in fact dreadlocks, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if any detective or any crime scene investigator collected that evidence?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know why?
Nope.
So you don't know the distance of the shooter or shooters, correct?
Correct.
You don't know the gun or guns that were used, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if the clothing was collected and examined,
That's not part of my job.
okay? And you don't know if the hair or the dreadlocks were examined by anybody from either the Miramar Police Department or the Broward Sheriff's Office, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you prepared a report, correct?
Yes.
That was in 2018 or 19, was it?
I believe
You can look at your report to get the date.
I completed and signed the report January 24th of 2019.
Now, you learned, did you not, approximately 3 years later, you had made a mistake in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you learned that and Dr. McDougall had to prepare another report for you.
She
Correct?
amended the report.
Amended the report for you.
Yes.
3 years later.
Yes, because I no longer worked there anymore.
And you're aware, are you not, in order to place the shooter or shooters when this individual received all those injuries, that you need the same gun, correct?
Yes.
You need the same ammunition, correct? You need to look at the clothes and the hair and the stippling or the gunshot residue.
Other people do that, yes.
Yes, but you know that's
Yes,
necessary.
that's trained.
Okay. And Dr. McDougall indicated that she took you out to look at the car as a learning experience.
Yes.
Was that correct?
Yes.
And that learning experience was because in all of her autopsies, which I think she said were in the thousands, and at that time you had performed how many autopsies?
You would have to go back to the Broward County office and get those numbers.
But you were being supervised by Dr. McDougall?
Yes.
Okay. She took you out there as a learning experience because in all of her career, it's very unusual to determine what is shot, the first shot to an individual versus the second, third, fourth, or fifth shot, correct?
Correct.
And she took you out there to show you that the first shot on the individual you did the autopsy was the fatal shot to the head, I think you said, or the neck, cheek, excuse me, was the fatal shot, correct?
Yes.
Which means that the person, when the other shots occurred, was dead, correct?
Can you repeat that again, please?
The first shot to the cheek was the fatal shot.
Yes.
That killed him, correct?
Yes.
The other shots that you described, and we saw photographs of, occurred after the death because there was no bleeding or hemorrhage, correct?
Correct.
And that was the reason why Dr. McDougall took you out there, because in her career it was so unusual to say, this is shot number one, the first shot that occurred, right?
Yes.
Can I have a moment?
Yes, sir.
Boss to say I'm finished.
Thank you, sir. Madam, do you have any redirect?
Yes, just briefly. On wound B, is there some evidence of hemorrhage on wound B?
No.
In terms of indeterminate range, what does that mean?
That means that I can't tell because there's the absence of a muzzle imprint or stippling.
And what does intermediate range mean?
That means that there is stippling around the wound.
And is there a range in which you would call a wound intermediate in distance?
Intermediate would be when I have stippling, and that could be anywhere from 3 to 36 inches.
No further questions, sir.
One question?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any evidence to indicate this young man was involved in this?
Stay. This witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may step down. Excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the adjourn for the evening. Leave your notepads on your chairs. We'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Remember the admonition, you are not to discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, certainly no research. Have a good night. See you tomorrow at 9. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Anything to discuss?
The temperature's workable now. It only took till 3:30, 4 o'clock, but I thank the court.
You complain too much, Mr. Adelson.
I know.
We're going back and forth. But I got to tell you, you're always right with the temperature. They can't get us straight. Madam State, who's your witness for tomorrow?
I'm going to double check and make sure that they're available on them. I believe it will be Christopher Williams.
And how long do you anticipate this testimony?
2 days.
All right, we'll see Mr. Williams tomorrow.
You plan to have him
Anything
on?
to discuss, Ms. Bratton?
No, Your Honor.
Anything to discuss, counsel?
No, sir.
All right, see you all tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Imran Ansari. We continue to follow the trial of South Florida rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamell Demons. We have been following the testimony of M.E. Adrienne Sauter for the last hour or so. I want to bring in my guest, Philip Dubé. He is a public defender, deputy public defender in L.A. here, not in his official capacity, but in his great legal analyst and commentary capacity. So I want to get your take before we end the show, Philip, as to this particular witness, the medical examiner, what we've been hearing from her, and how you would handle this from a defense perspective. We've seen the direct examination, but from cross, what would you be looking to elicit from this witness on cross-examination?
Well, first of all, her bailiwick, her wheelhouse, if you will, is in medicine. You know, she is a medical doctor, and we'll give her that. But then to pivot from that and go to Annie Oakley, if you will, and try to convey to this jury that she can tell, the trajectory of bullets, she better be able to point to some very specific training as opposed to just having looked at multiple bodies on the job. Because there is a big difference between looking at human remains and cadavers and determining cause and manner of death than going to active shootouts, actually going to firing ranges and test firing guns, firing at dummies, and analyzing the trajectory and the entry portion of bullets, and of course, the exit area of the dummies. If you don't have all that, then again, it goes back to what I said earlier, that you're trying to conflate the two disciplines in one witness. And then it's the burden then will shift, I hate to say it, to the defense, even though they have no legal burden, but they want to rebut this with their own ballistics expert. And hopefully they have a former cop who's retired, somebody from the FBI who's very familiar with trajectory and ballistics, independent of their affiliation with the criminal case, so that there is no bias attached.
Right. I agree, Philip, because such a large part of this case, the defense and also what the prosecution is seeking to prove, is where did that gunfire come from? Was it inside the vehicle, which would go for the prosecution's theory, or was it a drive-by, which is the defense theory? So I agree. That's going to be very important for the defense to seek to rebut. I want to get your opinion generally of how this trial is going thus far. Do you think the prosecution is exceeding in their burden of proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt based on what we have seen on the prosecution's case so far?
Oh, so far, I think they're really doing a bang-up job. They really are. I mean, first of all, they've established that you have two dead people by firearm. They've established that Jamell got in the car, was in the back seat. They find one of the casings in the Jeep. And then you find that the two decedents are up-and-coming wannabe rappers who could be perceived as competition to fellow rappers in the music world. But if I were defending him, I would be focusing on more being proactive. When you see a rival gang member roll up beside you in a vehicle, perhaps give you the eagle eye, point something at you, you shoot rather than be shot at. And that is the nature of street life, if you will, especially in the gang world. Otherwise, you know, they're going to be the last man standing, and you're going to be four men down in that car. So if his defense is self-defense and defense of others, and some of the bullets failed, that might be a stronger defense than saying he had no part in it.
All right, absolutely. Philip Dubé, public defender, deputy public defender in Los Angeles County. Lots of experience in the courtroom. Thank you for joining me today here at Law&Crime. Stay tuned here at Law&Crime. Coming up, the Law&Crime Daily, so stay tuned. Thank you for joining me here at Law&Crime.